Welcome to the BookFest Fall 2025. I'm Desiree Duffy, founder of the BookFest Adventure, and I'm here to welcome you to our 12th biannual celebration. Stories, community, and imagination. It's all here, my friends. As those autumn leaves begin to fall and we cozy up with something nice and warm, here we are, gathering virtually, creatively, and globally, honoring the storytellers and the lovers of the written word. Thank you so much for being here. Day one is for readers. Tomorrow, we're going to lean over toward the writers. Highlights today in the programming include the opening keynote with Dr. Sue Lynn Hall, MD, Responsibility, Resilience, and Possibility. There's also a salute to Mark Coker, winner of the Honorary Achievement BookFest Award. And a quick thank you goes out to our friends over at the Society Awards. They produce the glass book trophy that so many of the BookFest Award winners received. They sent us a thank you gift. They have their own IPA, a beer that they came out with, and they sent this to us as a thanks. And I just want to return that big, huge thank you right back to you. You've been with us from the beginning, and we so appreciate your support in the BookFest adventure. Also today, we're going to have a conversation with J.N. Chaney on fan moments that stick with you, presented by Author Nation and Reader Nation. It's happening in Las Vegas this year, baby. It's a great one to attend. I'm going to be there, and I hope to see you there too for Author Nation and Reader Nation. Panel discussions for today include Shelf Shuffle. It's an all-time favorite with a mix of must-read books for your bookshelf. Carol Vanda Hendy is going to have a presentation called To Readers with Love. Another panel discussion, The Truth in the Telling, Memoir and Essays as Mirrors of Humanity. And a BookFest Award winner spotlight, Robin Korjayko, The Spectrum of Storytelling. To round out today's programming, the Author Chats, hosted by J. Gordon Curtis. It's authors talking about their books, doing activities. I think one of them, or maybe two, or maybe even more, might be feeling the creepiness of the season. It's always a good time during the Author Chat, so make sure you join us for that later on today. For the full schedule, go to the BookFest programming page. All of the times and details are there. Plus, while you're there, you can enter the BookFest giveaways. That's right. The BookFest has several giveaways. There's the big bundle of books. There's the children's book giveaway and the writer's giveaway. A huge thank you goes out to our friends at Plotter, as well as Books That Make You, and Dear Jackie Stitchery for providing items for the giveaways. And I'm going to hold this up and make some crinkling noises. Isn't that amazing? So this is from Dear Jackie Stitchery. This is one of the items that you could win, and it's a surprise. It's one of these creatures, or maybe one of these creatures. I'm not even sure. I have not peeked. I promise not to peek. If you're the lucky winner, you're going to get this still sealed. You're still going to see the seal on it. And thank you so much, Dear Jackie Stitchery, for providing that for us. Plus, there's an array of authors' books, many of which are autographed. Participants can enter to win these prizes and more, once again, on the giveaway page of the BookFest website. And the winners will be announced in the virtual gift bag and by email at the very end of the event. A huge thank you goes out to all of our corporate bellwethers. Their help make the BookFest possible through their sponsorships. Please visit their virtual booths and support the bookish brands who support you in the reading and writing communities. This season's presenting sponsor is bookinfluencers.com, connecting authors with readers through bookish influencers. Plus, Abundantly Social. If you need social media as an author, then look up our friends over at Abundantly Social. Author Nation and Reader Nation, of course, as well as Black Chateau Enterprises, Book Award Pro, Books That Make You, Draft to Digital, Geek Girl Publishing, Indie Author Magazine, Invoke, Kauai Writers Conference, LostCon, Plotter, Relatable Voice Magazine, the Muses Funhouse, the Writers and Publishers Network, and WriterCon. Don't forget to download the special editions of Indie Author Magazine. They have one for readers, one for writers. They're available for free, or you can order physical copies as well. And they feature articles that are written by many BookFest authors and speakers. Plus, there's a special segment in there, a spotlight of previous BookFest Award winners. We encourage you to check that out. The BookFest Awards, they're being announced today and tomorrow. So there's a few different ways that you can see if you're a winner. One, you can go to the BookFest, the page on the BookFest website, and you can see there. We're updating that as fast as possible. We're also sending emails to everybody as soon as possible. Make sure you check your spam box and all of that. Congratulations to all of the BookFest Award winners. And you can check the website for the full list. And join us also tomorrow for the salute for the BookFest Award winners, the video montage. It always airs at the very end of the BookFest every season. And if you're in the mood for doing some shopping, I encourage you, especially with the holiday season approaching, check out those BookFest Award winners. That's a great way to start your bookish shopping. The virtual gift bag. Make sure you're signed up to be a BookFester. That way you're going to get the virtual gift bag delivered directly to your inbox after the event. It's packed with exclusive digital goodies, special discounts, and offers from all of our supporters. The winners of the giveaways will also be announced in the virtual gift bag, so you can see if you're a winner there. Plus, we're going to email you as well. All right, are you guys ready? Let's kick things off. First up, the opening keynote. Let me introduce to you Dr. Sue Lynn Hall, MD, with Responsibility, Resilience, and Possibility here on the BookFest Fall 2025.
Hi, I'm Sue Lynn Hall, a urologist, born in Jamaica, and I'm grateful that my parents were great enough to move us out of poverty into a life where we were able to, as siblings, get great education, not just in Jamaica, but migrating to the United States and getting higher education for college and then also for medical school. While in medical school, I met my husband, who we've been now married for 31 years, and he's also a physician. And I was able to be fortunate to do a residency in urology. I trained in New York, so then I moved from the Big Apple to the Little Apple of Manhattan, Kansas, and joined a private practice there for 25 years before moving on to academics. When 3 of my really good friends from medical school died before age 45 from colon cancer, it was my calling to do preventative health. So I then furthered my education in integrative and functional medicine in preventative health and emphasizing anti-aging, and then founded and owned Quantum Health and Wellness Center. And this prompted me to write my book about how to get ahead. Not just how to get ahead in life, but how to get ahead in your intimate relationships. So in regards to responsibility, resilience, and possibility, those were key components in my drive to even write this book and to enter my profession. In regards to responsibility, I think being a physician is one of the highest responsibilities and commitment of any profession. We have long hours, night shifts, you have physical and emotional fatigue, delayed gratification, significant amount of student loans when you've finished school. And it starts out with, for my example, 4 years of undergraduate, 4 years of medical school, and then 2 years of general surgery training and 4 years of urologic training. So that's 16 years of quite intense programs. First, you start out with an MCAT, which is medical college admission testing, and then USMLE, which is a United States medical licensing examination, and then proceed to board certification with yearly continuing medical education, journals, conferences, recertification. So it's quite a bit of intense work and really provides you for amazing work ethic. You also have human life at stake. You've been entrusted with people's health, their privacy, and their vulnerable moments. And this directly impacts sometimes life or death. So it requires quite a bit of resilience to become a physician. You have to have compassion, focus, composure, sharpness under pressure. And then while in medical school, you have to be strong. You develop like a thick skin, right? So for me, I had a preceptor who was the head of urology, and I didn't even know what urology was at that time. And he explained how medicine and surgery was such an impactful way for a actual residency program, had completeness of being able to do surgery as well as do medicine. And so I was so excited about the field of urology. I went to my dean, who actually dissuaded me from such a male-centric field. Then I found a mentor, a female urologist, who encouraged me to follow my passion and to become a urologist, and then really be able to develop this thick skin and significant camaraderie in the field of urology. But the key is resilience. Don't be afraid to insert yourself into anything that's difficult once you're really intrigued by the passion that you have for any particular field. Because this negativity actually fueled my desire to do urology even further. I was only one of 50 female urologists at that time when I was applying amongst 10,000 urologists. This was quite a challenge. And so going into this field was more of a goal, a commitment, a challenge, but such a great reward in being able to achieve and help my patients doing something I really enjoyed and loved. So what I've learned is the possibility of migrating from Jamaica to the United States. It's not just a land of opportunity, it's a land of possibilities. To explore my potential and prove my merit was one of the key things I wanted to do in contribution in urology. So I was able to do private practice for 25 years. I then went on to be an associate professor, as well as living the American dream by founding and owning my own business at Quantum Health and Wellness Center, to becoming an author, to really educate people how to get ahead in life leads from how to get ahead in your life to your intimate life. And hopefully you will enjoy this book as much as I enjoyed writing this. So enjoy BookFest, as it may just really enlighten your future life.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jim Elliott, editor-at-large at Publishers Weekly, and former editorial director of the magazine. And it's my great honor to award the BookFest Honorary Achievement Award this year to Mark Coker, who I think almost needs no introduction to this crew. Mark is the founder of Smashwords and has been involved in the independent publishing industry for many years, maybe longer than we all want to think. With him and I are thinking it's at least 20 years or so. I first met Mark about 20 years ago when he came into the Publishers Weekly office to pitch a story about this company that I had barely heard of. And we spent, I would say, a good hour or so going over the finer points of what self-publishing could do and what his idea for Smashwords was. And, he really made a very sound case of, what the future was going to be, as it turns out. And ever since then, we followed the development of Smashwords very closely. In a conversation before this presentation, we have been talking about how much we had seen each other at different conferences, let's say. If anybody was an evangelist for self-publishing, I definitely think you'd have to put Mark high up on the list. because you could tell right from the beginning, he generally felt passionate about what he was doing. And we had a lot of discussions about what self-publishing used to be like. For those who may not be old enough to remember, before digital technology came along, you were really reduced to relying on print books that you would have to pay literally tens and thousands of dollars for, and that you really had no distribution for, and which nobody really cared that much about. And it was not the most prestigious or well looked upon business. So getting into the whole operation, Mark, I think, identified some of these things that he knew had to be corrected. And with the dawn of digital publishing, he was the right guy in the right place with Smashwords. It handled a lot of things that previously somebody who wanted to be a self-publisher couldn't do, or even a small independent publisher couldn't do. Hard to get press time, hard to get the attention of readers, virtually impossible to get distribution. You put all that together and you had quite a mountain to climb. And it was, Mark and others like him that really began, spreading the word of independent publishing and what it really held, the possibilities it held for the future. And some of that could be found in a statistic I just looked up a couple of days ago on a story I wrote last year about Bowker and its numbers. And it's found that in 2023, there were 2.6 million self-published titles released that year. And there are about 426,000 traditional published titles released. So I think that shows you, almost in a nutshell, how much self-publishing and independent publishing has evolved. And it's really, I think, really terrifically appropriate that it comes at this time that Mark is honored, because we've written some stories, some of you hopefully have read about in Publishers Weekly and PW Daily, about the changes that traditional publishers are ongoing, how traditional powerhouse publishers such as Madeline McIntosh has left to found Authors Equity, and Zandu has been founded by a veteran of Random House as well. And these publishers are really embracing what independent and self-publishing can do, and what you don't, and how the old traditional publishing model is basically, if not broken, suffering some cuts. During one of these stories, we talked about to an author who pointed out we're in an author-centric era now. In the old days, when you really depended on publishers to do everything for you if you were an author, from paying you an advance to editing the manuscripts to distributing it keyly. Those things have all sort of been taken over by processes that independent publishers can do using such tools as Smashwords and the draft to digital combination. So it really has been, quite a dramatic change over the last 20 years. And Mark, I was kind of wondering what your thoughts, and do you think you'd ever get this far?
Well, first of all, I'm really honored, and Jim, I'm honored that you're presenting this. I feel like you're part of the story of the indie movement. I have such fond memories of our first meeting, walking into your office, seeing your desk that looked just like my desk.
My desk is a landmark.
Well, it organized in 3 dimensions, right. But it was organized. I never imagined, I had a dream. I had a crazy idea. I wanted to disrupt traditional publishing. I wanted to democratize it. I wanted to make it accessible to every writer in the world at no cost. I wanted to empower readers to read what they want, not just what publishers and agents tell them they can read. So, that was the original vision of just democratizing publishing, putting the power into the hands of authors. I never really imagined it would become so transformative for so many people. I had no idea the obstacles that we were going to run into. That day that you and I met in your office, and it must have been close to an hour and a half, that you were so generous with your time. Some kid from Silicon Valley with dreams, who knew nothing about publishing other than what it felt like to be a rejected author.
Right.
And so it is gratifying to see what's happened. I started the company, from the basis of just believing in authors, believing in writers. I had faith that, locked between the brains and the fingertips of all these writers, there would be future classics. And, I just felt like if we could make it possible for any writer anywhere in the world to professionally publish an ebook, that some of those authors would go on to become future bestsellers, future classics. But I didn't really understand the obstacles that we're running up
Right.
against. So, at the time when we launched Smashwords in 2008, there was a tremendous stigma around self-publishing, and that stigma was probably strongest among the writing community. Writers at the time could be vicious to one another. When one writer kind of stepped out of the fold and said, I want to self-publish, they were attacked by fellow writers who believed that only publishers had the divine wisdom to determine when a writer was ready to graduate to become a published author. And the conventional wisdom at the time was that you just keep working hard, keep taking those rejections, keep getting better. And when you're finally good enough, the publishers will let you into the system. And I thought that was just all hogwash. Keep in mind that at the time, I started working on the business plan in 2005. We launched in 2008. At the time, and we were going to launch a business.
Mark, I'd like to for just a second, because we have to talk about Amazon before our time runs out. Because, I remember, Amazon was really starting to roll, and how determined you were to give authors alternatives to what Kindle and Amazon were creating, and how you wanted to be fair and ethical. Not saying that Amazon isn't any of those things, but you really wanted authors to be able to do their own thing and to really benefit from all the rewards, from all their hard work, and not kind of get caught up in this gigantic system where you had to follow Amazon's rules.
Right. I believed in freedom. I thought about, what are the best things about a traditional publisher? What are the tools and knowledge that are necessary so that, that publishing could be unlocked for everyone? So we needed to provide access to the printing press. It needed to be free. That was always very important to us from the beginning. If our service wasn't free, then it would not be accessible to every writer in the world. So it needed to be free. We needed to unlock the printing press. We did that with ebooks, making a virtual printing press that we put in the cloud, made it available to everyone. We provided tools that automated the conversion and production of ebooks. We recognized that, in order to publish like a professional publisher, you need to understand the best practices of professional publishing. So, you look at, our marketing over the last, 18 years, it's always around what are the best practices, sharing best practices, helping writers, think and act like a professional publisher. And then, a year into the business, we realized that you can't really sell a book unless that book is in a bookstore where readers go to buy books.
Right.
And so it took us about a year to figure that out. And so, the second year of Smashwords in 2009, we made the crazy idea to become we wanted to become the Ingram of ebook distribution, because at the time, self-published authors could not distribute their ebooks to the major retailers. You needed a distributor to do that. So we thought we'd fill that role and become the distributor. And to my delight, the major retailers were all eager to carry these books, not just some of the books, but all of the books. And once self-published authors had their books on the virtual shelves of these bookstores side by side with the traditionally published books. They started selling, and authors started making money. Authors started hitting the bestseller lists. And as these authors became successful, it inspired fellow writers and inspired the industry to recognize that you could self-publish with pride, professionalism, and commercial success. You could publish with respect. And so, I got to hand it to the writers. I told the writers, I believe in you, and the writers believed in themselves, and they did the heavy lifting. They're the ones that did all the work, that had the guts to put their books out as self-published authors, understanding all that tremendous stigma at the time. But they believed in themselves, and they believed in their readers, and the readers believed in them, and magic was created.
Right. Because I know my wife was an early reader of ebooks, and her, like most other readers, don't really know who the publisher of a book is. I mean, they know if it's a good book or a bad book, and they don't know if it's published by Simon & Schuster or Mark Coker. I mean, so, to kind of take away that, kind of veil that people inside publishing placed a lot of value on, but maybe not so much outside. I mean, obviously, the physical retailers did. They had to have a reputation, but readers really did. And I think, again, you're seeing that more and more happening, and that authors are really have taken control of their careers and are making a lot of important decisions.
And one of the neat epiphanies that I've had, over the course of this adventure, is really coming to understand that self-publishing and the self-publishing revolution, it's not just about providing access to the printing press. It's about creating a book experience for readers that is superior for the readers. Because if you think about it, when you give total publishing control to the author, when they're in control of their production, what they write, how they write it, what they produce, the cover design, the release schedule, the distribution, the pricing, the promotions. When you give the author control over all of these things are such important levers in determining customer satisfaction, sure, reader satisfaction. And I think what we get when you self-publish books is you've got authors who are able to service and serve their readers in ways that traditional publishers cannot.
Right. And can go into new territories. I mean, romantasy is the hottest thing in publishing right now. And a lot of its roots do come from self-published authors. I mean, there's no doubt about that. And we've seen houses like Source Books, Dominique Rocca, who was an independent publisher herself, and recently has really tapped into what's happening in the self-publishing world, and is taking on some authors who have only published in digital format and put it in print, and she's had huge numbers of bestsellers.
Yeah. Well, I think, when we look to the future here, the next 5-10 years, I think the next great opportunity is for the indie community and the traditional community to start working together more closely. There's been very little collaboration over the last 15, 17 years. But I see a lot of opportunity. If we look at what we think of as publishing as a service, and think of it as a services spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, you've got self-published authors, DIY, and on the other end, you've got full-service traditional publishers. Full-service traditional publishers do everything for the author. DIY, you do everything yourself. There's an opportunity to start meeting in the middle, to think of publishing services as a spectrum of services. There's an opportunity. See right now, today, traditional publishers, one problem with their business model is that they're forced to practice a culture of no. they have to reject, between publishers and the agent community, 97.5% of authors are not going to sell their first book to a publisher because they're so discerning in their curation. But imagine if a publisher could say yes to every author. Imagine if a publisher could engage with every author, invest in every author. And I think that's what we've shown with our extreme version of our business model, is that, by making everything free and accessible, by making our services in the cloud and self-serve, we're able to invest in every writer in the world.
Right. Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah.
And so, publishers could do that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No, I
so
definitely think
I'd
traditional
like to see the world move in that direction,
Yeah.
because I think traditional publishing is great. I think self-publishing is great. And I think all those little options in the middle can also be really great. The key thing is it's the author's choice. The author's in control. They decide how their book is going to make it to market.
Right, right. Yeah. I've talked to a lot of independent publishers and all that, this year, and they really think, now is a great time for innovation because, traditional publishing is sort of stalled. And like, we mentioned before, they're depending more and more on books that were originally self-published. So, maybe there is some ways that this entire industry actually could work better together.
Yeah, I look forward to that day, and I hope that we can be part of that next level of transformation, because in many senses, self-publishing is already traditional publishing, especially in certain genres. Indie authors dominate romance today, to the point that many traditional publishers just don't want to invest in that the way they used to, because I remember one big publisher telling me a few years ago, back when there was still BEA, that they can't make a business selling 99-cent and $1.99 ebooks.
I heard those same stories too.
Yeah.
Yep. So, all right. So look what you've brought here, Mark. Why are we giving you an award? You upended the whole thing. No, seriously. Again, you're truly one of the pioneers in independent publishing and self-publishing, and freeing up authors to be able to write what they want and, get it on shelves, be it, online or in a physical retailer.
Well, thank you, Jim, and thank you to BookFest, and thank you to every self-published author who believed in themselves. Thank you to all of our partners, all the major retailers that have invested so heavily in supporting self-published authors. Thank you to them. This revolution couldn't have happened without them. Thank you to all the Smashwords and Drafted Digital employees. They're the ones that do the heavy work. I, just came up with the ideas. And Jim, again, thank you to you. That at a time when self-publishing was characterized by so much stigma, 17, 18 years ago when we first met, you gave me the time of day. You showed respect, and you always have, to self-published authors and to indie authors. You recognize that we're part of the wonderful tapestry of publishing. Right. And so I thank you for that as well. It's such an honor that you're giving this award.
It's very kind of you, and I was flattered that you should ask, because you were always my go-to guy when I had a question about self-publishing and independent publishing. So it was a good team there, Mark.
Well, we'll keep it going.
Okay, you got a deal.
All right. Thanks.
Welcome to the BookFest. I'm Joe Solari from Reader Nation and Author Nation, and I'm here with the infamous J.N. Chaney. How are
Infamous.
You? Infamous. Notorious? Yeah. Which do you
Notorious. Like? Notorious JNC, yeah.
There you go. There you go. Your rap name.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. So great to have you on the show, and, the whole plan here is to talk things all science fiction-y. Why don't we start out with like what got you into writing science fiction?
Well, I didn't do a lot of reading as a kid. I got into it because I read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe when I was in, I think it was like 8th grade. And before that, it was like a lot of like contemporary fiction, or Bible stories that my mom would read to me, things like that. But then I read that book and I was like, oh, this is like way more interesting. And then years later, I read, I got really into Halo in high school. And then I read the prequel book, The Fall of Reach by Eric Nyland, which I read. I think I read it like 2 or 3 times. And my friend was like, oh, if you like that, you should read Ender's Game, because they get a lot of ideas from that book. And so I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'll go check that out. I picked it up and I didn't read it for like a few months. And then one day I just said, I need to read that book. So I started reading it. Couldn't put it down. I mean, I think I read it in like 3 days or something, which for me at the time was very fast. I mean, now I could read a book in a day, no problem. But back then it was like, if I read for more than an hour, that was a lot. And I think I read in like 3-hour bursts over those 3 days and just like destroyed that book. And then I turned around and read it again. I read it so many times that I wore it out, as a little paperback.
Yeah.
And so I got so into that story and that character that it was at that point where I was like, that's what I want to do. I want to write this type of stuff, because I was writing for fun on the side. In school, I was posting little like fan fictions and little fantasy stories and stuff on these web forums, mostly Zelda fan fiction. And eventually I started writing my own stuff. And then finally, when I read that book, I'm like, I like this a lot more. I want to write sci-fi. I want to connect with people the way this book connected with me, and it was because of that feeling that I pursued this genre. I think, and then eventually, I started writing sci-fi, online, and then eventually I decided to just make a go of it and make that, my future profession. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it, but I decided right then and there that's what I was going to do.
Well, let's kind of double click on that. Like, what was the first book that you published?
First book I published was this one right here, The Amber Project. This was not exactly the original cover. We had different typography. Didn't really know what I was doing, but this was the original cover art, and we've changed it since then. We've updated it. Now it's a totally different cover, but this was the book that I wrote for my master's thesis when I was in the military.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the first half of this book's divided into 2 parts, and the first half of it, the reason I did the 2 parts was because you could only write up to so many pages for your thesis. So I made the first half of this book my thesis, and then after I got out of the military and I graduated and everything, I continued writing it and I finished it, and that's where the second half comes from. So I published that on my birthday, April 14th. I think it was my 31st birthday. I'm 41 now, so it was 10 years ago.
Okay. And you didn't stop there?
No, I didn't stop there. I wrote 4 books in this series very slowly because I didn't know what I was doing. So I was learning a lot on, publishing, the industry as a whole, publishing and marketing. I was going to conferences, I was making connections, and I was staying very busy. I had a very limited budget because all the money I had, I'd saved up in the military over a 4-year period. So I was living off of that for the first 2 years of this job. Mm-hmm. I got out of the military with like a nest egg, and I said, this is going to be what I start my business with. And then I grew it from there using that seed money that I had saved up. And it took me probably about 3 years to write, maybe 2.5 to write all 4 of these books. This first book took 5 years, all the way through the military. and about 6 months after. And then book 2 took me a year, book 3 took me 6 months, and book 4 took me 3 months. So I was getting faster and more efficient as I went, because I started to understand plot structure. I started to understand like my style that I had developed at that point. And then from there, I went and I wrote Renegade Star, which was like the big hit that I had. And Renegade Star, I think it hit like 200 in the store when it came out. Just kind of took off organically. I didn't really spend a ton of money on ads. I did like all the free advertising I could find because I didn't have a big budget.
So what year was this?
This was like 2017, I think.
Okay.
And it was a little bit easier to get your book in front of people back then. That book took off. And it was short. It was only like 65,000 words, I think, something like that. So it was a shorter book, which back then you could do easier. So more like a serial, I guess.
And what made you like, I mean, to give folks that are watching this some context, like Variant Saga versus Renegade Star, I know because I've read the books. They're a little different.
Very different, yeah. Yeah, the Amber Project is written more like Ender's Game and Fallout if they had a baby.
Okay.
But this was more literary. It was more. It was much more difficult to write, not just because it was my first book, but because of the structure of it, like the way that it's written. So you can see here, I have like these little audio log excerpts before every chapter, so they're like a story within a story, and coming up with one for every single chapter is a lot of work. And so that slowed down the process of writing. But to me, artistically, it made the book a lot more fun to write, because I always really liked that in Ender's Game, like how he had done that. And so I said, I'm going to do my own version of that in this book. But with Renegade Star, I didn't do that. I wrote in first person, as opposed to the Amber Project was third person. I find first person much easier to write. Just goes a lot faster. And so I chose that style so I could write it faster. It could feel more immersive, follow one character. I didn't do the audio logs with Renegade Star. And I told a very straightforward story, adventure story. Like the old serials, So
really kind of pulpy, space opera.
Much more pulpy, yeah, because that was my target. My goal was to write space opera, and I wanted to write something that I felt like would pull you in, that the audience was really looking for. I found sort of a gap in the market at the time, where I felt I could fill that, I could fill that niche, and it worked, and it took off.
So, you kind of touched on your pace. Like, took you 4 years to write one book, then 6 months, 3 months. Since then,
well, Renegade Star took less than a month. So, it was.
And how many books are in that series?
16 books in that series. 60 in the universe. We've had multiple spinoffs.
So, talk about that a little bit, like the universe, and like what got you thinking about like getting other people to write in your story world and managing all that fun stuff, and why you would do that. Why wouldn't you just write those stories yourself?
Yeah, I mean, well, I can't write that fast, for one, and I can't write multiple series at once either, myself. But I never really planned to. I didn't really plan to do any spinoffs. But once Renegade Star took off, and I had kind of proven that this was a universe people wanted to be in, and I was building my fan group and everything. And, we got 47,000 people in the group now on Facebook. But at the time, I started that group when I published Renegade Star. That's why it's called Renegade Readers. And it started building very quickly. And I started getting messages from other sci-fi authors about wanting to write in that universe, because at the time, writing in a shared universe in a successful series, that was becoming more popular. People were kind of doing that a lot more frequently, especially in sci-fi. That had sort of taken off a little bit. And so I started getting these requests from people that I had both met at conferences at like 20 books, like Scott Moon and Aaron, James S. Aaron, a few other people. And then I started getting messages from people I'd never met before who had just read the book and were like, I want to write in this universe. And so I think Scott was the first person who did a series in that universe. He did The Last Reaper. Jonathan Yanez did a 4-book series early on. And yeah, I mean, since we've had, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 different series in it. But The Last Reaper was the most successful spinoff. It went for 15 books.
Wow.
So yeah, so I mean, like that just kind of organically started happening. People would come to me and say like, hey, I'm really interested in writing in this universe. It seems like a lot of fun. Is there space for that? And I would say, well, yeah, I mean, we just have to find something we haven't done before. Let's tell a story we haven't done before. Let's explore a part of the universe we haven't explored before. Let's ask the readers in the group what they want to see more of, and so we made it more of a back and forth with the audience. And we started delivering stuff that we knew the audience would want to read. And it just kind of grew from there. And so before I knew it, I think I had like 3 ongoing series in that universe at one time. That was like the most at that point. Like early on, that's all we did. We just did Renegade Star stuff.
Yeah.
And then after a while, the universe was getting so big that it was becoming a lot to manage. So I had to bring on somebody just to manage the lore. And we called her the lore master of the Renegade universe.
Yeah.
Which was just a reader at first. Eventually she wrote in the universe. Then after a while, it was becoming a lot for me to edit because I would have to edit every single book to account for like, the characters that might pop up and things like that. So I was like I was correcting a lot of things because like, when you didn't build the universe and you're a writer coming into it, you're going to miss a lot of details. You're going to mix things up. You're just not going to be as good at it as if you had built it from scratch yourself. And so me and my developing team at the time, my editors, we would all go through it and we'd have to find little things and the beta readers would find little things. And it was all kind of coming together, organically. And after a while I was like, okay, this is really slowing me down, from writing my books. And so I said, we need to, just the attention to detail, the lore and all that, we need to kind of pull back from the Renegade stuff. Let's see if we can launch a series that's its own thing in its own universe, unrelated to this. And that's when we did the Messenger series. So,
and that was with Terry Maggart.
Yeah, that was with Terry Maggart. So, the only reason that he and I did the Messenger was because I looked at the market and I said, what is the market not getting right now? What is it not like? What do I think is a cool subgenre or trope that's not being explored to its fullest potential? And at the time, in that moment, it was Japanese style mecha sci-fi, which is different from like Transformers mech sci-fi. There were a few of those and they weren't doing very well. And I said, I think Gundam style mecha might do something.
So like, I know we're getting into the nerdy stuff, but probably a lot of folks are going to enjoy this. But like,
getting a little into the weeds, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's like, there's a difference. And what clearly based on how the Messenger did and these other books didn't do, what do you think that difference is and why did it resonate then?
I think that when people, like there were a couple of series, and I won't get into any specifics or names or anything like that. I don't want to call anyone out, but there were a few series where they were doing the Michael Bay Transformer style robots.
Okay.
And when I looked at those, I thought, okay, well, we just had a Transformers movie. A lot of people are not that interested, in my opinion, from what I was seeing. These books weren't selling that well. And my assumption was, well, we have movies for this, right? Like we have like big budget American movies that are making $1 billion and, there's no demand here for content around this idea. So, but like there's not really, outside of like Pacific Rim, which did not make $1 billion.
Right. Did not do very well, but people that love it, right?
Yeah. And there's like a whole genre of anime for mecha that, in my opinion, at the time was a little underserved. Like you had Gundam and all this stuff, like, sort of in the rear view from its heyday, but you weren't getting, you have Big O and all this, but you weren't getting like served a lot of this. And I don't think a lot of readers were getting books about this type of thing. So I thought, let me just try an experiment and see if there's like a little market for this. And there was. The book organically, with very little advertising, hit like 120 in the store when it came out. It just kind of exploded and took off in the algorithm. And they kind of showed me that, there is a demand for this. There is a need. Now, I don't think that need exists anymore, but I do think at the time it did. And that's the thing with publishing, is you're constantly going through these cycles of interests in the market with readers. And they're always looking for something new, fresh, and different that still feels a little familiar because it's what they want, but it can't just be a copy of something else that's out popular at the time, because somebody's already done that and it's already filled that need, right? So like that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be like original while also delivering some sort of familiar trope that hasn't been served up in a long time. And that was at the time The Messenger.
So like fast forward, then you guys wrap that up, and the next thing you and Terry do together is Backyard.
No, after that we did Starcaster.
Okay.
Which did okay. Did okay. But that was sort of like sci-fi and magic, so space fantasy. And then we did Backyard Starship after that. And that was an idea I had set on for, I think at that point, 2 years, just waiting to put it out. And I thought it would do well. It's another one of those ideas where I'm like, I think the market really wants something like this, and there's not a lot of it. Sort of like Flight of the Navigator from the 80s, discovering a spaceship hidden somewhere, and then going off into uncharted, exploration, like exploring the universe, a regular person going off and doing that. I felt like that idea could do really well. I had also been playing Stardew Valley, the video game, which is, for those who don't know, a farming game where it's kind of like if you played Harvest Moon back on the old like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, PlayStation, all those games. That was a really popular farming simulator for a long time, but it had this trope in it for almost every single game where you would inherit a farm from your grandfather. And Stardew Valley did the exact same thing, because that had started out as a Harvest Moon clone and has now become wildly successful. But it had the same trope where like you inherit a farm from your grandfather. And I always loved that trope in those games. And I thought, well, what if you inherited a farm from your grandfather, but there was a spaceship in the barn? And so the first story I had ever written in my, mid-adolescence, when I was 15, was a story where I found a spaceship behind our house in the woods. And me and my friends went off into space and had adventures. I wrote that on my mom's old yellow legal pad. And I think I wrote like 28 pages of that by hand, and had a lot of fun with it. And that idea, I think, is very like, I think it's widespread. I think a lot of people fantasize about that, like about going off on an adventure. I mean, that's what the Chronicles of Narnia is, right? Like you get teleported away from Earth to a fantasy land. And now we would call that portal fiction. We would call it isekai if it's fantasy. But in sci-fi, now you have a lot of stories like this. But when we put out Backyard, there were only a few. And so I just kind of called back to that old story I had written back when I was a kid and blended it with Stardew Valley. And that's where Backyard came from. And then I pitched it to a few people. One person said yes, they were into it, but they were going to be really slow on writing it. And I said, well, I don't want to write 3 books a year in this. I want to have this come out every couple of months. I want like, this needs to be a priority because like I have a good feeling about this story. And so then I went to Terry, I think he was on book 11 in the Messenger series. And I said, I got this idea. At the time I was calling it my backyard spaceship idea. And he was like, Terry's very excited about ideas. He gets really pumped up. And so he's like, I love it. It sounds great. Let's do it. And I'm like, well, Terry, you still got 4 more books in the Messenger. He's like, that's okay. That's okay. Let's do it. And I'm like, okay, we'll wait till we're done with the Messenger. And then we'll move on to this backyard spaceship story. And so he and I would kind of brainstorm, talk on the phone a lot over the next several months until finally the Messenger was done and we started hashing out this idea. And then one day he was like, let's call it Starship instead of Spaceship. And I said, okay, if you think it sounds better, sure. And that's why the name changed. But, from there, we just kind of took off with it. And it really, it came together. I think we ended up merging the first 2 books because we had 2 different storylines. We merged those together into the first book. And then after that, we were off to the races. And those books were coming out, I think, to this day, every 60 days. And now we're about to put out book 29. Wow. Or we just put out book 29. We're about to put out book 30.
And so the big change is you've just released something that isn't co-written. So how many co-written books are there? Like 60, 100, 200?
I have published 320 something books up to this point over the last 10 years. But most of them are co-written. I think the solo written stuff is less than 30. I've got 16 Renegade Star books, 5 prequel books. No, 6 prequel books. Sorry, 6 prequel books. And then the Variant Saga, which puts us at 26. And then this, I think, is 27.
Well, I got this in the mail.
Yeah. Yeah, I sent out a few packages. Joe got one of them. They came with some goodies. Yep, old Galaga game.
So talk about cube. This, I know, I don't know where the Rubik's Cube went. Like, all Rubik's Cubes, they just go off into the wilderness and never come back.
They go to the Rubik's farm.
Yeah. So let's talk about this. And, you and I, you've been talking about this book with me probably for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, probably longer. I think it's closer to 4.
Don't date
It took 2 years to write, so which is crazy because I'm already almost done with book 2. So this book came out like 8-9 days ago. It is the culmination of years of work. It's the longest book I've ever written. It's 120,000 words. Very proud of it. But the idea is it's a little bit of an homage to The Last Starfighter, very intentionally. There's references to that movie in the book if you're an eagle-eyed reader and you're a fan of that movie. But then it kind of veers off and does its own thing. The idea was that there was this kid, saving up money for college, and he's working at his uncle's diner/arcade over the summer, trying to save money. And one day he goes into his uncle's office and he finds this old 80s comic book, and he opens it up and it details this story of these starship pilots fighting in this alien intergalactic war. And it's only about 12 pages. And then after the 12 pages, there's like an encyclopedia of just world building, information that's even longer than the comic was. And then at the end of that, there's an advertisement right next to a Sea Monkeys advertisement that says call this number, to apply to be a Nova Slinger, which is the name of the pilots in the story. And he's like, wow, that's all, it's only a 12-page story. What a weird call to action. So he's like, I wonder if that number still works, and on a whim, he calls the number, and it does. This strange voice answers, which he interprets as an automated answering machine, and starts asking him questions that he then has to answer. But the questions, as the quiz goes along, become more and more personal and elaborate. And so it's very strange the way it starts unfolding, and it adapts to his answers. So he starts to realize that there's something more to this, but he doesn't really understand it. And then he leaves and he goes home and kind of just like tries to put it out of his head. But when he gets home, a strange car pulls up in his driveway, an old DeLorean that looks brand new, and a strangely dressed man who looks like he's just straight out of time. Like he's dressed like he's, it's the late 70s, early 80s or something. And he just calls himself the recruiter. And he says, I'm here to, you applied and you passed the test. I'm here to pick you up. And Mark, he just thinks like, well, is this guy role playing? Is this part of the, what prize did I win? Is this part of the contest? The guy's like, oh yeah, contest. Yeah, sure. Get in the car. So, he gets in the car and then sci-fi shenanigans ensue, and he ends up on a space station, officially joined up with this, with the Nova Slinger Corps. So that's all I want to say about the story. But there's also an underlying mystery in the book of back in the 80s, you had all these movies, you had all these shows and all these, old arcade games. And they somehow found their way out into the greater universe, the greater galaxy. And so all these alien cultures that he encounters, they all know about things like Pretty in Pink and the Goonies and Star Wars and Star Trek and all this stuff. Alien and Terminator and everything. And but for some reason, their information, their pop culture knowledge sort of ends at 1989. And he doesn't know why. And nobody's telling him. And so he has to kind of figure out like what happened. Why is he the only human recruit? Why did the galaxy cut all communications with Earth at that point? So that's an ongoing mystery throughout the book that gets resolved in the first book. So, but that all kind of comes from my own. Like this book is probably the most personal book I've ever written in terms of my interests. I really like pinball. I really like arcades. I really like 80s pop culture. And, I was born in 1984. I was not old enough to live through that time period, like as you would need to be to really appreciate it. Much like Mark in this book, although he's much younger than me. He's 19 in 2025. But he was surrounded by that stuff growing up because of his dad and his uncle. And that's the same for me. His dad had a Corvette that I modeled after my dad's Corvette. That's in the book. I have an Uncle Mike just like he does, but mine did not own an arcade. And I pulled from a lot of personal stuff and my own interests and everything. So I hope people really identify with that and enjoy it. I think they will. Reception so far has been really positive. A lot of people saying that it brings them back to, their youths and a more fun time, which was my goal with this book. I just wanted to write something that people would have fun with.
Cool. Well, one of the things that I think is interesting, you mentioned earlier about like how you started online with the community, 40,000 people are in that. It's probably more than that now, right? How many?
I think it's almost 47,000. Yeah.
But you're kind of taking a different approach, and part of why we're here with Reader Nation is you last year at our reader event, and then this year you're really focusing having readers connect up with you and your other co-writers in real life.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in kind of like, why is that important to you? And what are some of the things you've got planned around the launch of the book in a couple weeks? And this is airing at, in end of October here. So like November 7th, we have Reader Nation in Las Vegas, and you're going to be there with Terry Maggart and Terry Mixon and Matt Goodwin and all the other co-writers.
Jason Anspach,
Yep.
Nicholas Sansbury Smith will be there. I'm working on a book with him coming up, and Jason and I have been co-writers for years. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have a booth for people to check out. We're gonna have all the books there. I'll have, hardcovers of 1-800 Starship, along with special gift boxes like the one that Joe's got. We'll have those there too, a limited amount, but we'll have them. I think for me, I don't attend a lot of conferences. I'm just not that interested in traveling, every month or two to these circuits and doing a ton of signings and stuff. And it's not because I don't enjoy it. I enjoy it quite a bit. It's just that I'm so busy writing. I'm so busy working with all these co-writers and running the business, the publishing company, that there's not a lot of time. I also have a 1.5-year-old kid, and he obviously takes up a lot of time too. So I can really only go to one conference a year. And so I have to be very selective with, where that's going to be. And for the last, I don't know, how many years has it been, Joe? Like 7 or 8 years? Yeah. It's always been the conference in Las Vegas. Before it was 20 books, and now it's Author Nation.
Yeah.
And I do that because it's the biggest author conference in the country. And, it's the one where all my friends go. It's the one where all my co-writers go. It's where I've made all my connections. And now that we have this reader event, I've leaned really heavily into it. I think last year was the first one. And then before that, 20 Books had a smaller version of it. Mm-hmm. But I started going to that last year. And we had so much fun, me and the co-writers, that this year we're going to bring even more merch. We're going to bring even more books. We're going to bring more co-writers and try to do an even more elaborate setup, just because we really enjoy the FaceTime with people, and we enjoy meeting people that have actually read the books, which is very different from like going to an author conference. Like when you go to an author conference, you're really talking about like business, and you're talking about like, how do you do your marketing? How do you handle payroll? How do you like all this boring stuff that is good to know, but it's not that interesting. It's not that fun. Like we got into this to write books, and because we're passionate about stories. And so most of the authors you meet, every once in a while I meet somebody who's also a fan, at those things, but like mostly they haven't read my books. But when you go to the reader event, now you're meeting people that are like passionate about the thing you're there to do, which is to put books out. And so you finally get to embrace that side of it. And that's why like, that's so much more fun. And so you go from like a business mindset where you're learning how to be a better, like, published author, a better marketer, to now something that's a lot more like, this is the creative stuff. This is the fun stuff. So that's, in my mind, that's why the reader event shines for somebody like me, because I get to like just talk about books and talk about like the stories that I put all this energy and emotion into. And then I get to hear from people that got something real out of it.
Well, it gets back to what kind of you opened up with, is that whole experience when you encounter a story that kind of immerses you, right? Where like you're thinking about these characters like they're real people. You're wondering like, what's going to happen? And I think that it's really interesting to see, because the reality is you go back when you started writing, there's people would say, well, why are you getting into publishing? Reading books isn't going to be a thing, right? Like but the reality is there's more people reading than there's ever been. Mm-hmm. And when you put it around that people listening to books, it's even bigger. And now to see that they'll physically show up at a location to talk about books about imaginary people and space aliens, it's kind of crazy.
I mean, I get emails almost every day from random readers throughout the world, and you know they're always really fun to to check out, because and I try to reply to every single one of them, but they're always like, this really touched me, and it's always a different series. I mean, a lot of it's Backyard Starship, Renegade Star, it's a lot of the big hitters, but sometimes I'll get an email about a series we did 6 years ago that had like 4 to 6 books in it, and this person's like, this is my favorite series I've ever read, and I'm like, oh man. I'll it's usually a co-write or something, and I'll reach out to the co-writer, and that makes their day. Sometimes it makes their week, because they cared a lot about that story, and so did I. And so to see even one person appreciate it like that, it just means the world,
Yeah.
The one that always stands out to me is when somebody emails me about this cyberpunk series we did called Soul Arbiter. And the author of that, the co-writer, he used a pen name, but he's also our art director. And so he kind of worked on this on the side, and there was like a 2-year gap between 5 and 6 because he got so caught up like with work and everything that we just didn't have time to get to it. And then, he put a 2-year gap in the series itself, contextually in the story. So it kind of lined up perfectly with the release. But while that 2-year gap was happening, I was getting emails like every couple of months from a random person. They'd be like, oh my God, I love Soul Arbiter. Like, when are you going to do more? And I look at the sales on that series, and it's like one of the lower performers. But because we cared so much about the story, we put so much effort into it, especially my co-author, he asked me, like, can I do this? Can I take this risk in the story? Do you think that's okay? And I said, look, man, you should write whatever you want to write, whatever you think makes for the best, most interesting story. Go all out. Obviously we have to agree on it and we have to explore it together. But if you have something you're passionate about, like an idea, like let's look at that. Let's explore it. So we put a lot of like, big risk ideas in it that, we killed off certain characters. We did different things, and we weren't sure how it would be received. And so when I started getting emails like that from people, we started seeing messages in the group about it, even though it wasn't a big seller, it was just like, that's what made it worth it. Like, more than the sales, just seeing that people really liked it. The people that got it, and that was cool. Which is just a very different measuring stick from just sales.
Well, a mutual friend of ours, Jonathan Brzee, he and I were in Chicago having dinner together, and we got talking to the table next to us, and I introduced him. I'm like, oh, this is Jonathan Brzee. He's a big deal science fiction author.
Yeah, I remember the story.
You know how this story goes, but I'm kind of and I do that a lot and see what people do. And this one woman like lost her mind. She's like, "Oh my God, you're Colonel Brzee," and like she knew of this story about I think it was Marines that turned into werewolves, or
yeah. I know the series you're talking about.
Yeah. So I was like, she wasn't kidding. She was really into them, because this was not something you were going to find at like Barnes and Noble and on the bestseller. Like, she was in there deep into the weeds on it. So like, to have that happen, not only where you get that enthusiasm, because they could have just been pretending, right? Like, oh, sure, I know who you are. Like, but the fact that they did, and it resonated with that story, which just happens to be one of his favorite stories he ever wrote. Right. So like, that turned into a whole conversation. I mean, we closed the restaurant out. Like, we just sat around talking with these people. So I that to me is like where you're really seeing the true value of story, where this crazy imaginary character relationship that you've developed, somebody else has read, and now you come together in real life talking about like your relationship and how it's impacted things.
Yeah. Every once in a while, something weird like that will happen. I think the funniest one for me was it happened a couple of times to me over the years, because I mean I've been doing this for 10 years now, but the funniest one, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago. I went to high school with this girl, and we ended up dating very briefly when I was in the military. It was long distance, and it was only it was very short. And we stayed friends after that because we were friends before and everything. But over the years, we kind of stopped talking as much. We kind of moved in different directions. But she still has my number, and a few years ago, I think, like I said, 5 years ago, she randomly texted me. And she was like, hey, she's married at this point. I think she had a kid. And she's like, hey, you're never going to believe what just happened. And I said, what's going on? And she says, we were in bed. I was reading a book. My husband's reading a book next to me. And I looked over and I'm like, what are you reading? Because he was on his Kindle or something.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, and he turns it around and it's Renegade Star. And she's like, oh, I know him. I went to high school with him. And the guy, her husband, was like, what? you know the sci-fi author? And she's like, yeah. That's so-and-so. We dated a little bit. And he's like, no way, that's crazy. What are the chances? So yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, that's crazy. Another instance is like Craig Martell messaged us. He was on a plane, and he randomly saw a guy reading Backyard Starship on the plane. It's just like things like that will happen, and it feels so surreal.
Yeah. The other one I get is in our neighborhood, you're walking the dog and stuff, and you pass those little libraries that people have.
Oh
in
yeah,
their front yard, and I'll see somebody's book in there that I know.
Yeah. I saw A.G. Riddle's book at this local bookstore, right around the corner. They just opened, and I walked in there, and right on the desk, I saw his pandemic book, I think it was. It was just sitting there, and it was like a special edition version from Europe or something, and it had sprayed edges. And I was oh my God. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, I know that guy.
Yeah.
And Jerry, his books are huge. They're in bookstores and everything, and especially in Europe, and they're all traditionally published and stuff. And so, but this is a little bookstore in Las Vegas that had just opened, and they were still unboxing stuff. So only half the store was even stocked. And his book is right in the front, on the front shelf, in the little table. Where they display all their nice stuff. It was $100 or something like that because it was a special edition. And I looked at the owner because I was sitting there talking to him, and I'm like, I know this guy, And then Matt Dinniman's book is right over here on this shelf, and I'm like, I know that guy too. I'm like, this is so weird, man. What a weird industry.
It is,
really cool.
Especially
really
with it wasn't that long ago. I was having breakfast with Matt, and it was Dungeon Crawler Carl was just starting to get traction, and now the dude can't get a night's sleep. He was just at Comic-Con with 450 fans all dressed up like his character, and
that's wild.
It's so cool to see how those things come together over time, right? The joy that it brings people. And I had a similar thing. I was just out in our family beach house in Manzanita, and there's this tiny little bookstore in the town. I'm sure they do okay because they make all their money on beach reads, but what do they got? 1,000 books in that store, maybe? It's no bigger than my office, right? And there's prominently displayed Matt Dinniman's whole series.
Yeah, it's really cool when you see an author like that blow up and go mainstream.
Yeah.
Because similar things happen every once in a while. That's how The Martian started. It was an indie book, and it just blew up, and then it went trad. And the same thing with what's the Wool book? Is that what it's called?
Wool, yeah, or 50
Yeah,
Shades
Wool.
of Grey.
The Silo books. Yeah, I mean, and then like you go from seeing that book, it's like an Amazon self-published book, and then it just, it picks up and takes off. And then it ends up in bookstores. It ends up like there's a film adaptation or whatever it is. And you're like, man, that's crazy. That's so cool.
Yeah.
To watch somebody that started out similarly to you. And that's what I mean. It's like there's so many indie authors. The fact that, some of them, even if it's just a few, reach that level of prominence. And maybe it's someone you've met or whatever, maybe not, but like they started on the same path that you did when you started. And so it's like, that's possible now, that somebody with no traditional deal who just comes in out of nowhere, they can achieve that level of success if their books are good.
Yeah, I think what my observation has been in seeing a few of those cases come about, the superpower that they have is they were really readers to begin with, right? That was what drove them, was their love of story. And what got them in there was like, well, the story I want to read isn't here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to write it. And it just happens to be their, they were their own test market. And like, all of a sudden, like if you went to a lot of traditional publishing companies and said, listen, there's going to be a multi-million-dollar market for people reading books about going through a portal into a video game, they'd be like, no, there isn't. We don't even have a division that handles that. Is that science fiction? Is that fantasy? What is that? And it's like, out of the indie movement came an entire subgenre that is massive and growing. Like what's happened with romantasy, right? Those are things that really came out of what I would call reader authors, right? It was authors that were like, oh, I love epic fantasy, but I want there to be a little more romance and steamy.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing with the lit RPG genre is it's kind of surprising that it didn't already exist in books. I mean, you had Ready Player One. That's the one that kind of like kickstarted the whole movement. And then people saw that in the indie space and they were like, oh, I want to do that. I want to do more of that. But they don't draw much influence from that book. The influence seems to come from anime. Yeah, because anime has been anime specifically has been doing this for decades. Like lit RPG in anime, it's just isekai, and that's where the term comes from. And it's like, that's been around for decades. And I remember having conversations with publishers, I don't know, what was it, like 7-8 years ago? And they were just like, what is this? And I was getting asked that question by these publishers, because I'm friends with a few, and they were like, what is this? Where's it coming from? And I'm like, that's just anime, isekai. It's like, it's the Dot Hack series, it's that time I was reincarnated as a slime. Mm-hmm. It's Overlord. There's all these different ones. There's a lot of them now. I mean, you got Shield Hero and all this other stuff now. It's in its 4th season, but like they're so popular. They've been around forever. And if you go on Crunchyroll, which is an app for streaming anime, you'll see it's like half of the screen, like all the recommendation. It's all this stuff, and it's been like that for years. So anyone who was paying attention to this, this little ecosystem, this little bubble of entertainment, would have told you, well, of course, this is going to do well because it's so popular over here. But nobody was making that connection with books, right? Until after Ready Player One came out, and then people started writing lit RPG before it was called lit RPG. And it started doing really well. And then fans of the anime shows came in and were like, oh, well, I want to draw more inspiration from this than I will from Ready Player One. And so now I'm going to start creating more things like that. And so you got like the reincarnation tropes, like where you die in real life and then you're reincarnated in this fantasy world with all these RPG mechanics and yada, yada, yada. So like that's all anime stuff,
Yeah.
And so anyway, my point is like these authors that are doing that, they're pulling from other mediums, and that's kind of what I did with these books with Backyard Starship and The Messenger and, things like that, Renegade Star. pulling from movies, TV shows that are now long gone from decades ago, things I grew up with, drawing inspiration from that. And I think that is a lot more fun, and it feels more fresh when you do that than it does from just looking at the charts and being like, what's selling right now? Oh, well, I'm just going to copy that. And that's not fun as a writer, as a creative person, or as a reader. You know, it's like, well, I've seen that already.
Yeah. Oh, another copy of Game of Thrones.
Yeah. But like you said, to your point, like people were writing in early lit RPG, they were writing what they wanted to read, because there were no books like those animes. You know, like the anime was the only thing you had. So if you like to read and you were looking for something that was a little more immersive, getting into the head of characters, spending more time in the world, more flexibility for what you can do, now people are writing these books. And now the genre is its own thing. It's blown up so big. I mean, it rivals sci-fi in size.
Yeah, I would say in some like in audio, it's probably bigger.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, it's been great having you on this whole deal. Why don't you tell folks where they can find 1-800-STARSHIP? And
you can find 1-800-STARSHIP on Amazon, Audible. We've got hardcover, paperback, audiobook, ebook, all available on Amazon. And I hope everybody checks it out. We have book 2 coming out. If it's not already out by the time this airs, it might be, depending on when it airs. It comes out in October. And then this is going to be at least 6 books. But if you enjoy the 80s or, you know, old movies, old games, arcades, or you just want a fun sci-fi adventure story, check it out.
Awesome. And if you want to meet Jay and Cheney and his crew of co-writers, come to Reader Nation Live on November 7th and the Horseshoe Casino, or no, we're at Paris Casino this year in Las Vegas. And you can pick up one of those copies and get it signed by the man himself. Yeah.
We'll have most book 1s of everything we've done. So, you know, check out I think you guys got a store, right?
Yeah, the signingstore.com. You can pick them up, order them ahead of time.
Yeah, check out the store, and you can order them ahead of time, and then we'll have them waiting for you. Or you can bring a copy, or you can buy one. You can buy one there.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks a lot, Jeff. Good having you on.
Good talk. Bye, everyone.
All right, welcome everyone to Shelf Shuffle. We find out different books from a lot of different genres, what you might want to read next. So we're just going to jump right in and start with Linda. Linda, can you tell us what your newest book is?
My newest book and my first and only book is The Beauty and the Hell of It and Other Stories. And it's a collection about women who dare to color outside the lines. So I like to say it's my answer to the loveliness imperative, which is just the pressure we place on women to be appealing to men in everything they do. And these women are pushing back on that expectation.
Awesome. Stephen, how about your book?
I'm doing great today. And my new book coming out, it's actually the 4th in a series. It's called Snoodles in Space, Escape from Zoodletraz. And it's Schmoodle the Poodle and Droodle the Poodle, the 2 poodles. They're sent off to Zoodletraz because they don't allow pets on the planet Zoodle, and it's terrible that they don't allow pets. I'm against it. I believe they should have pets. But anyway, this is about rescuing Droodle and Schmoodle the poodles. And there's a lot of music-based stuff. And we also have an album, Noodle Ham Rocks, that goes with the Snoodles in Space, Escape from Zoodletraz.
Awesome. So great children's story coming out soon. William, how about you? What is your book about?
My book is about Alan Hovhaness unveiling one of the great composers of the 20th century. I'm actually the co-author. My mother wrote most of the text. However, she passed away and was not able to publish it. That's why I picked it up and did all the, editing and pictures and all the wrapper for it. The book is about Alan Hovhaness, not the composer, but the personal side of him. So it does cover a lot of their adventures in the music world, conversations they had with different composers and musicians, performers. It documents dates. And it originally was written to be a documentary and to show the personal side of him, but it eventually ended up being more like a love story between my mother and her husband, Alan Hovhaness.
Okay, so they were actually married. Okay,
Right.
Fantastic. And Trisha.
Hi, I write young adult fantasy. My latest release is To Be a Fae. In the series, Queen Titania, who is right here with us, is crowned queen. She's the first female monarch in her realm. And To Be a Fae is the 5th and final book in the series of the Realm Chronicle series. So it wraps that series up, and it's very exciting to have a complete series.
Fantastic. That's beautiful. And Tara, what do you got going on?
I have my second book, At Least I'm Trying. It's a new adult contemporary coming out on October 15th, and I like to describe it as Snapchat gone wrong. It basically highlights the worst case scenario of what could happen using meeting people on the internet.
Gotcha. So kind of like a warning story for
Yeah,
adults?
a little thriller vibes, but yeah, very much a warning.
Interesting. All right. I love the title. I was thinking that's hilarious. Great. So we got 2 YA, short stories, nonfiction, and children's. That's fantastic. All right. Can you tell us, Linda, a little bit more about like the preface behind your book? Like, why did you write the book that you wrote?
Rage at the contemporary female plight of existence. And it was actually well-distributed rage over a period of about 15 years. That's what the stories span. And I didn't really take the idea of getting them collected together as a compilation seriously until the beginning of 2020. Lots of people had more time on their hands then. And I saw people posting on social media that they were writing books, getting them published. And it made me jealous for the stories I had festering in a drawer. And that's what inspired me to put the collection together.
Very cool. The rage thing has got me, though. We'll have to come back to that. Stephen, so this is a continuation of a series. So, yeah, like where did the series come from?
Well, it all started like my first book was The Last Surviving Dinosaur, The Tyrantic Crankosaurus. Saurus is a Yiddish word for problems. And then I wrote 2 adult books on crankiness, The Grown-Up Guide to Effective Crankiness, The Crankosaurus Method, Cranky Superpowers, Life Lessons Learned from the Comic Crankosaurus Chronicles. So I have those. And things come out of being cranky, and then it became more kids' books. And I had Snoodles, Cadoodles, Poodles, and Lots of Noodles, Snoodles in Space, Snoodle, Doodle, Cadoodles, One Happy Schmoodle, Snoodles in Space, the Zoodle Strike Back. So now there's the 4th one, Escape from Zoodle Trash. And with every book, I'm thinking, okay, that's it. And my illustrator, who we work together, Andy Case, he keeps bothering me, like, oh, you have to like do more stories. And I go, I have nothing. And with this particular book, he never told me, but he happens to be a musician. He comes out with this album, Leap of Faith, Andy Case, Leap of Faith. It's a great album. He's coming out with his 2nd album in a month or 2. And there's 2 songs that all of a sudden I had this story. It was Lost Souls in the Dark. And I have this guitar going through space, like the spaceships flying through space. And then there's another song, Break Free, which it's the guitar starts like taking off from a planet. So I have the story, and all of a sudden it popped in my head, this whole story. And I kind of write. I'm a runner. I do run in the morning. Like I go out for my 2-hour run. and the stories get written in my head when I run. I just watch the characters and I just let them talk, and I came back with a story, and I just wrote it down. So, and then I have a great illustrator who'll draw up the pictures.
That's awesome. William, so this sounds like a finishing of a family legacy project almost for you.
Right. So my mother was a singer. She played and performed in the Seattle Opera Chorus. She also played she was a soloist throughout the Seattle area. And she met a famous classical composer at a piano recital. And they got to know each other and eventually married in 1977. And throughout her life, she kept a diary. And when her husband, Alan Ovanis, passed away in 2000, she started writing poetry to him. And after writing hundreds of poems to him, throughout maybe a 5-year period, then she realized that she wanted to document their stories. All these famous composers, Beethoven, Mozart, they all have stories behind them that people know of, but not necessarily firsthand knowledge. So she took her diaries, she fact-checked them, and she wrote short stories for each one of their different adventures, gossip behind the classical music world, and created this book, a draft of this book, but she was not able to publish it before she passed away in 2022.
Wow. Well, it's very cool that you're continuing on and finishing the project for her. And then, sorry, am I butchering her name? Is it Trisha?
Trisha.
Trisha, it is Trisha. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you got it right.
Okay. All right. So this is like the end of the series, but yeah. So where did your series start? Like, how did you, start?
Right. My series started, I saw an advertisement for an anthology, or to submit short stories to an anthology. And the anthology was supposed to be based on fantasy characters with mental health challenges. And on the advertisement, they had an image of a fairy who was hunched in a meadow, and she looked scared or anxious. And I'd never written about fairies. I'd written about witches and vampires, but never fairies. Never thought about writing about fairies. Had no clue about like current fairy tropes or current fae fiction. But this image really intrigued me. So I thought, well, what is she scared of? What if she has, anxiety and panic attacks? And what role would that hinder her in? If she was the queen of a kingdom, then that would be really bad, right? So, I created the short story, but the anthology never went anywhere. So I had this short story, and I was currently writing a witch series, and the witches needed an army. And I thought, the witches can have the fairies as an army, and Titania can come help the witches. And then, one spinoff later to a series, The Realm Chronicles, was born. And then throughout the series, I do have the witches from the first series come in and help the fairies, and the fairies help the witches. So it is a little bit contemporary in that manner, because the fairies come into the human realm and help the witches.
There's a little blending going on there.
Right. I'm jealous of Steven, because I'm a runner too, but my 135,000 word book does not get written in my run. Yeah.
No, it's like a chapter at a time. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. It seems like ideas. I don't know. Maybe it's the extra oxygen flow going through your body, just like stimulates the brain. The whole runner's high thing kind of always has intrigued me too. How runners can come up with insanely good ideas while they're running. Tara, so yes, was there a reason for this? Did you get burned a little, or do you know people that have? Or
I'm an elder millennial and have no part of Snapchat. However, I am a teacher of teenagers, so I am surrounded by people who are very, very much into Snapchat. And both of my books kind of deal with this space of social media and how it's affected the teenage experience based on my what I've experienced as a teacher and what I've seen and the changes in my students. So my first book's more like close to home, just kind of like the mental health piece and all of the toll it takes on especially teenage girls, being, having this social media in their life. But I wanted to show kind of the extreme side, and at least I'm trying. And I see a lot of things on the news too about, how kids are being targeted through these very popular sites. And my kids talk to me, my students, I call them my kids, they talk to me about like what they see, who talks to them, and what's going on. And I just kind of compiled those together and showed that like extreme implication of, if you do trust people online, you do make these connections online, what could happen.
Yeah, and I think there's a misconception too when it comes to like a lot of parents, I think, feel like law enforcement has this huge, presence that they're constantly like searching for people, but it's actually very hard to track a lot of these people down, it seems like.
Yeah, very hard. As Snapchat, everything disappears. Like that's the whole premise behind it, right? So it's hard to track
temporary.
people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Linda, we got to jump back to you about that rage, because I think we cut that a little bit short. So let's get into the rage a little bit and unpack that.
Some of it is very personal and based on my lived experience as a survivor of abusive relationships and a person who lives with a mood disorder. So there's plenty of rage bubbling up on the surface surrounding those things. The women in my stories are often dealing with grief, loss, mental illness, or trauma, or some combination thereof. And I guess what made me really angry about those things is when you're a messy and complicated woman, and when you're dealing with those things, life is messy and complicated, you're often stereotyped as a bitch, as crazy, and then dismissed. Men get the glory of being anti-heroes. And I wanted that for the women in this book. I wanted to give them the dignity of being anti-heroines. So that's a little more on that.
Very cool. Interesting. So many questions. All right, we'll get there. Stephen, tell us about your poodle.
What? Tell about who?
Your poodle. Like I want to know more about your poodle that gets. Yeah, you said the poodle gets thrown in prison.
Poodles.
Right.
Every book has a new poodle.
So, right, the one that winds up in prison. So why does the poodle wind up in prison?
Well, the thing in the book before, you read the books, you should know. Why you read all these? You read the story.
Everybody watching.
Oh, okay. But anyway, that's right. So in the last book, Droodle the poodle, very wet dog, marries Doodoo Cadoodle. Doodoo Cadoodle is a zoodle, and on the planet Zoodle, there are no pets allowed. Droodle the poodle was the pet on Earth, and Doodoo and Droodle fell in love, and they got married at the end of the book, and there's a whole wedding. It's very beautiful, and the only thing is that, in this book, what happens is it talks about the music scene in Noodleham, and Swifty Swoodle and the Doo-Wop-A-Doodles. They're like the biggest thing ever. They have a gazillion-dollar tour, and it gets up to Croodle the Grand Roodle, who hears about it, and he thinks he could get like even more like popular, but he kind of sucks. He goes to Earth for a tour, the first Zoodle concert tour, and he gets booed off stage. So he wants kind of to get back, and he remembers about Droodle the poodle getting married and being on Zoodle, and no pets are allowed on Zoodle. So he plots to take Droodle to Zoodle-Traz. And there's also Schmoodle from the book before that Schmoodle put all the Zoodles asleep in the second book for them to escape. There's a whole thing there. So he remembers that, and he sends Schmoodle to Zoodle-Traz. It's very terrible. It's a terrible place. You wouldn't want, and now you want to go there because it's a big music venue. But back then it was terrible.
That's what you mean. Oh my gosh. So yeah, it sounds like so does he become a happier person afterwards too, or is he just still a revenge little guy?
Well, he becomes a chocolate oompa doodle, but that's a different story. That's a story for maybe for the next book.
Well, can't wait to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So William, excuse me. How was it having a internationally acclaimed composer as your stepfather? I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah. So when I was younger and first met him, I didn't realize the importance behind him. My mother associated with several performers and would have them over to our house occasionally, and he was just another person that came to dinner. But as we grew older, I found out his importance in the music world. Alan and I became very close together. I actually lived with them, my mother and Alan, for a couple of years. And, while my mother was doing the dishes or cooking dinner, Alan and I would sit down and he would tell me many of his stories when he was younger. And so a lot of the stories that are in the book, I remember from him telling me also. In fact, I just talked to someone from Los Angeles. I've been trying to contact some of his acquaintances. A lot of them are just know his stories from, reading books or the internet. And I have conversations with them, and they would, tell me a story, and I would say, oh, well, Alan, mentioned this also happened during that. And so these people are very interested in hearing the personal side of, not just the information that's on the internet. So I was fairly close to my mother and Alan. We lived probably within 15 minutes of them, and my family's visited, quite often weekly. And so Alan kind of became the grandfather to my children. And I was a avionics systems engineer contractor, and so I'd travel throughout the U.S. And after my mother passed, then I retired from that and came to live in their home to upgrade their business and categorize all their archives. And so by doing that, I found out, they kept records all in handwritten. And so going through all these archives, I'm finding all these other interesting aspects of Alan. And so now I'm finding that his value is even more than what I had originally known. And, most of the outside world know him as a composer, but there is so much more because he went off and studied different ancient cultures. And so in order to put that into his music, he also had to live that culture. So there's a lot of interesting things in his his writings. He has letters. He saved all his letters. So that's kind of where we're going. Is still in investigation state, but the book
sounds like you're constantly uncovering new things. Yeah,
right.
That's terrific, though, from an archive standpoint. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be tons of people that are interested, especially about the history of them. Yes. Trisha, I just saw your black cat come walking through. That's awesome. Perfect for a witch series. So yes. So how much of your stories, well, especially your character stories, regarding like her personal demons and her struggles and so on, like, do you feel like your readers, like, do they come to you and talk to you about that and like how it relates to them? Or is that helping people?
I think so. I really like fantasy genre for being able to explore some of those themes that may not feel safe or in our contemporary society. But so there's themes of her being the first female ruler. There's themes of her overcoming her anxiety and these figuring out these panic attacks that she's having and maybe what triggers them and how she can deal with them. There's themes of family. She's lost 4 other brothers and she's the last to carry on her line. So all those themes kind of weave throughout the story, but she is also, you find out in the story, she becomes one who's being hunted by the enemy in the books, or this evil witch queen turned evil soul who's now targeting her. And she's straddled with this story that the fairies have passed along, that there will be one to end all evil. So then you have the question of, that burden, can one person end all evil? So that comes into play too. So it was a lot of fun to write.
Well, it sounds like there's so many ways to explore. I mean, you got a lot going on there because you got the family dynamic too, like the hardship and trauma of that, and losing family members as well. And yeah, wow. Okay, very cool. Tara, let's dive in a little bit more to your protagonists. Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on in the story?
Yeah, I don't want to give too much away, but Reese is the protagonist. She's 17 years old, and she is a perfectionist to the max. A lot of pressure put on her from her family to be the best at everything. So she's the best volleyball player. She's up to be valedictorian, wants to get the scholarships, has the boyfriend, the friends, all the things. But then she has a series of failures. So she fails on the volleyball court, she fails in school, and she just starts to crumble under all this pressure. And instead of continuing to push, she just kind of gives up and seeks a completely different identity, basically. She meets some new friends, and that's what kind of leads her to meet this stranger who connected with them through Snapchat. And her life takes a really dark turn after that.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to pry too much because I don't want to give anything away. But yeah, from the perspective of being a teacher and seeing this stuff, do you feel a little bit hands tied behind your back in terms of like what you can do and how much you can actually help these kids?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, we are taking steps at school levels. I think it's happening everywhere now where phones are definitely gone, like from most schools at this point. So we can control it in that space. And I have conversations with kids about what they're doing on their phones, and they're very open with me about it, which is great. But then at home, like once they leave the school, there's not much you can do. And I talk as much as I can, and I want my books to like start some conversations about, maybe not giving so much free access and free reign to kids to find the entire world at their fingertips. The whole world is in their back pocket at all times. So I know there's not much I can do, but this is my way of, just getting information out there for people and having those conversations, even though they might be a little bit difficult to have.
It sounds like some parents should be reading your books too. Like, so what is the age group of the kids that you teach? You said.
Yeah, I teach like 14 to 15-year-olds.
14, 15. Okay.
Yeah. So, and my first book was meant to be a YA book, Chasing Through Time, but actually mostly adults really liked it. And I think it was a lot of moms, I even had dads like, wow, like this like brought up a lot of things for me. And so my next book is definitely more new adult, just because the content matter is a little bit more mature. So I would be more like 16, 17 and up, but I hope parents and adults find just as much value in it too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super scary. But yeah, need to stay informed, and that's the biggest thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Linda, talking about your series of stories, so is there a constant thread like between the actual characters in the story? Are they all the same character, or are they all different people? Just kind of grabbing people based on what you wanted to tell the story of.
Yeah, they're all different with the exception of 2 that have the same set of characters in them. So there's like 14 discrete universes within the collection.
Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. So is it a continuation then, one or the other, or is it just kind of a drop into their life at completely different points?
Yeah, it's drop into their lives at completely different points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Can you give us a little high level of like what some of the stories are about in terms of like the overarching? Like, I know we talked about some generalities, but yeah, are there specific topics that you explore?
Yeah. So there's one story that's about a woman who encounters her rapist at an engagement party. And this is 10 years after the fact. So I think anybody who's experienced an assault has probably asked themselves, what would I do if I saw this person again? So that was the question the story started from. And then it very much became a story about what happens when women do and don't believe each other concerning events like this. There's another story. It's about a woman who's taking a humanities class about these female artists, and her professor happens to be a kind of hot but very chauvinistic guy. So she ends up handing in a box of Kraft dinner as her final assignment, and the story is very much, how did we get there? I have a story about marital betrayal in there as well, a woman who discovers only upon her husband's death that he was having an affair. And then we have the flip side of that in another story, a woman who's carrying on an extramarital affair. Another story dealing with eating disorders and how they're affecting the children of parents who struggle with those things.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, a lot of variety and a lot of different perspectives as well.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Stephen, tell us a little bit more about Andy. Like, how did you meet your illustrator, this incredible musical illustrator that you found? Sounds like once in a lifetime kind of fluke that you ran into it.
Yeah, no, and it's great. I could talk about it forever. So, and what's interesting is that I've been on podcasts or like programs with other children's authors, and the typical relationship with the illustrator, you go through a publisher, you don't even get to meet your illustrator. You don't get to talk to your illustrator. You don't get to interact with your illustrator. You just interact with the publisher, and you get to the storyboards. You say what you are thinking about the illustration, and the illustrator does that. And that's actually my first book, The Last Surviving Dinosaur. I worked with Andy. I never met him, never spoke to him, and was happy with the book. But then because I was happy with the book, I researched and found him, and then I reached out to him directly in Nottingham, England, and we've been doing. He's done all 5 of my books, and the four Snoodles books. So, yeah, 4 Snoodles books we've done together. It's a collaboration, and it's just we've become like brothers. I just was like in August, I flew out to Nottingham and drank pints of beer with him, and it was a lot of fun. So it's and the thing about it with the collaboration is that he'll have ideas, I'll have ideas. We'll throw things back at each other, and I love that because I love cooking. And a lot of this is like cooking, like, you keep tasting while you're making the soup, like it needs a little salt, it needs a little cumin, whatever. And then you get the perfect meal or perfect soup, whatever. So that's what it's like working with Andy. And then the other thing is that he'll send me pictures back and forth. And so every day is like Christmas, like it's like opening something up under the tree. And it's a lot of fun. So I recommend it. I recommend getting an illustrator and making lots of kid books just for that experience.
Just for that relationship building. Yeah. That's
Yes.
crazy. Yeah, no, I think you do have a very unique relationship with your illustrator. Yeah, you said most people don't actually even get to meet their illustrator. It's usually done through the publisher or something. Yeah, you don't get a lot of say, or there's not a lot of camaraderie or being able to build on each other.
Very sad. It's very sad. You know,
Yeah,
just,
because
I don't
probably be a lot
understand
more
it.
books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes the fun. Like 80% of the fun is like, no, make them like this. No, that. Oh, I have an idea. You know, it's just, and then, like, you know, like thumbs up, back and forth, and you know, that's what hearts. We get hearts. He gives me hearts. I give him hearts. And you know, that heart experience, those emoji hearts, like with your illustrator, is fun.
Too funny. Oh my goodness, William. What's going on in terms of upcoming? Do you have any like promotions? I think you said that this is the anniversary of his passing coming up here. Are there special events coming up around that?
Right. Yeah. So it's the 25th anniversary of his passing, and next March will be his 150th or 115th birthday. So we do have several events coming up. We have so he is half Armenian and half Scottish. So he's very well known in Armenia. The Armenian churches have been very helpful in promoting this book. So we have what they have is book blessings. So book launches. They also have the ceremony where they bless the book, and people come up and we do signatures. So we have in October we have a book launch, book blessing in Los Angeles. We have one later in October in Boston, and then another one in Seattle in October. And of course, in addition to kind of the book publicity, that's brought in quite a few. So I kind of am the music distributor, so that brings additional performances and orders for music, and so that's really fueling the music side of the business.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it's good to hear that there's more and more interest in hearing and doing performances too for his work. That's fantastic. All right, Tricia, what are you working on next? Do you have anything? I'm assuming like your series now could probably go on forever. It sounds like it's got a lot of legs if you wanted to like do spin-offs and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, are you planning on doing that? Are you starting a completely different project? Are you burnt out on it? Where are you at?
Yes, so there were a lot of characters that came into this finale story. They had a spell that they needed 12 different fantasy beings, I guess species of fantasy beings. So that's really fun to think about backstories or future stories for all of those different characters. Right now I'm writing a short story about a Nyx character, and I won't tell you what happens, what she does in this current, but so for people who don't know, a Nyx is a character who shifts between a fish and a human, and so thinking about what her life and world would be like in contemporary human society is fun to think about. And there's a new fantasy magazine coming out. I think it's the Arcane Quill is the name. So it's debuting in January of 2026, and that short story will be in that magazine. And that usually my short stories turn into novels and series, so we'll see where that goes.
I'd say like an entire series off, but yes, very cool. All right, Tina or Tara, sorry.
Same thing.
Yeah, well, I say, are you planning on doing a series of these or?
No, but both. Well, I'm almost done my third novel, just the rough draft, but all three take place in the same world, just like a rural community, kind of based on where I grew up and where I live currently. Small town. So rural Alberta.
Okay.
North. I'm like an hour north of Edmonton, Alberta, if you know where I'm. So I'm about 4 hours away from Linda. North, yeah, just keep going north. But yeah, it's just, there's a super small town that like 10 minutes down the highway, and just lots of rural little acreages and communities surrounding it. So I kind of took that community and made a completely fictional place called Cardothia, but pulled from elements of where I live now, which is the same place where I grew up. So I have, yeah, it's the same world, and it all has a similar theme of like tech woven into it. And there's one character who makes an appearance in all three. But my book I'm working on right now is definitely more geared towards adult, like women's fiction. Same thing, but now like tech for adults. So, you know, tech within a marriage, similar, like, well, Linda, you were talking about like having, you know, affairs, but how tech plays into that, and how it has become such a, you know, it makes it easier, I guess, for people to stray within a marriage.
Yeah, there have been some global scale
Yes.
conspiracies around
Yes.
that. Well, that's been years.
Yeah.
They've come out, yes, yeah, in the States.
Yeah.
So, okay, interesting. So no, TikTok isn't next on the list. That's what I was really wondering is, yeah, Snapchat to TikTok. And then maybe,
Yeah, well, TikTok is brought up in all of them, just because
Okay.
it's like, I don't know,
One
that's
of
the
those.
teenager's best friends is TikTok. So there's always somebody on TikTok in my book somewhere, because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and same problems really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. And Linda, what are you working on? Are you working on a new project, or do you have anything, passion projects or anything that you're looking at getting into?
Yeah, I think after you write a collection of stories, everyone expects you to go on and write a novel, just because they are more popular. Sadly, I am not doing that. I am writing more short stories. I'm gathering a collection around the theme of betrayals. So not just how we betray each other, but how we betray ourselves in sometimes very small, seemingly insignificant ways. And also, I think a very pressing question is, how are we betraying the planet? So there's that involved as well. And yeah, that's keeping me busy for the moment. I just released this book the first of the month. So I do have publicity to think about too. I'm being torn in the extroverted direction of push what you've done, and the introverted, okay, let's carve out some space to write alone.
That can be nice though. That way, like when you wake up in the morning and you feel extroverted, you can go do that thing. And if you feel introverted, you can do or switch it up midday, or yes.
Exactly.
Very cool. Well, that's very interesting, and good for you for just doing what you want to do. Because I think too often people do what they feel that they need to do, or other people tell them to do, etc. And do you? That's what I say.
Thank you.
Good job, Stephen. Yes, this new book is coming out in October.
Yes.
So, but you said the next book. So it sounds like you're already noodling on the noodle next book, possibly.
Well, I have a story in my head, and I have bits and pieces. It's the first book. Every book gets like a venue, an art or a museum. So the first book had an art museum. Second book had a space exploration museum. The third book had this aquarium, water park. Then it was the music venue. So now it's like the Zoo Olympics. So where there's going to be time travel and stuff going on with that.
Well,
So,
that needs to get out next year then, because like aren't the Olympics around the corner in 2026? I think. I think so.
I'm not in it. I'm too old for the Olympics.
Come on.
No, but so that's the thought where it's going to be. It's almost going to be like a gladiator kind of theme, where I'm taking from the Gladiator, except it's Cloodle, the Grand Roodle, and Evil Cadoodle facing off in like kind of like a Iron Man competition. So, but it's just in my head right now. Haven't written it out. I've written pieces, but haven't put everything together.
It sounds like you need to bounce some things off of Andy, and
yeah, he keeps bothering me to write more. So
okay, well, can't wait to see that when it comes out.
Yes.
William, obviously you don't have another book about this because this is very substantial, but is there anything that you found in your going through all the different, pieces and like background and things at the house? I'm sure you're uncovering, that may lead to more content or possibly short stories or poems or anything like that.
Yeah. So going through the archives, I'm finding both my mother and Alan both have hundreds of poetry that they have written, which are unpublished. That's a possibility there. But this first book that my mother had written about kind of touches on several different aspects of Alan's life, things that he was into, that I think can, I've talked to several other historians that know of certain information. Like I just talked to someone last week that knew very well about his relationship when he went to India with Ravi Shankar. And so he has the kind of the technical high level information, but I have some of the details in some of the letters. And so, that would be another thing that, could be written about. And I don't know if anyone else is familiar with Ravi Shankar. He is a famous sitar player in India. And Alan was one of the first musicians to promote him in the United States. He later met up with the Beatles and was a major contributor for, Sgt. Pepper's. And he also was an influence on, the Rolling Stones, the Byrds, the Doors. They all have sitar. But, Alan had other interests too. Like he was very much into Francis Bacon. In fact, he was part of the Francis Bacon Society, which is a secret society that was, like the Freemasons or the Knights Templar. So he was actually a member of that. We have a lot of his documentation. There actually is a secret code, supposedly Francis Bacon or Shakespeare. Francis Bacon actually wrote all the Shakespeare literature, and there's actually a code to be able to decipher the true meaning of the Shakespeare writings. It's actually a formula that you go through and you decode it, and so he's privy to those codes.
That definitely sounds like an entire book.
Yeah. He was also very much into Edgar Casey. I talked with Alan a lot about Edgar Casey. He also, I don't necessarily promote this, but he believed in reincarnation, and he actually, at one point, a psychic had drawn a picture of him and then contacted him, and their kind of stories kind of matched up that he actually believed that he was a composer, musician during Leonardo da Vinci's time, and they actually gave the name of the person, and we looked it up, and that person actually did exist. He also thought he was a musician during the Egyptian times, and his cat that he was very close to in the 1940s was also an Egyptian cat, and they had experienced life together in previous times. So there's all these different rabbit holes I can go down, but I'm mainly concentrating on the music side at this point.
But that's very interesting. Yeah, lots of tidbits. And I mean, the reincarnation thing makes sense, especially since he did spend so much time over in India and so on too. That the Eastern culture,
right.
Yeah, very cool. Awesome. Excuse me, Teresa. Excuse me. So, in terms of your readers and so on, do you tend to, like, what's your perspective in terms of writing? Do you try to write towards your readers, or do you try to just write what you love and what you think is important, and then try to get your readers to embrace it?
Yeah, I guess I've never I think about readers because I love getting feedback from readers and that have experienced my stories and like my stories and getting those emails in my inbox. But really, my work is more character based. Like I always start with a character, and because I'm writing first person, that's all my novels have been first person so far. So it's really about that character and what I'm thinking about that character and the themes that character may embody, or the stories may embody. So I do think about young adult experiences too, as far as, I think a lot of my books can be categorized too as a little bit of coming of age. So in the beginning, Titania is just a princess, and then she's handed the crown. And so, she's always felt that's what she should be doing, but all these other people are saying maybe no. And so she really has to own, yes, this is what I believe I'm meant to do, and making that decision and then following through with it. So we have those themes in the books, but it's really like what that individual character or what that individual story is speaking to me about, right? In my head. I'm always asking questions about, what would that character do, or what would that character's experiences be? So I don't really, I try not to read fantasy when I write a couple different genres. So I don't read fantasy when I'm writing fantasy, and I really try to just stick to what is true to that character that I'm writing about.
So you have conversations in your head with them?
Oh, definitely. These are up close and personal to me. That's why I had to stop the series, because I kept putting them in harm's way and horrible things were happening to them, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I thought, these people have to have a happily ever after. I'm not putting them through anything else.
It's like poor Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings, right?
I am very Stephen, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What age group is your children's books for?
I would say like from age 6 to about 99.
Okay.
Like I've tried it with 100 plus, and there's like
just not into it.
Yeah.
I was
trying to sleep. They sleep a lot once you're like around that age.
Yeah. I was trying to picture whether we were thinking this is like Captain Underpants length, or this was like a shorter length. So.
It's I would say like I put it like a Shrek type thing where there's a lot of adult humor, like the grown-ups pick up and kids might not get, and then there's a lot of kid humor. So it's kind of long for like maybe anybody like under 6, 8 to 13. I think is a perfect range.
Yeah. But Captain Underpants in Space would be like a good, I think.
Yeah, I've read Captain Underpants.
Yeah, I sat through many of those. So I was.
And the day my butt went psycho, zombie butts from Uranus. That's my books my daughter read when she was young. So around like 12 years old. Yeah, so I remember those. I would put that right. Yeah, this fits right in, except it's more a graphic novel, which with pictures, which those books are, you just read a story. Yeah. Captain Underpants might have some pictures too.
Yeah. Oh, Captain Underpants has tons of pictures.
Yeah, pictures. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like
I think you have more
zombie butts from Uranus, which you actually had to read.
But yes, lots of alliteration.
And you wouldn't want a lot of zombie butt pictures in a kid's book anyway.
No. That makes sense, but that one was not as graphic. That might have been for, a little older crowd then at that point. Tara, sorry, same question to you. Do you have conversations with your characters in your head? Like, how attached to them are you?
I get pretty attached, I think, because my characters are like a conglomeration of kids that I've actually taught. So it's never just like one student, but it's a whole bunch of them kind of piled together into a mismatch. And I see so much of them in my characters that I deal with very emotional subject matter that I definitely get attached to them, and I want them to come out the other side of whatever challenge that they're going through, which is, my protagonist. They're going through the ringer. They're going through these hard things, which all teenagers do. But there's always some hope at the other end, because I can't just leave them. Like Trisha said, I don't want them to have a bad ending.
Right.
I need them to come out the other side. And I hope that shows kids who are going through those difficult things or have experienced some of the things that my characters have gone through, that they can see that even though things are really, really terrible at certain points in time, and even though as a teenager you feel like that is it forever, that's all encompassing, it'll never get better, it does get better, and there is some light at the end of the tunnel.
So have any of your students read any of your books or no?
Oh
Are
yeah,
they your beta readers?
I have a great little fan club, a group of girls, and actually I have a group of girls who are like my beta readers, and they take like my early drafts and help, this elder millennial really build a Gen Z character. They are pivotal to my ability to create an authentic teenager. So yeah, I have a group. They basically work with me on my books the whole way through, and they come to my signings and they repost stuff on Instagram, and they're the best.
That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Your own fan club. Very
Yeah,
cool.
got it built in.
Awesome. Linda, how about you? Do you, again, identify with your characters in the same way? Or are they, in a way, people that you've known that have gone through things, or maybe even some things yourself, or reactions to things you've seen in like the news and the world around you that you're kind of like internalizing or trying to get out in terms of like how you feel like it should have gone? Or yeah,
I think that's fair to say. Yeah. I think I write stories about stuff I'm trying to process myself, and I invent characters for those stories. I don't talk to my characters. I do have a lot of fun making them talk to each other. Dialogue is my favorite thing to write. So there are lots of scenes that never make it into the story. It's just talking heads, them to each other, me learning about them and finding out what my story is really about. Because I don't actually outline at all. I always write to find out my ending.
Gotcha. Okay. One last thing you can leave with the crowd today that are watching, like if you have any insights or things you want people to think about, what would you leave people with today?
Oh boy. If you're starting out as a writer, find your circle, get a community, find your people to get some feedback, and trusted people, right? You need to have readers that you can trust with what you're sharing, because it is a big deal. But to be able to share your feedback with others too is a way to learn to revise your work as well.
Interesting. Okay. Very cool. Stephen, what would you like to leave with people with today?
What am I doing?
What would you like to leave people? What thoughts would you like to leave people with today?
Well, the one thing, just people who are writing, I always say I write to make myself. I think that's, to me, it's always the most important thing. So that would be my thought. And, looking for a better world. That's when I write, that's the big thing that I try to convey, that it's possible to make this a better place.
Very cool. I concur. Both those guys.
Yes.
William.
Same question?
Yep. What would you like to leave people with today?
Well, so this book is a biography. So I think what I would say is that everybody has a story, and history is important. I think we're kind of tending to, society is getting away from telling stories down through the different generations and retaining information, medical things, stories about history. We're kind of getting away from that. We should continue, put the phone down and start continuing talking with the family, eating dinner at the dinner table. So that's kind of my
cool. So there are some common threads here. So it's like, everybody stop using your phone, put it down, pay attention to each other, and be real with each other one-on-one. For those people that don't know who Alan was, is there a specific piece you can like give them to go take a look or listen to kind of just get a sample for his sound? And yeah.
Sure. So they're, some of the symphonies are fairly long, but you can go on YouTube and just, search on Hovannes and it'll come up with, hundreds of recordings. I would recommend one of his most popular is Mysterious Mountain, which Carlos Santana actually did an interpretation of that on his Oneness album. There's a Mount St. Helen Symphony, which is actually kind of captures the eruption of Mount St. Helen. So it's, kind of the calm before the storm, and then you get the eruption. So those are kind of one of the two most popular. So I would recommend doing those.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Trisha, what do you want to leave people with today?
Right. So my characters really are, in really any book of mine that you pick up, my key word or my key phrase is finding the magic. So I think that there's magic in all of us, and that there's magic all surrounding us, and at little things every day, just rainbows and things like that. So my characters really embody that when whether they're finding their inner strength to, fight an invading species of locust, or they're just finding their inner strength to, get up the courage to say, I love you to someone or something like that. So really looking at that in ourselves in our everyday life too is something that I like to kind of challenge people to do too.
Yeah, I wish more people read fantasy. Like, it is probably my all-time favorite, just because there's so many different things you can convey in so many different places and ways to convey it. Just because it seems like it's so boundless in terms of where you can go. But yeah, at the same time, keeping things relevant to individuals as well. But I am all over. I love, nonfiction, fiction, all kinds of fiction. But yeah, fantasy is my favorite, though, I gotta say. Tara.
Well, I'm going to carry on the theme. And obviously, this is a theme that I'm very passionate about. I think obviously tech is such a pivotal part of our lives, but it's becoming like the main character to too many people's lives. And I think we got to take it back to basics. Like William said, connect with people face to face, go outside, go for a walk. Just don't forget that everything we see on the screen, it's not all real. This is not the be all and end all. There's so much more beyond that. Find the magic, like Trisha said, like just going outside and going for a walk can be the most amazing thing. And just get off the phones.
Get off phone. All right, get off your phone after you're done with the BookFest.
Yes, after.
Yes. Too funny. Or take a break. It's recorded.
Take a break.
Come back and see it in a week or so. But anyway, thank you all for being here. Great conversation. Lots to read. All you out there, there's got to be at least one book here that you would be interested in reading. So definitely check out their book pages, their author, speaker pages on the BookFest. And yes, we got more coming your way with BookFest. Take care.
Have you ever wondered why stories can stay with us, sometimes years or maybe even decades? Think back to those stories that still stay with us from childhood. I know myself, I have those dear beloved stories as well. Hello, I am Carol Vandenhende, author of the Goodbye Orchid series. I'm also an executive by day and mom of twins. I'm so pleased to be here with you today, and actually am dedicating this talk to you, to the readers, to the writers of the BookFest conference. We're going to have so much fun today because we're going to cover why storytelling matters, the connection between readers and writers that is so special. And I'm going to open up to you the secret that I have found in terms of letter writing, and how letter writing can be a way that all of us can be writers, whether we're readers or writers. And so when we think about this question, Why do stories stay with us? Why are books so important? We might even go back in history and realize that storytelling has been something in place for eons and eons. We can go back to Neanderthal time when Neanderthals were living in caves and trying to communicate through pictograms, through pictures of things that were happening in their lives. And so it is so deep seated in human beings to want to communicate, to want to be able to tell stories. And these paintings right here that you can see on screen are 30,000 years old, which is so incredible to think how long it's been. Now, one question that sometimes comes up, if we as human beings have been telling stories for 30,000 years, have we already told every story that could be told in time? And in some ways, there are certainly archetypes and universal story themes that have lasted for a time immemorial. But there's still a reason for us to write new books, and that's because we keep learning new information, we keep having new perspectives and cultural change. In fact, I'll start with a very funny example. If you haven't heard this in history, back when steam engines were created, there was fear that perhaps people shouldn't ride steam engines. There was fear that going that fast could cause fights to break out. This image is actually created with Dali and is not a real image from that time period, but just to illustrate how things can change over time and part of why it is actually really relevant to be writing new stories for new cultural norms and for new information over time. But let's go back to that really interesting question. Why is it that storytelling matters? And how is it that we can remember stories for so long after we've read a particular book? There's actually neuroscience behind this. And so a few pieces of research I'm going to point to. One, there are magnetic resonance imaging or MRI studies that show the places that light up in a writer's brain when they're writing a particular passage or a scene are the same places that light up in a reader's brain when they're reading that passage. Now, some of that is because we have these mirror neurons in which we can empathize with and understand what somebody else is experiencing, even though we're not in their body themselves. For instance, if I describe to you that a character is wrapping her hands around a warm mug of coffee, a certain, not just image, but feeling is going to come into your brain. And you can almost feel your palms warming. You can feel the smoothness of that porcelain cup. And that's the mirror neurons taking place right there. And so this is almost like the closest thing you can have to a brain-to-brain connection between people. And that's why people say that reading deepens empathy, because you're experiencing the world through another person's eyes. Now, not only is reading and just stories create this connection between reader and writer, there's also so many benefits for the reader themselves. In fact, what they find through some of this MRI imaging is that when you read, both your left brain, which is more logical, which has to do with language, and your right brain, which has to do with creativity and imagery and emotion, both sides are activated, which means that when you're reading, those things that you're reading become even more deeply embedded, even more memorialized, which is why we can remember stories for so many years and even decades. And the experience of reading that gives you plot twists and surprises and teaches you things and deepens empathy can actually activate dopamine, which is the happy chemical in our bodies. And so many benefits, not just the connection between reader and writer, but also the benefit for the individual is part of why storytelling matters. Now, speaking of plot twists, the plot twist I'm going to give you is that readers bring their own perspective to the story. I have had personal experience as an author with this happening. And what I find is, for instance, if I join a book club, the very same, not just book and not just chapter, but sometimes the very same scene can elicit different reactions and different emotions from different people in the group. And what I've come to understand is that people are bringing their own experiences and values to the page when they're reading a story. And so it's not only what is the author putting on the page in terms of the plot, in terms of the characterization, but it's also what the reader's bringing to the page. And it almost becomes a collaboration. So the reader and writer, that unique intersection between a specific book and a specific reader and their background and their interests and their perspectives, is creating a very unique story. And this is why sometimes if you watch a movie of a book that you've loved and you feel like that movie does not represent the picture that was playing in your head when you read the book, each of us is having a little bit different experience, even with the same book. And the real life example I'm going to share with you has to do with my debut novel, Goodbye Orchid, in which I've talked to multiple book clubs about this story. And there is a very pivotal conflict in there, in which main character Phoenix Walker, he's the successful head of an ad agency and entrepreneur, he suffers a disabling accident. And as a result, he is concerned about affecting the woman he cares about. He knows that in her background, she has sadly lost her parents at a young age, and he knows that she is sensitive to images of trauma. And now, after a very heroic act in which he saved another person, he saved someone's life, he has now been injured permanently. And because of that disabling accident, and knowing that the woman he cares for is sensitive to images of trauma, he believes he's now become the exact wrong person for her and is faced with the hardest decision of his life. To care for her, he might need to leave her without explaining why, which is why the series is called Goodbye Orchid. Her name is Orchid. And I bring up this example because in these book clubs, people can have very different reaction to Phoenix's choices in this difficult situation where it's a no-win situation. He feels if he tells her the truth that he's going to hurt her, he's going to scar her, he wants to protect her. Some people have a lot of empathy for that position that he's in, that really impossible decision he has to make. But others feel so angry at him and, feel that it's completely unfair. And what I find as I dig into it a little bit more, sometimes those people who are angry at the character, they tell me that they have also been ghosted themselves in real life, or they've just recently been through a breakup. And so that's what I mean by readers bring their own perspective and their own personal stories to the page, and creates this, very unique experience between reader and writer because of both what the writer has brought and what the reader has brought. Now, you might have heard the expression. I hear this a lot. I end up signing books at Barnes & Noble and in bookstores and do book talks. And sometimes people will tell me, well, I'm a mood reader. And so what do we mean by that? And in fact, we probably can all relate to this idea. What are we in the mood to read? And why do we read different genres, different kinds of books? I read really widely, and some people don't, and that's fine too. But it comes down to the idea that reading is situational, and that we actually come to books for different benefits. Here are some examples of those benefits. So for instance, you can read as a way to have an adventure, to go somewhere you've never been before. You could read as an escape from day-to-day life and the difficult headlines and everything that's happening. You could read to seek learning and meaning and knowledge and insight, and nonfiction a lot of times fits into that. You could be reading for entertainment and humor, totally fine. And I love humorous books as well. You could be reading for a sense of belonging, or to understand what happens when something affects an entire community. Or you could be reading to deepen empathy. And even if you're not explicitly thinking about, well, what is the benefit that I'm coming to a book for, it's probably happening at the subconscious level. Whatever is happening in your life is leading you to seek a certain kind of book as a solution, as an escape, and to broaden your world, to broaden your worldview. Now, to provide some examples to bring this to life, these look like words on a page, but let's actually look at some real life books that can do this. And these are some of my favorites. Of course, I've chosen ones that I personally would recommend to you. So if I think about a book that's taken me on an adventure, I would highly recommend Amor Towles' The Lincoln Highway, told through a young person's perspective, traveling across the U.S. in a time that is, it's a historical time period, and so interesting to go on that journey. And you can feel yourself going through the tribulations, through the difficulties on that adventure. And I also think about The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, or the retelling James that came out recently. You know, there's just so many wonderful adventure books. Escape is really interesting, and I specifically chose The Martian because, yes, we can find all kinds of books that help us escape from day-to-day life, but here is an example that is even escaping the Earth itself. And then finally, in this area of learning and meaning and knowledge and insight, we can certainly look to nonfiction. And there's so many business books, leadership books, a lot of nonfiction books. I myself have recently read Everything is Tuberculosis by John Green. And I think that's so interesting. John Green is a famous novelist who's known for writing fiction. And yet he takes that wonderful ability to storytell, to use dialogue, to use characterization, and brings it to a topic that most of us don't spend much time thinking about. Tuberculosis is something I did not know much about. It felt like it was some, time in history that it doesn't affect us today. But in fact, it is an active disease that happens in many countries around the world. And there's more we could do to prevent that. And so he goes into so much depth in terms of research on the topic, but also starts from a very intimate place. Because the reason he wrote this book, he met a young boy who he thought was about the age of his, I think, 8-year-old son. Turns out the child was in his late teens, and he was so tiny because of the ravages of tuberculosis. And it is an emotional read. It's an incredible read. And he talks about how tuberculosis is embedded in so many parts of our world that you would never imagine. Now, entertainment and humor, I could come up with so many examples, and one of my favorites is Kevin Wilson. Everything he writes is incredibly funny. Nothing to see here. The premise is that these twins, and I'm a mom of twins, so yes, I do love twins. These twins will spontaneously combust when they get upset. Now, they themselves are not harmed. They don't get burned. They don't have any, lasting scars or any repercussions from that. But they can burn things around them. And just imagine the child caretaker who has to look after these twins that spontaneously combust. An example of belonging in community, and I picked The Measure because here's an example of something. If one big thing were to happen to the entire world, what are all the rippling repercussions? And in Nikki Ehrlich's book, she writes this incredible premise. What if one morning a box shows up at everybody's doorstep? Inside is simply a string. The length of the string represents the length of your lifetime. And would you want to know how long are you going to live? What would you do with that information? What would you change? And the stories she follows are just really memorable. And then finally, on the empathy side, I love Claire Keegan. She's a beautiful writer. Her sentences are gorgeous, and her very delicate touch in terms of emotion is incredibly special. Small Things Like These is set at Christmas time, in which a big, burly guy finds at the local nunnery in this small town where they live that there's a young single mother, and she might not be treated right. And he has to decide, is he going to personally take some action to try to help her? So all beautiful books. And I'm going to springboard off of that idea to provide an idea for you as either a writer or a reader. Have you ever considered the power of a letter, the power of the epistolary format? And I myself have been on a journey when it comes to this that initially was sparked by reading Mary Louise Parker's memoir called Dear Mr. You, in which she writes letters to important men in her life, some good, some not so good. And at that time, when I read her memoir, I wrote my own Dear Mr. You letter to Sergeant Brian Anderson, who is one of the Purple Heart decorated veterans that inspired and helped me shape my Goodbye Orchid series. And I wrote it to him to thank him. He was so incredibly generous with his time. Because my main character had suffered this disabling accident and ended up with injuries similar to his, he was actually blown up by an IED or improvised explosive device in Iraq and lost both his legs and his left hand. And of course, his life would never be the same again. He was so generous with his time when I reached out to him. And he said to me, you know what? Why don't you just come spend some time with me so I can show you how I make it look easy to be a triple amputee. And that meeting, spending time with him, really changed my life, changed my perspective, filled me with so much hope and optimism for the strength and resilience in human beings. And so I wrote him a Dear Sergeant Brian Anderson letter that I did not intend to publish. But as I was putting together the collection, my new collection that's coming out in November, Dear Orchid, I found that letter, I came back to it because it was really special, capturing what was special about him. When I shared it with my editor, she actually made it the first chapter of Dear Orchid. And that unlocked this entire way to approach writing. I found that writing letters takes you to such an intimate place, a special moment in time with a special person, and you can just one-on-one speak to that person. And this is a format that all of us can relate to. Whether you're a writer or not, you can write letters to people in your life now, perhaps people who aren't even here anymore, and you want to say something to them. I found the experience so amazing to be able to think about moments in time that were meaningful for me. For instance, my husband and I, before we were married, and many years ago, we happened to be in Europe when the Berlin Wall came down. And instead of going to Paris, where we were going to go, we took a detour and went to Berlin because that was a moment not to be missed. To see the moment when East Berlin and West Berlin were reunited for the first time since World War II was just incredible. And we still have photos and memories. And I write a letter, Dear Berliner, to a young girl we met on the streets that night. After we had to cross Checkpoint Charlie, had to exchange $10 each. That was part of the requirement. But we couldn't spend it all, no matter, even if we went to the most expensive restaurant in East Berlin, we couldn't spend it all. And so when we met her on the streets of East Berlin, we said, we have this extra money. Could you use it? And the expression on her face is one I will never forget. She had never thought about that as a concept. She had never heard words like that before. And that's the power of the letter, is to be able to remember these moments. And all of us can indulge in that, can try that. So think about, what dear letter would you like to write? And on that note, I would love to simply say that it has been such an honor to be with you all. I hope that it's been really interesting to think about how storytelling has been around for more than 30,000 years and is embedded in us, that desire for story as human beings. And when we think about the neuroscience, it makes so much sense. The fact that writers and readers have a brain-to-brain connection through our mirror neurons, and that we all benefit from reading by activating our left and right brains and dopamine, and that actually each of us has a very personal experience with each of the books we read, because it's not only what the writers put on the page, but also what we as readers are bringing to the page. And if any of this has inspired you, please try the letter writing format. I think that you're going to find that it is just incredibly insightful. And I thank you so much. This talk is definitely to readers with love, because without readers, there wouldn't be the important connection that writers feel with each of you. So thank you.
The truth in telling. Memoir and essay as mirrors of humanity. This is going to be an exciting panel because we have 3 memoir and essayists with us. We have Chester L. Richards, as well as Bill Holzman and Sue William Silverman, who have all released at least 1 memoir, and in some cases more. And of course, there are essays, and they've been writing each in their own way over the course of their lifetime. and I am just so thrilled to be speaking with you all. Welcome to the BookFest Fall 2025. All right, let's dive right in, shall we? Memoir and essay can often feel like this act of standing naked. I think, Chester, actually, that was one of your terms that you used.
Yeah, I introduced that to the world. So, but it's true. It's true. You really expose yourself, a lot of what's inside of you, to a general community, people you have no idea who's going to receive it and how they're going to react to whatever it is that you're saying. But everything you write, you're exposing yourself. It doesn't matter what it is. You can write fiction. You're really talking about yourself when you write fiction. You can even write a university textbook and you expose yourself for good or for bad. I've read some really bad textbooks, and I have to tell you, it doesn't speak well for the professor that's wrote that book.
So tell me what compels you to write this way, with that raw, just bearing your soul. Chester, can you continue?
First of all, you don't start out bearing your soul. It's something that does happen along the way. And you have to develop some protections. My wife was a psychotherapist, and she talked about boundaries. And I think that's one thing that a writer really has to establish before you go public with anything that you've put down on paper. You have to realize that other people are going to react in a variety of different ways. But the thing that really helps a writer, I think, it certainly helped me, was the recognition that when somebody criticizes you, they're not talking about you, they're talking about themselves and the way they are reacting. They're not talking about what's going on inside of you. And that's a protection that a writer should develop, is the recognition that critics and people who are very favorable to what you write, they're really talking about themselves in their comments. So,
that's true. Yeah. Really, a memoir, even though it's a personal writing about oneself, it still is reflective of the audience. I think that's so true. Bill, I want to pull you into this as well. Can you talk about bearing your honesty and telling your truth, please?
I started writing because I wanted a change. I needed a change. I landed in a place of burnout, and then the world landed in a place of burnout, and I wanted to understand how I landed there and how we all landed there. And for me, making space and time to write, that I needed to be honest about it. If I wanted to change, I needed to be candid. I needed to be truthful, as truthful as possible. But I also wanted to be compassionate. And I think being able to identify what are the things that are pain points still, what were the things that shaped me, what were the things that I experienced that led me to this moment. It wouldn't be interesting if it wasn't honest. It wouldn't be useful. It wouldn't have propelled me to make the changes that I wanted to change if I hadn't been both honest and compassionate with myself. I love the phrase, I love the idea and the image of standing naked in front of everybody, with these vulnerable truths. But I think there's some real wisdom in there. You can't try on something new unless you get naked, so I think there's real power in that if you can expose yourself in an appropriate way.
And it's hard. It's really hard. Yeah,
it is. But if you can, then it's all the more powerful to be able to try on something new, to be able to go in the direction that I wanted to go. I couldn't have done that unless I bared it all.
And that also leads to your point, that connection and that universality. Sue, I'll pull you in for your thoughts, because you do this so eloquently in your writing. Can you speak to that?
Sure, of course. For me, when I first start writing a project, I'm just writing for myself. I'm trying to understand the metaphors of my experience, the irony of it, the depth of it. What did something happen, and I want to make sense of it. So I'm just writing for myself, no holds barred. I don't think about the outside world. And so that gives me a lot of freedom to really go deep and explore the self and what an event meant. And after I finished writing it, I do feel a sort of distance from it. I've learned what I need to learn. And so I'm really ready to send it out into the world at that point. And in some ways, creative nonfiction is sort of turning your life into art. So once it is turned into art and I feel a kind of distance from it, that really helps me feel protected. So even though I'm, just writing about, anything that's happened to me, unhappy childhood, addiction, whatever it is, I'm really ready for the public to see it because I don't feel as connected to it. It's out there in the world, just go, and then I'm just working on something else. So I think when you're writing, just don't think about what's going to happen to it. Just focus on what you need to learn first and foremost.
In Selected Misdemeanors, you write flash essays that feel like these emotional snapshots. Can you talk about writing flash? Why do you write flash? And maybe lead into a little bit about how that taps into metaphor. I know you have a few examples, if you could share one too.
Sure, absolutely. So to me, a flash essay is very much a focused look at what it means to be human. And it's sort of ironic or kind of an interesting phenomenon that most of us, when we start writing, think about these big events, that's our sort of go-to place, which was true for me initially. I wrote kind of these big events, things like, unhappy childhoods, recovering from addiction, the loss of a loved one. But when you think about it, what about all other time? All of those smaller moments that really make up a life. And that's sort of where flash comes in, because the fact of it is that all the rest of the time is really a lot of time. So there's a lot to write about. So we see like these small moments of beauty or miniature forms of betrayal, snippets of loss. And that's what I really focus on in these 71 essays that comprise Selected Misdemeanors. And one example is that my sister and I used to play this game. We would walk on our hands, and it'd be a contest to see who would reach a destination first. And she would play it with me because she always won and make her feel good. I always played it because it was the only time she would spend with me, because she really didn't like to spend time with me. And so, and that, just telling that to you now, that's sort of an interesting anecdote. However, that's not enough to make an essay. So writing about it, what I came to understand is that when we played this game, I saw her as upside down because we'd be walking on our hands. So that led me to think of her as my upside down sister. And then that led to the metaphor that her love was upside down, that she really did not know how to love me in a really pure way. And that's only something I would discover in the writing process itself. And that's really the importance of writing, is to try to reach these deeper metaphoric moments.
Yeah. And I know Bill and Chester can both relate to that. Chester, I know that you have some very specific moments as well. Would you like to share one?
Specific moments? Goodness. No, I don't have specific. Well, I have so many. I can't even say the word. So many specific moments.
Specific, yeah, you can spit it out.
Right, there you go. Pacific rather than specific. There's
maybe with the leopard.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Yeah, that seems to be a favorite of a lot of people. So I was on an expedition in Africa, in Ethiopia, back in the 1976, as a matter of fact, a long time ago. So we did a little warm-up excursion down a little side river called the Awash River. Anybody who's into anthropology will recognize Awash. That's where Lucy was discovered. the pre-primate or pre-human.
Australopithecus afarensis.
You got it. Yeah. Anyway, so we were near there. We were at a waterfall on that little river, and there was a little building, and outside the building there was a cage. And before breakfast one day, I wandered down there, and in that cage was a leopard. And the leopard looked at me, and I looked at the leopard, and I says, "Hey, you're kind of lonely, aren't you?" So I sat down next to the leopard. Now you have to understand the bars on this cage were probably a foot apart. So he could stick his head out a little ways, and I could easily have gotten in there and petted him if I had had the courage. But being on an expedition, you don't want to take any risks. So I didn't pet him, but I just sat and chatted with him. And after a little bit, he started purring. And we talked, and he purred, and the purrs got louder. Then he got up and stretched himself and rubbed himself against the bars of the cage and sat back down and just snuggled up against the cage and against my face. Our faces were probably 6 inches apart. That's how close we were. And we sat and talked for about a half an hour. And then I had to leave. I had to go back and get to the campsite and get some breakfast. And, it's just an epiphany. It's one of those things that happens. It's a strange encounter, but I had a wonderful time with this great big kitty.
Yeah.
But, he was big, but I kind of thought of him as a little kitty.
Yeah.
A friendly kitty.
That's really beautiful. Bill, I'll invite you to maybe share a moment if you'd like.
What kind of moment do you want to hear?
Oh, you've got so many. I know.
I know. I mean, in terms of those moments where we start to understand ourselves in terms of the things that, I think when we move through the world, we don't pay attention to pop culture well enough. And, I was a lonely kid. I was a really lonely kid. I was isolated because of my own family dynamics, but also being queer and not understanding what that meant, but I would connect so beautifully with like people on TV. Like I would be watching the Golden Girls and suddenly feel like all was right in the world and understanding like, wow, these are real people. These are conversations, and they're talking to people like me. For some reason, I connected so deeply with that. So I started paying attention to like what else in pop culture would give me an outlet, would give me a resource, not just to understand what was going on in the world, what was accessible, what was available, but also to understand myself. Like Madonna was my favorite in terms of giving me language to understand what it means to be a human, what it means to be alive, what it means to engage the world, and not to shed, the identities that you grew up with, not to shed those garments that have been given to you, but to transform them, to use them, to thrive with them. So I had I don't know how many hundreds of moments I could talk about in terms of television or walking into a space onto a dance floor and hearing Madonna and feeling all is right in the world, and suddenly this was going to be my stepping stone forward.
And with your family too, like we were talking about family in various ways. Sue felt that her sister was upside down, whereas Bill, you felt ornamental, and you were the youngest out of a very, what was it, 12 siblings?
10. I'm number 10. I'm number 10.
You're number 10. So that's
Yeah.
a unique dynamic. Can you talk about this feeling that you had, a feeling, quote unquote, ornamental?
Sure. I'm the youngest of 10, and you would think, oh, you must have grown up with a big bustle and a huge, busyness all the time. And yeah, sometimes, but I'm also a lot younger than my older siblings. The first 9 are within 11 years, and I was 7 years later. So I had the dual experience of both being part of the big family and also being an only child. And, that gap, anytime we got together as a family, that gap was bigger and bigger and wider the older I got. I felt so detached from my family, from my siblings. They had, the family culture was set by the time I was in the world. So by the time I was conscious, there was nothing for me to contribute to to setting the dynamic of how does everybody talk to each other? You know, what's funny at the dinner table? What's moving? When does everybody get quiet and pay attention? You know, I had nothing to contribute to that because I was over on the side. If I spoke, I'd get this look from some of my siblings like, where did that come from? Is that a person? I didn't know that, you know. And that really, you know, that shapes us as we go through through life. But the most painful moments where that felt so, it still is hard to process sometimes. When I saw the way that my siblings responded to my parents' alcoholism without any consideration of me, that for me was an insight that pushed me further to the sides. You know, I was the one living at home. Nobody ever paid attention to, is Bill safe? Or I watched them watch me get in the car with my parents, you know, driving, and they should not have been driving. And those moments are still so vivid and so clear to me. And as much as I've made peace with it now, and I think the writing process gave me space to make a lot of peace with that, I still haven't made peace with those moments. I still haven't figured out how do I let go of the pain in those moments, those things. And I think it's okay to hold on to that. You know, I'm still learning and growing from those moments and those experiences. Even when I was 12 years old, I'm still figuring it out. I'm still unpacking it.
And I'm curious about advice. I'll segue over to Chester for this one because, Chester, speaking of moments, you have these amazing adventurous moments like we just discovered. You co-authored one of the original episodes of Star Trek, the Tholian Web. You have experiences as a real-life rocket scientist and wild adventures, whitewater rafting. That's hard for me to say, whitewater rafting. And so much more. What advice would you have to others who are maybe looking to create their own adventures or to feel unstuck or to write down their own essays, their own stories? Chester.
Well, you have to find it within yourself to write. I mean, that's just, it's a matter of just starting and then continuing and just practice. You get good at anything you practice. Let me tell you a little bit about the way I look at adventure. I've done a lot of adventuring, but my perspective of that is anything that you do that's new, that has novelty, is an adventure. Even finding something new on television, some new program that you suddenly enjoy, that's an adventure. It's a very minor adventure, admittedly. So there are various degrees of adventure. But you get married, for example, that's a big adventure, not a little one. Taking a new job, that's a big adventure as well, because you're finding yourself in a completely new situation. You have to adapt to that situation and to all new people and new experiences and things like that. So everybody goes through life and has adventures. As long as you recognize that anything that you do that is for the first time, it is an adventure. Now you can go out and climb a mountain. I've done that. You can go out and surf big waves. I've done that. You can scuba dive to the bottom of the ocean. I've done that. Not a very deep dive to the bottom of the ocean. Wasn't in deep sea. It was shallow, 100 feet down kind of stuff. Those are real adventures too. Those are outdoor adventures. And you're not obligated to do that. But if you have a hankering to do it, I encourage you to just go ahead and do it. Try, get involved, and you'll find that your experience, it so profoundly enriches your life. That's all I can say is if you're going for enrichment, that's a good way to do it. Just go do things. Let me give you an example of an adventure that everybody can do. It's not a hard one in this nation. Get yourself a good map, good road map. Go out and find a part of the country that you've never been to. Drive to that area and get off the highway. Go on the back roads. Find little towns. Have meals in little cafes. Camp out. Occasionally stop at a motel. go to the local town and get your clothes cleaned in the local laundromat and just wander around for a week or two. I've done that a number of times, and it is an extraordinarily enriching experience to do something like that. And it's something that everybody can do, and it's easy.
That's a great idea. Now I just want to get in the car and drive and see where I can get lost on some kind of an urban adventure.
Get off the highway, get onto the back roads. That's where real life is.
Yeah. And Bigfoot too. So I gotta.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Not to go down that trail.
Well, you can run into some really strange things. I didn't run over it, but I ran into a California condor stretched across the road once.
Oh, wow.
Up in the mountains behind here. And it was a little tiny back road. And I stopped the car because there was something in the road, and I took a look at it, and it was a California condor, and it was stretched all the way across the road. By the time I got the camera out, the condor was gone. He had flapped his way off, but he was just sunning himself in the road. You never know what you're going to run into.
That's amazing. What do you have to say? I had a conversation just yesterday with a young woman. I was telling her about the BookFest and even mentioning this panel. She kind of made, one of those flippant comments about, oh, me and my friends, we like to read, fun stuff. Genre fiction. I don't think she used the term genre fiction, but she was talking about sci-fi and romance and romantasy and stuff like that, not to discount any of those genres. But what would you like to say to somebody who maybe has passed by the memoir section because they don't necessarily feel that they're going to have that rush, that suspense, that narrative flair, so to speak? Sue, I'll ask you that first. What would you want to say to that reader?
So, yes, I have a lot to say to that reader. And that's fine. I mean, reading is just good, whatever you're reading. But reading memoir, creative nonfiction, any form of creative nonfiction, we're really writing about the human condition. And what else? What do we really have at the end of the day but our personal narratives? I mean, that's how we learn about each other. And for example, you could read a history book about war and learn a lot of facts. Or you could read a memoir written by a soldier who actually fought in that war. You'd really learn much more about what that war or any war felt like by reading memoir. Or you could read, let's say, a how-to book, how to recover from an addiction. And, how-to books are fine. They certainly serve a purpose. But if you really want to know what it feels like to struggle with an addiction, I would say read a memoir. And in terms of like sort of genre fiction, I mean, it's good. It's good escapism. And there's a lot that, good reasons to want to escape into some other world. And so I'm not like slamming that at all, but it's just more adding to your reading list. What else can you read? And I think being able to read about somebody else's life, we get to sort of live their lives. But by doing so, we also much better understand our own lives. And, really, when you think about it, that is all that we have, are these human connections that are so important. And so that's why I would give a big plug for adding, all forms of creative nonfiction to your reading list.
Bill, would you like to add anything to thoughts for the readers who are out there?
Oh, sure. Every genre is a different way to make meaning in the world, how to understand what's happening, to give you a lens to interpret your experiences and shape your relationships and figure out where you want to go in the world, right? So every genre gives you some vision of making meaning. But fiction, you're playing with other people's meaning. These authors have created beautiful worlds and drawn out insights, and that's wonderful. But I find memoirs to be powerful because it sends the message, you can too. Here's how I made sense of my life. Here's how I processed my experiences. And I'm offering this as a model for you too. And I think that's really powerful. If we're only reading other people's meaning, if we're only borrowing other people's senses of what's important and how to understand the world, then we're never really developing our own lens, right? We're never really developing our own capacity for making meaning. And that's where I think memoirs are really powerful. I started it in my own project, not thinking, oh, I'm interesting enough that I deserve a memoir. But for that reader that you talk to, there's a little bit of sex, there's a little bit of romance, there's a little bit of humor, there's a little, there's some heavy stuff, and it's all wrapped up in reflection and making meaning. And I would invite people to look at memoirs not as, I'm just learning about this person's life, but really as a model of how do I make meaning of my own, and how do I make sense of my own, and I think that's really empowering. I think that's we could all be a little bit more empowered in that way.
I guess it's
Absolutely.
my turn.
Yeah, please.
A little slightly different perspective. The world is full of interesting people. Almost everybody out there is interesting in one way or another. And what a good memoir does is it introduces you to somebody who's probably worth knowing in one respect or another. Somebody who becomes a friend when you read their memoir. It also, each of us only shares a little bit of this planet, a little bit of this world. And what a memoir does is it introduces you to a completely different part of the world. It broadens your horizons by showing you what somebody else has experienced and what the kinds of things that they've been through. And it gives you a much greater appreciation for the incredible, I hate to use the word diversity because it's so commonplace at this point, but there really is a diverse world, and it's worth exploring. And memoirs give you a chance to explore without actually having to leave your living room. And it's a great way of traveling.
Oh, yeah. I hear that. And you all write about family and loved ones in different ways. And whether that's framed through grief, dysfunction, trauma, all this reflection we've been talking about, it's in many ways probably helped you or changed the way you even are looking at your own loved ones. I'm curious if each of you would talk about how you feel your writing may have changed or not changed how your loved ones see you, or how they might see you if they were still with us today. Bill, let's have you start with that one, please.
After a couple of my siblings read the book, I was really curious what their perspective was. And I wasn't interested in telling their story. I really was just focused on telling my story, my perspective on our shared life together, and then how that set me down my own path. So I wasn't trying to tell their story. And the first reaction that I got from a couple of my siblings was, wow, I don't know you. Like, I thought I knew you well. I don't. And I'm sorry, so it sort of opened the door for some new conversations, which has been really, I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. I don't know what I expected from my family reading it, but they really, it opened a new door for conversations. I think for me too, it gave me a chance to make peace with some experiences and to really lift up some things that were joyful and wonderful and beautiful and that I wanted to hold on to. And I wanted my siblings and other people reading the book to be able to laugh along and enjoy it too. But with the tough stuff, I was able to make peace. And part of making peace was also figuring out where I could set a good boundary, and, where I could set a line of, you know what, I'm going to try up to this point, and it's really okay to back off. So it's made me feel less obliged to my family. It's like, we share DNA, but that doesn't mean you own me or you own my story. Instead, I really appreciate the ones who are looking to build a new relationship or build a new path forward. And writing for me has also made me appreciate better chosen family, and which is really important for queer folks. Many of us feel marginalized from or estranged from or rejected from our families and our chosen families, the people who are there for us, who do want to know us fully and love us fully and support us fully and want to share, share the road together. So it's helped. This project has helped me really appreciate my chosen family and the people in my life who are maybe more family-like to me than I ever appreciated, and than my own family, my own biological family have been. So it's a powerful experience, but I'll stop there. There's a lot to say there.
All right. Yeah. You're touching on this. It's a trope, the found family. We find it so much in fiction. And it's beautiful, Bill, when you find that in your real life. Again, it speaks to the reader being connected to you in a different way, because we've all felt the outsider, queer or not, somebody who's a member of a minority or a different religion. Chester speaks to the word diversity. I love that word. Maybe we need to lean into that word even more nowadays because of the fact that we all have our differences. We've all felt like the odd person out. Sue, let me invite you to chime in on this as well, please. This, what would your family be saying, thinking? Are they saying or thinking anything, or is it still radio silence from that upside down sister?
Sadly, there is still silence from my upside down sister. I mean, I've written now, I think, 9 books, and I don't think she's read any of them. If she has, she hasn't told me about it. She knows about them, but she's still, I think, so scared of love and kind of scared of that human connection, which is what we've been saying is sort of at the heart in many ways of memoir and creative nonfiction, is that to form these sort of connections with each other. And so she does not read my work, and I don't think anybody in my parents are dead, but I have niece, nephew, none of them have read my work. I have some distant cousins who have read some, and even though I'm saying sort of sad things about our family, they've been actually very supportive, which has been amazing and not very nice. But I think more importantly, since I can't control what my sisters are going to do or say or feel, I think more importantly is that for me, through the writing process, I have learned to feel more compassion about things towards my sister, really, in many ways, in that thinking about her as this upside down sister. So I got myself right side up, and I did that through therapy and through the writing process, all of these books. I used to be sort of upside down as well. I got myself right side up, but my sister is still upside down, and she still doesn't know how to really show her love. And that's really sad. I mean, it's sort of heartbreaking. And so I've learned to feel a lot more compassion towards her for not being sort of that older sister who could have protected me and sort of been there for me. And yes, I've learned compassion. And then, like Bill, I love what you said too about this found family, because through all my books, I've been able to sort of connect with other sort of wounded women and who can relate to a lot of my stories. And so I get a lot of emails from them, and I, of course, always respond. And so, that's become very empowering part of this whole process of writing and teaching. And and then I teach as well. And so sort of teaching my students how to find their voices, to have the courage to tell their stories. I mean, that's sort of part of this whole process as well, so that we can have sort of a chorus of voices, and that can really resonate out in the world. So even though I haven't really gained my blood family from it, I've gained an enormous amount of sort of love, empowerment, and just connection.
Chester, would you like to speak to
Yeah, I can speak. My experience is radically different from Sue and Bill's. I'm not, well, I have a younger sister. She's 15 years younger than me. So in effect, I grew up as an only child and then had the pleasure of cleaning the diapers of my young sister. My family was always clearly and tightly knit together. Try and give you an example of that. At the dinner, we always ate together, breakfast and dinner. And after breakfast and after dinner, my father would chase my mother out of the kitchen because she had prepared the meals. And he and I would clean up the kitchen. At the dinner table, there was always discussion about world events and what's happening at the office and all that sort of stuff. And of course, I had questions, but my parents always treated me as an adult from the earliest age. So if I expressed an opinion, they wanted to know what was behind that opinion, and they treated that opinion with great respect. So I had a radically different upbringing in that respect. And my sister had the equivalent, of course. And she turned out to be absolutely a marvel. But that's a whole different story about her success. So I didn't have that kind of a trauma. I had a slightly different kind of a trauma. And my trauma was that I was exceedingly bright. I mean, seriously bright by comparison with most of the people around me, most of my kids and most of my teachers and so on. And I had some real problems as a result of that. Partly because I didn't know how to react to other people, and partly because they didn't know how to react to me. So I got some help along the way. People went out of their way to smooth some things over for me. But there was a sense of isolation as a result of that, being very precocious. It was my habit to read at least one book a day, all the way through. Usually one, sometimes two, and on rare occasions, I would read 3 books a day. So that'll give you at least a little sense of how isolated I could be from the rest of the community.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the great thing about books in general, right? They're portable friends that we can take with us anywhere and everywhere. Somebody that we can always turn to and escape into. Now that we've got some of the heavy stuff out there, let's do what every good book does. Let's make us laugh as well. Irony and humor and kind of subverting expectations, putting in a good old twist here and there. I know that plays as well in all of your writings, even when those topics are really tough. Bill, let's start with you on this one. Why do you think that readers need to laugh as much as they need all of that honesty?
I hear so clearly in my head Emily Saliers of the Indigo Girls. I was going to say the Golden Girls, very different girls. Indigo Girls. Emily Saliers on a recording talking, as she's about to sing a song, says you'd cry, you have to laugh, otherwise you'd cry your eyes out. There are those moments where you have a choice of either melting in pain or laugh, and I've always chosen to laugh. I love laughing. I'm an easy laugh. I will laugh at any bad joke because I love laughing. I love sharing laughter with others. But it's also a technique that I learned as a teacher. I started teaching high school, and I was a campus minister for many years, and it was a way to both connect with my students. If I knew that they were laughing, that means that I knew that they were paying attention and they were emotionally engaged and they were physically focused. Their mind was focused on whatever it was I was talking about. And I was able to take from laughter to go into more serious stuff, or to open a bigger question, or once we could laugh together in the classroom, then we could be vulnerable with each other. Once we could laugh with each other, then we could take on the big questions and not feel like oh, I don't get it. You know, you can laugh it off that I don't understand whatever the abstraction is, you know. So that laughter, I think, for readers, between the author and the reader, that is that moment of shared connection. If I can make you laugh with telling you a story that I thought was funny, or maybe even something I didn't think was funny, and you still laugh, I'm glad, because that means that we're connected. And that means that once we're connected, then we can build on that relationship, you know. Then I feel like if you've laughed at anything that I've written, then I know that you'll understand better the struggles that I had, or the fears that I had. And you'll also understand how I got out of the dark places. You know, joy and humor are really important to me on a daily basis, not just as a commodity, but as a tool, as something I use all the time to get me focused and staying optimistic and staying positive and staying creative. So that's how it works for me.
Sue, how does it work for you?
So, yes, I was just on, not too long ago, I was on a panel that was called Traumedy. And it was about taking tragedy and comedy and morphing them together and see what you come up with. And so all the writers on it, we had, examples in our writing that would speak to this idea of traumedy, which I think is a great word. I didn't come up with the word, but I think it's a great word. So for me, when I try to write funny, it's not like ha-ha funny. Bill, you sound really funny, and I think you're probably really ha-ha funny. I can't do that, but my humor is more sort of gallows humor and ironic. For example, one of my books is called How to Survive Death and Other Inconveniences. And yeah, ironic, because obviously I'm not going to survive death, although I really am terrified of death, so I'm holding out hope. But and in that book, obviously it's written with a lot of humor. Or another one of my books is The Papoon Fan Club, My Life as a White Anglo-Saxon Jew, which is also meant to be very ironic. And so, because it explores sort of the my unhappy childhood of growing up, and my family did happen to be Jewish, but so I had this mad crush on Pat Boone, who was just sort of the opposite of my father. And just the irony of that, like, I wanted him to adopt me. I wanted him to be my father. He was this sort of squeaky clean image. So for those of you who don't know, he's a 1960s pop music idol. And since then, we actually have developed a relationship, which is a whole other form of irony, because now he's sort of a fan of mine. So, but I think irony, by writing ironically, you can sort of deepen your narrative. And so, like, if you're writing just from that past experience, then it can be sort of just doom and gloom and tragic. But then the author, who now has more distance from it, you can see the irony of a situation. And so that irony can really deepen the narrative. And then I think it offers readers a way to see their own lives with this sort of larger perspective. So I think that that's one thing that irony or any kind of humor like that can add sort of to the conversation, that the way it can speak to a reader who can now see, oh, okay, that sad thing happened to Sue, but now she's writing about it with a sense of irony. And so if she can do that, then I can maybe start seeing my own situation, a little bit clearer with this sort of deeper perspective. So I do think it offers readers a way to maybe get out of that sort of, pit of despair they might be in, and see their lives or their situations in a broader, sort of more global sense.
Chester.
When I write stories, I write to entertain. So I try and find something in it in most of the events that I've experienced, that I can express in a light touch. The word irony is appropriate because what I see in most situations is if you can step out of yourself and look at what actually happened from some distance, you will see that there's usually a lot of humor involved in the situation. So, for example, in many cases, accident or injury or something like that can develop into a very funny story. So I'll tell you an example from my medical background, which is extensive as it turns out. So it turned out I had a problem with my thyroid. My thyroid was killing me. And as a result, I had to have the thyroid removed. But I couldn't have surgery on it because the anesthetic would kill me. So I had to be given a radioactive poison. And the day I went in to the clinic to pick up and swallow the pill of radioactive poison, some very interesting things happened. By distancing myself, I could watch what was actually happening. And what I found was I was a monster in a monster movie. People were frightened to be anywhere near me as I was walking out of the clinic after having taken this radioactive pill. I was that dangerous. And it was funny. It was absolutely funny. And I've written the story that way. Just going through the experience and watching, you didn't have to sign any documents leaving the clinic. You didn't have to do anything because everybody backed away from you as far as they possibly could while you were walking out into the parking lot. So that's a very funny situation, and it's a true life one. And all you have to do is watch people's reactions, and sometimes you can really get something hilarious out of it.
I give you credit. That is one way I would choose not to get reactions out of people by that. And thankfully, you are here and well, and you
survived the experience. Yes, but I got a good story out of it, and it's in the second book.
Indeed.
As a matter of fact,
love that. Obsession. I mean, we have talked about metaphor and memory, but obsession is another thread that I see weaving through all of your memoirs, and memoirs in general. I think we'll do this. Sue, let's have you speak to this first and talk about how obsession plays in your work. And do you find yourself trying to unravel and figure out the same answer to a question over and over again? How does obsession work for you, or maybe even work against you in your writing?
Well, I'm a very obsessive person, and I consider that a good thing because writers do write their obsessions. And I will say, so my book, Selected Misdemeanors, there's 71 essays in it, and that's 71 obsessions right there. And I would say thematically that probably on some level, all my writing has to do with a search for self-identity, and the alienation that I felt from myself growing up. And so 3 of my obsessions, I've mentioned one of them. One is Pat Boone, one is Adam Lambert, and one is Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, you can't have 3 people who are more diverse than that. And I've written about them, but not to sort of understand them, but more to understand my obsession towards them. So like with Pat Boone, as I mentioned, growing up, I wanted him to adopt me. I wanted to be his daughter. He had 4 daughters. Would he even notice if he had a 5th, So I really wanted him to adopt me, and sadly he never did. But when I wrote about him, again, it wasn't to write about him, it was to write about him as metaphor. So he became a metaphor for like the safe, good father. Now with Adam Lambert, who is on American Idol, and he's a lead singer for Queen now. And I have an essay about him, and it's not about him. It's really, why am I obsessed with him? Because I completely was obsessed with him. I mean, I was like madly in love with him. And I'm like you, Bill, I should say that I am really into pop culture as well, and sort of like, what's our connection with it? Why are we drawn to certain things? And there are reasons why. So with Adam Lambert, he reminded me, particularly when he was on American Idol, of my hippie flower child days. Yeah, the way he dressed and sort of flamboyantly, and just the way he presented himself. And I really miss being a hippie flower child. I'm a little too old now to be a hippie flower child, but I still want to be. So I wrote about sort of how he became a metaphor for me for that time of my life when I wanted to be a hippie flower child, and how I wanted that time back. So that was the connection. Then with Jeffrey Dahmer, that I know that's a little bit scary there, and he had some issues. And but so when I was younger, I struggled with an eating disorder as well. And isn't his eating disorder sort of the ultimate eating disorder, I would say? And so again, I wasn't really writing about him, but I was writing about Jeffrey Dahmer as metaphor. And I was obsessed with him. I was collecting all of these articles about him, to the point where my therapist at the time said, "Sue, you have to throw those away and get over this. This is not helping you." And I said, "But I'll write about it. It'll be fine." But yeah, I am such an obsessive person. And but I think that that's a good thing for a writer. I mean, it's material. So I think that the sort of takeaway here is to not let your obsessions scare you. Like, be courageous enough to just claim them. If you're obsessed with Pat Boone, Adam Lambert, and Jeffrey Dahmer, go for it and just discover, why are you obsessed with them? Because you'll find that they all are metaphors for something in your own life. So you're really learning more about yourself.
In that case, Sue, yeah, your obsessions actually do scare me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. It makes you just that much more delightful and interesting. And it's okay if I'm a little bit afraid of you, because anybody that terms Jeffrey Dahmer's situation as, oh, he just had an eating disorder.
The ultimate eating disorder.
Right. Bill. Yes, thank you, Bill. It is the ultimate one. And,
well, socially unacceptable eating disorder.
You think? But really, Desiree, you know me well enough now to know I'm not a scary person. Or a little bit. No. Some of my obsessions are, but I'm not. I promise.
Okay. Chester, let's talk about your obsessions and metaphors.
First of all, I'm not conscious of being obsessed about anything outside of myself. But there is an obsession that I have a real problem with, and that is when I'm doing a piece of work, whether I'm writing a story, something like that. Boy, then do I get obsessed. I get so focused on that, I just can't let it go. I will try and put something aside and go to bed at night, and I'll wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning with an idea, and I say to myself, I've just got to write that down and then go back to bed. But of course, I never do get back to bed. So I'm often on very short sleep, and somehow, if I'm lucky, I can find a way to catch up with a nap in the afternoon or something of that sort. But yeah, so my biggest obsession has to do with, I guess, trying to get the right idea down at the right time. So when an idea does pop in, I have to record it, and that's my obsession. But as far as the outside world is concerned, I'm just so interested in everything that's going on out there. I guess you could say I'm obsessed with the entire planet.
It is an interesting place that we live. Indeed. Bill, your obsessions, my friend?
How long is this podcast? So many. So my academic background is in the comparative study of religion and ritual, and so metaphor and symbolism have always been really, really important to me. For me, it's always been tools to understand, right, what's going on, what are people intending to do, what transformation is happening from an experience, and all that. But my study of religion and comparative religions really trains me to pay attention, really to pay attention to things, not to impose a meaning or language onto it, but if you pay attention to something, it will tell you what it means. It will tell you what is important to whatever the thing you're paying attention to. So paying attention is like my daily mission in the world. Some people might call it obsession. I think, you pay so much attention, you just want to get as much out of something. And when I'm obsessed over someone like, I don't know, Madonna, I just feel like it's squeezing the as much juice as you can get from the fruit, right? Squeezing as much juice as you can get from the orange. But then, of course, there's that moment where you realize, there's no more juice coming. So you have to be able to be aware of, when does this obsession become an unhealthy, habit, if it takes over your life and you're still not getting any juice from it, like, okay, time to walk away from that. I have yet to reach that moment with Madonna myself, but I liked paying attention to Madonna, not just because I love her music but because she has measurably moved the needle in popular culture, in global culture. She has moved the needle. I think that's interesting. So I want to pay attention. I want to understand, how did she do that? And so I pay attention to, certain threads in her work of, she's always doing social commentary. She's always a cultural parasite or a cultural mutualist. She's always reinventing herself and not taking on something new, but peeling back layers to reveal something that's inside. She's always she's been a catalyst for something new. I call her a catalyst for postmodernism, because she's doing all the things that she's laying groundwork for all of us to follow in the future. So I think paying attention to her is fun. Obsession can be a lot of fun, but you also learn along the way. You understand, what's the world that I want to live in? Do I want to live in Madonna's world and the world that she's paving? Maybe. Or do I want to start moving the needle myself? Or how do I do that? One of the things I love to pay attention to with Madonna is how she's been a queer ally and has changed over time, from being the white savior out in front, to sharing her platform, to getting out of the way and letting other people take the benefit from her platform. So, and that's a great model for queer allyship in her career and in her life. So obsession for me is not just spinning my wheels and I can't get my eyes off of whatever the subject is. I just want to squeeze as much out of it to understand what's going on in the world and what do I want the world to be, and how do I participate in that? How do I contribute to that? And that's I think the great fruit of obsessions.
At some point, I think you're right, Bill. We need to do a whole discussion just on obsessions, because that in and of itself could be the entire topic. But I'm going to give everybody here a chance for their final thoughts. Anything you want to say, get off your chest. Now's the time to do it. Chester, let's start with you. And here is, by the way, I know you've got it in the background, but we've got The Trek Continues here, so everybody can take a look at that beautiful cover.
Yeah, I was fortunate in finding some very talented artists to put that cover together, and I've gotten good reaction as a result of that. Buy my book, obviously. And I would suggest to buy everybody else's book as well. It's just, the stories are meant to entertain people. And I think that's the perspective. Every one of the stories can be read independently. They can be read in any order. And they're just intended to show a different part of the world to people through my experience of those strange parts of the world. And it's just a matter of encouraging people to delve in and hopefully enjoy. The reactions I've gotten from the first book and also from the reviewers of the second book has been extremely positive. So my impression is that people really like what they're reading. So.
Yeah, definitely. Selected Misdemeanors. And here's Sue. Her book is also in her background, but I'll push it up forward so everybody can see the dead fish that you put on the cover. You sadist, you, Sue. Final thoughts, my
So
friend.
that belly up fish is one of my misdemeanors. I'll just let that, and one of my obsessions and misdemeanors. So I'll let that go at that. But I think my final thoughts is that everybody has a story to tell. Everyone's life is interesting and can be made interesting if you really dig deep and discover your own metaphors. And because metaphor is what makes your life unique and universal at the same time. So just trust your story, trust your voice, write, and also read. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bill, I'll hold this up so everybody can see. 6 to carry the casket and 1 to say the mass. We're pulling in all of those elements with this. Is this your room? What is this on the cover of your book? And final thoughts, please.
Well, the cover of the book is actually is a photograph taken by my friend Joel Avery, and it's a street scene in New York. He was walking along and saw this pink chair in the middle of all this trash and all this stuff being moved out of an old building. And for me, it looked like I was sitting in that chair and all of my life swirling behind me as a big mess and me looking out to the world trying to make sense of it. And it felt to me like, oh, that's exactly what I was trying to do with this book. And I think, for me, the biggest gift that has come back to me is when people have read the book and they reach out and they say, not like, oh, you're such a good writer, or oh, that was so interesting, but when they say things like, that made me think about the time when ... I read an essay about the kitchen and how my mom is still very alive in my kitchen and what I learned from her. And that has struck several chords with people. And people say, that reminded me so much of, what the kitchen was like for me growing up or my relationship with my mom. So the great gift for me has been hearing those kinds of responses. Not that my life is interesting, but that people are finding their own lives more interesting to think about. And so I'm really grateful for this panel too, to be able to plug, sure, I'd like people to buy my book, but I'm more interested in people having conversations with each other that are meaningful and to get to know ourselves, not just by navel gazing, but by engaging and talking to people and sharing and articulating our own experiences so that people can come to know us better too. I think that vulnerability will only lead to empathy, and hopefully that's going to make a better world. So that's my goal.
And links to each of your books are on the BookFest website. We've been posting them in the chat during this conversation, so everybody can indeed and should go out and grab these books from Chester L. Richards, Bill Holzman, and Sue William Silverman. Thank you each so much for telling your truth and sharing your stories here with us today.
It's been a pleasure to be here.
It really has. Thank you so much for having us. And I've really enjoyed talking to all of you.
Likewise. Thank you.
It's a BookFest award winner spotlight. Robin Correco, The Spectrum of Storytelling. In children's books, masks are sometimes more than costumes because they often mirror how neurodivergent kids hide parts of themselves in order to fit in. Storytelling can lift those masks and empower young readers and reflect the diverse experiences that exist across the entire spectrum. Drawing from her journey as a reader, a parent, and an author, and congratulations again on being a BookFest award winner, Robin writes with authentic, neuro-spicy voices that we're going to learn more about in this conversation today. Your story is just a heartfelt reminder that books do so much more than entertain. They can also help liberate us. Robin, how you doing today?
Hi there. I'm doing really good. How are you?
I'm excellent. Now let's get into why is it important for children to be able to see characters who reflect themselves, who mirror who they are wherever they might be on that spectrum?
Yeah. So, the neurodivergent experience is kind of complex, like whether you're diagnosed or not, and especially in a world where we have access to information. So kids now can go, hey, I think that I might be autistic, I might be ADHD, and they can just go pop on Google and start Googling symptoms, right? So there's so many feelings, there's so much that goes along with this neurodivergence journey, and it's usually kind of like a long one for most people. And there's just so many feelings, like not just like mushy, like emotional feelings, like literal sensory, like most neuro spicy people, they're sensory driven, or they're sensory aversions. So because it's so complex, right, it often can feel very isolating. There aren't usually languaging or words for a lot of the struggles that happen internally, and then externally we're trying to pretend because it looks like the people around us are doing just fine, and we're like, well, what's wrong with me? So you can feel kind of like the out. I know for me anyway, like I I felt like the outcast, I felt like the weirdo, I felt invisible. And I didn't at the time, back in my day, like I didn't know why. And it was lonely, it was really lonely. I felt alone as a kid. I would try to talk to my parents, but they didn't quite understand what I was saying. um so I was trying to figure out what was normal, quote unquote, and what I was doing wrong, why I wasn't fitting in with the other kids, why I was the one squirming in my seat when everybody just seemed so comfortable, just even little things like that. So as a kid, when I read books like Matilda or Are You There, God, It's Me, Margaret, suddenly a lot of those feelings of loneliness like started to dissipate. And even something as little as, when an author makes a comment about a main character fidgeting in their school seat or something, like it was like, oh, okay, maybe it's not so weird after all. Maybe I'm not so alone in the world because somebody wrote those words, like, right, like somebody wrote those words down, which means there must be understanding somewhere in the world, even if I can't find it yet. And books were, and characters specifically, it gave me a safe space to start unpacking some of the stuff that didn't make sense inside of me.
Yeah, I think we can all relate to that in some capacity. And it has come a long way. I remember myself, and I think I'm a little bit older than you, but back in my day as well, Robin, we just didn't have these terms, or if they did, they seemed kind of clinical, and we weren't applying them to the kids in the classroom. And if we were, they were still, that made them even more of an other. It didn't help in uniting anybody. It further divided us. So I like the way you describe neuro spicy voices. Can you unpack that a little bit and define what you mean by a neuro spicy voice and why that feels so authentic to young readers?
Yeah, sure. And just to echo what you were saying, like something struck me. It's like not only was there not languaging back then, but we as young women, right? Like certainly girls were not, when I was diagnosed ADHD as an adult, I went, "Oh, all of this makes sense." Right? So, when I think about my own experience, my own journey, my own story, um I didn't know I was what I was looking for in characters back then, right? Because we're talking about this lack of languaging, right? So now we're trying to play catch up. We're trying to like fill in the gaps. And when I was thinking about what is it that I wanted or needed to see, as not just as a reader, but like as someone reading books to my children, that were going to help them also feel supported and safe as neurodivergent kids. And it's like those little spaces in dialogue, right, where there's this, right, we're showing through storytelling, they're showing the internal struggle, right, that lives under the smile, that there is something going on in the background, right? And I think, in my humble opinion, books are like the best way to highlight the ways that these inner and outer worlds play off of one another, right? It's a character, fidgeting in their seat. It's like a gap in dialogue. It's an awkward pause, right? Even the wording, like awkward pause in a book, was like, oh, so other people, like this is neurospicy friendly, right? And maybe the main character, it doesn't even matter if the main character is or isn't neurodivergent, but it matters to a neurospicy person that there are like telltale signs that who we are as and how we express that voice, like it's real, right? And because it starts to feel like it's not real anymore. And I remember the one book, it was like Babysitter's Club, and they would talk about the discourse of friendships, and I had a really hard time like making and keeping friends, partially because I was constantly trying to like imprint proper social behavior. So I mean, like when I look back on it now, I'm like, oh, did that maybe like hinder my friendships, my relationships? But then when I would go into these books or these spaces where there was like discord in friendships and seeing what they were like arguing over, it also helped me understand maybe some context I had missed, or, maybe some little nuance or social cue that had flown over my head. So I think that neurospicy voices in for young readers, like, just gives them a chance to process a lot of stuff that has question marks naturally.
Yeah, and you've talked about the masks that kids will wear or adults will wear too. Can you
Yeah.
speak to that a little bit? Talk about and maybe also speak to the kids who are out there listening, watching, as well as the adults. What do they need to hear about the masks that we wear and when it might be safe to take them off?
Oh my gosh, yeah, I could talk forever about masks. So masking is our body's way of, protecting us. It's a response to, overwhelm, and making sure our systems are organized, or we're doing the best we can to navigate our day-to-day lives, right? And every time somebody asks me about masking, I think of my son, who it's so sweet when he comes in the front door, right? He strips off all of his gear, right? Like his backpack, his jacket, right? And it's almost like the mask is coming off, right? The armor is coming off, and it's like, oh, thank God, I'm home. I'm home. Like, I don't have to pretend anymore. I'm exhausted from pretending, right? And then we'll read a book together, or we'll do something together, right? And that becomes the safe space. It's the portal to like unspoken words. It's like it's permission to let go of having to worry about whether we've said or done the right thing all day, because there's that constant pressure underneath every single interaction. So I think of him every time, and specifically when it comes to books, and you know fiction, nonfiction. It doesn't even matter. Like, the book becomes the safe place, right? The book becomes the safe place for all of these things to exist, right? So not only does it create a safe place for neurodivergence, but when like maybe your whole family is like reading the same book, like if I read the same book, or me and my kid, like, so my son and I, like, we were talking about masking one day, and I was saying how I wanted to write a Halloween story about like masking, and he was like, oh, well, like, I hated wearing masks on Halloween because I do that all the time. And I was like, tell me more. Like, tell me more about this, right? Like, what does that mean to you? And he poured out an entire framework to a story about a kid who's like, I refuse to wear a mask on Halloween. I do this all year round, and proceeded to share like how the characters would all interact with this. And I'm like, okay, not only is this story like, for me, it was resonating for me because I was reflecting on like my inner child, but I'm like, this would be important for his friends to read. So it kind of, books give us an opportunity, and storytelling gives us an opportunity to understand like the spectrum of how these things play out and how communication plays out in neurodivergent people.
Communication with your son too, Robin, that is beautiful as a mom with their child to be able to share that and make that connection in that way as an author, as a writer, because he helped you write. Your
Yep.
son is your co-author. How
Yep.
does
No,
that
he's getting all the credit on that book. He's getting all the credit on that book. It's really cool. Like it feels, oh, I'm getting emotional. It feels really, really good because I went from being a kid who was so desperate to be seen, to be heard, to understood, to understand about my passion about stories and characters. And now I have these really cool conversations with my son who has these brilliant ideas. And I thought to myself, like, this is, to me, this is the way that when we engage with curiosity, it gives our kids a chance to explore these worlds, and there's no judgment, there's no shame, there's no guilt, like it just exists. So yeah, it makes me very emotional.
Oh, I can definitely understand that. I'm getting a little emotional myself. Um, what do you want to say to the parents, educators out there, librarians? The BookFest community brings in so many different types of people because we're talking about our love of books and literature. But what would you want to say to them who may want to better support the neurodivergent kids that are in their lives, especially as it happens through books?
Yeah, and that's what drew me to the BookFest community. Like when I started as an author and I was kind of like poking around, I was like, where is there a safe space, right? It's like my default um thinking. It's like, where is it safe for me, not just me as a parent, but me as a neurodivergent person, right? Because I'm talking about things that sometimes they seem so out there, even though to me they're not. But the one thing that I want to say is we neurospicy folk, we get lost in the mask. We kind of forget, right? We forget who we are. We get so consumed with being accepted. We get really um we want to make sure that we're pleasing the people around us, and at the cost of ourselves and our expression, not on purpose, but because it's just constantly running in the background that we are maybe out of place or a little quirky or a little weird, which gets pointed out to us occasionally. All right. So we tend to copy or mimic what we think is acceptable behavior, and then that kind of makes us even weirder because they're like, what are you doing? Right. They know we're not being authentic to ourselves. For me, I was always worried about what I was or wasn't allowed to say, and books became like the soul tether, right? Books became this way to get me back to who I was over and over again, because I could move from Goosebumps to Matilda, and nobody gave me, it was like, oh, no, 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 this is who I am deep down. I'm equal parts, like, love, my love for horror meets my very sensitive, mushy, emotional, these two things can exist, even though sometimes out in the real world, like, I say the real world, but out in public, it feels like those things are contradictory to some people. And parents, my librarian, I'm sorry, I just I just remembered this story. Like, I'll never forget my librarian, my local librarian.
Mhm.
I loved the library as a kid. Loved the library. I could spend hours there. And I'll never forget the day that I was waiting for a Goosebumps book, and she pulled that and then put The Secret Garden on top of it. And it was like, oh my God, like it was like one of the first times I think I felt seen. Like, for real. Like, it was like, these are for you. Like, this encompasses like you. And it was this really sweet moment. And I would encourage, the adults, the teachers, the librarians, and the people who are face to face with kids every day. Like, when you approach kids with that eagerness of like, who are you? Right? Who are you? Right? When you get curious about, like, the the person that exists under the behaviors or like the outbursts. It goes a long way, right? I'm 42 years old, and I can remember that story of being a tiny girl, right? And how the librarian impacted me, right? And now I'm here in this really cool kind of full circle moment, being like, yeah, this matters. It makes a difference. Those little tiny gestures are like everything.
Librarians really need to start wearing capes, don't they?
They really do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've mentioned growing up and your parents, they didn't quite understand you. Can you talk about that a little bit more and maybe reflect a bit on what parents nowadays? We have so much more information at our fingertips. It's easier to identify, perhaps. But talk a little bit, Robin, about as you were growing up and having your own parents that just kind of didn't get it, and what parents nowadays can maybe do so they are more responsive and maybe more accepting.
Yeah, I think that my parents were my parents were just trying to do, what they thought was right. Um, and I get that, right? I'm an adult who is completely aware now that they were parenting based off of how they were raised, right or wrong. Um, and now, right, for me, it went okay. So when I became a mother, right, when I stepped into motherhood, right, it was I had this like kind of fantasy about it, about what motherhood would be, and then like the reality of it starts to smack you in the face every single day. Um and you have this vision of who you are as a parent, right? And what no one told you is you're going to get confronted with like a little version of you like every single day, every single day, right? And when you grow up feeling really complex feelings about yourself, it does impact and influence your parenting. So, for me, it was okay. I'd watch my kid, I'd see like a little blip of me, and I'd go, wait a sec. I know, I know what that is. Like there I am. And there's this kind of like pause. There's this moment between, what my kid is expressing behaviorally, or not even behaviorally, but just expressing, or communicating, and my interpretation of this and how that was handled when I was a child, essentially. And I had to really dig into those moments and go, what did I need? What did I need as a kid versus you know, what was passed down through, parenting techniques that may or may not work for me, especially for a neurodivergent, by the way, because neurodivergence is just kind of like inherently like over complicated, especially when you're a kid. Like you feel all the feelings, and then when you go back get them back out with words, you end up crying because it's so hard to translate, right? And I can see now how my parents would look at me melting down and wanting to fix it, and that is inherently like a good desire. That's a good thing. But what I needed was co-regulation. What I needed was someone to sit with me and go, yeah, man, I'd be freaking out too if I was feeling overwhelmed, or the sounds were too loud, or there was like a startling image on the TV screen. So it took me a really long time, and I have 3 kids, especially in their toddler years, to like kind of like rein those parts in that were like uncomfortable with seeing myself, and like how I would deal with little me, right? Versus how little me was banished to her room for crying too much, right? And I just think it's time. We have so much information in a day and age where we have so much information, and a day and age where the conversation around neurodivergence and the understanding of the spectrum of how this presents itself in each individual person is so radically different. right? It makes more and more sense to be like, hey, like, let's get to know you. And instead of saying like, oh, don't do that, right? Don't do that thing that makes me uncomfortable. It's like, okay, well, why are you doing that? What's going on, right? Is this a sensory
Yeah.
trigger? Or is it, there's a conversation that exists in that pause, in that space. And that was one that I was desperate to have, both as a parent and as a very sad little kid.
We talk about the spectrum, and in many ways that's what the spectrum is trying to understand, because each child, each person is different, and it can be very confusing for somebody who may look at the world in more absolutes or
Yep.
more black and white. Why can't I treat this child this way? It works for the other children. So the adult themselves might be having a hard time kind of defining and working with, because of this idea of the spectrum. And can you speak to
Yeah.
that a little bit? What do we mean when we talk about a spectrum?
Oh my God, I could, again, this is another topic I could talk forever about. Because I have three neurodivergents. Their presentation of neurodivergence is all totally different. Like I have one that is hyper verbal. And I notice his processing, he does better when he can process things verbally. I have another one who needs more solitude. He go right. And for me, like at first I was taking these things personal, right? Like I would have, a neurodivergent who would go away. He would shut himself in his room. And I thought, oh my gosh, what am I doing wrong? Like, did I do something wrong? And then, as I would kind of learn the nature of his overstimulation and what overstimulated him, because he's far more of a sensory processing, that's the stuff that what kicks him offline, so to speak. And he's just like, no, I just need to destimulate. It has nothing to do with you, right? Whereas I have another kid who's like, mom, like I need to talk this out right now, right? And you have this wild array of autism presentations, ADHD, and then I have a child with dyslexia. I have a child with math dyslexia. So I have a reading dyslexia, I have a math dyslexia, I have one with auditory processing disorder. And like, so learning not just the communication uh needs of each kid, but remembering in my own neurodivergent brain how to switch between them. Like, I'm like, when it comes to the one that's hyperverbal, I'll be like, okay, go in your room, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, what do you want? Like, let's talk. Like, let's talk about it. So, um, it's kind of a really cool puzzle you get to put together every day. And then they change because they grow. Yeah.
It's a delightful puzzle, might I
It
add.
is. I think it's a lot of fun. It's like each new little piece of information is like, it reminds me of those books as a kid where like you read the story and and you pick, and it's like, okay, go to page 82, right? And
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
that's what it feels like, is those books that you get to
And
choose the stories.
choose your own adventure type
Yeah,
books.
yeah, 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 exactly. That's
Absolutely.
that's parenting.
As a writer, you talk about the communication, especially when you were little, and the melting down and feeling like you weren't being heard and it was all coming out. How does that, as a writer, being able to communicate as a writer, is that giving you an outlet? How does that feel?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I am constantly writing from the voice of my melting down inner child. I have a new book coming out. It's called The Littlest Empath. And that there's actually a chapter in there called Meltdown. And it's a chapter where I give her, permission to have take in the absurdity of the neurodivergent experience, and cry, right? And furthermore, as a writer, give myself permission to write about that, because that also took time. Like I was like, nobody's going to want to read this. Nobody's going to want to read a little girl crying to herself in the bathroom for 3, 4, however long it goes on, 3 or 4 paragraphs a page. I think it's a page. But when I read it back, I went, no, this is really people. It's important to me. It's important to readers that there's so much depth of feeling. There's so much that area to explore and through that I think can only be explored through writing, right? And I needed to give myself and my books like space to do that, like give them permission to also have a voice and be like, what, it's okay if you take up space. It's okay.
Yeah.
You're worth it.
Yeah. And sometimes spending a page on that meltdown in the bathroom, maybe we didn't have that meltdown in the bathroom ourselves, but in some moment in our lives, we can identify with that. So that just goes back to that connection, that feeling of being heard and understood. Robin, if you could whisper one sentence into the ear of a neurodivergent child who feels unseen right now, what would you tell them?
Oh, that hit me. I would say, like, I know you feel it, like when people are uncomfortable around you, like even if people aren't using words, but like, no, it's not you. You're not the reason people are uncomfortable, and you don't have to fix that. There's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with them either, but like you're perfect as you are right here and right now.
That's beautiful. And your writing is so beautiful, Robin.
Oh, thank
Thank you.
you.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing it with us. And just so everybody knows, they can find out more about Robin. She has a speaker page on the BookFest website, as well as a book page. We're putting links in the chat on the side. And you already teased us. Got more books coming down the
Oh,
pipe.
tons.
Tons. All right. All
Yeah.
right. So you mentioned it. So you teased it a little bit. What else can we expect from you coming down the road?
Yeah, so the Little Stem Path comes out in November. I'm so excited. This will be my first adventure in um middle grade fiction. And I tried to pull from my inspirations as a child, which was very like R.L. Stein, basically like R.L. Stein like meets like like Babysitter's Club. Like how do we mash these worlds together? That was like and portray the essence of the neurodivergent, the highly sensitive, right, the empathetic, deeply feeling main character whose name is Kenley. And I'm obsessed with her. She's just so cool. And I have 5 children's books out now, one of which is actually about meltdowns. And then another area that I'm getting into is I'm going to start writing short stories that are fictionalized short stories about motherhood. And they're going to play off the children's books. And I'm really, really excited about this project. I have no idea what it's going to look like yet. But I have an idea. And yeah, I think it's going to be really cool.
That sounds really interesting. Okay, keep us posted about that. Thank you again for sharing your books and your insights. This has been such a stimulating dialogue, Robin. Thank you so much for being a part of
Thank
the
you.
BookFest.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, hello everyone, and welcome to the BookFest Author Chats. We've got another list of great authors that are joining us today, and we are so excited to get to talk about their work and get to hear a little bit more about what makes it so special. I, of course, am Jay Gordon Curtis. You can call me James. I will be your host, and I have a knife through my head because it is Halloween. So we are going to kick back and talk about some spooky topics and try to enjoy the festive season a bit. All right. Well, and by the way, don't forget that we are also offering a giveaway, so feel free to stop by and don't forget to get your name in there. Otherwise, though, we are going to just get started. And get rolling with the good times. So up first, we are going to be talking with Casey Griffin. Gonna go ahead and bring you on stage, Casey. Casey is a writing instructor and author of Shrouded Horror, Tales of the Uncanny. She's going to share a short horror story with us, along with her favorite tips that assisted with its creation. Hey, Casey, how are you?
Hi, good. Thanks for having me on the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've got a reading for us today?
That's right. It's a 600-word ghost story, so pretty short. It is called Lonely Arcade.
Perfect.
Yeah, it was first published online in Stupefying Stories, and it was reprinted in my short story collection, Shrouded Horror, that came out last year. And I'll kick off the reading now. The Boardwalk Arcade, which stank like rotting driftwood, is where Trish initially saw the ghost. At first, she thought it was a dirty smudge on the wall in the corner arcade, where no one went but her. During summer break, all the other sixth graders hung out at the glitzier game center, a block down. But Trish preferred to weave through the small labyrinth of carnival-like stalls, dodging people clutching stuffed animals of questionable integrity. There, amidst the ancient consoles, flashing lights and hopes of a player, she could be alone. She had beaten all the games except for one. When she looked up again, the ghost appeared, the height of an 8-year-old. Sand-streaked hair with a sagging bow of seaweed, a fluffy white dress that was more tears than fabric. The rest of her blurred in a way that was hard to see, next to Mortal Kombat. The ghost's mouth moved silently, a slash darker than the sea at night. The ghost pointed at the floor and then the ceiling. Trish snatched her coin cup and ran all the way to the vacation rental several blocks away. It was a freaking ghost. Trish lifted a hand to show her parents, this tall, standing right there. Her mom's eyes narrowed, her irritation at Trish's antics eclipsing the pain that had settled there since the funeral. You're spending too much time alone again. Go find some friends, her mom said. Trish wandered the boardwalk through the throngs of burnt shoulders, scanning her phone for any accounts of ghost stories on the boardwalk or of tragedies. She bookmarked one story about a foster girl who had hid on the boardwalk during a hurricane. Her body was never found. Sad, Trish said, studying the black and white photo of wreckage from the boardwalk collapse. Curiosity got the better of her, but the old arcade was silent except for the machine's beeps. After she checked every corner for shadows, she started to play again. Her tokens dwindled in their plastic cup, and when she looked up from the pixelated X-Men, the ghost was standing next to her, its eyes gleaming the palest blue like a shell bleached too long in the sun. The girl's mouth gaped open like a fish. Are you, Trish said, trying to be brave? The mournful yearning in the ghost's eyes reminded her of her younger brother before he died, after his cells rebelled in destructive protest. Are you sad? Trish asked. The ghost pointed at something on the floor, a long extension cable. Trish's eyes followed the ghost's gesture up toward the ceiling fan. Trish bent down to grip the brown cable and shuddered, picturing a homemade noose. What, you want me to join you? She asked. One of the games blared to life next to her, as if somebody was playing, agreeing. I get it, Trish said. We could play video games forever, not be bothered by anyone. It was tempting to not have to face another school year, the pitying looks of her teachers, the whispers of her classmates, her parents. They were so burdened already. Maybe it would be easier for them if Trish wasn't around. They could have a fresh start. A kid squealed outside, and Trish thought for a second it might be her brother, clutching one of the cheap stuffed lions from a boardwalk game she had won last year. But he's gone. She wiped the wetness from her cheeks. I get you're lonely, Trish whispered. I am too, but I can't stay here. She gestured to the games. I have to move on. The ghost watched her as she backed up and out of the dingy arcade. Outside, she sucked in a lungful of sea breeze threaded with vinegar and popcorn. She walked toward the new game center a block away, her step a little lighter. The end.
Wow. Okay. So I loved that. You have a really rich imagery in your writing. I feel like I really loved all the different descriptions that you gave for everything in that. Even like the uh, bleached tortoise shell eyes, I think it was.
Oh,
Yeah, wow, that was really phenomenal. And I feel like the short stories especially they're just so much harder to make an impactful story in such a concise amount of words. So yeah, what are some of your tips for writing more kind of like this?
yeah. So I love short stories. I write novels as well, but short stories are really great for a lot of reasons, right? They can be a palate cleanser for writers and readers. They can be a good way to discover new authors. For authors, they're a great way to reach new audiences, to experiment. For this one, actually, I started it at 100 words, the story, and then tried it at 1,000 words, and then settled on 600 words. So it was an interesting experiment to see like where the sweet spot was. And in trying those different lengths, I was really trimming the fat, focusing on what descriptions were most impactful. And also, it wasn't until the third draft where her brother's death kind of bubbled up. The first few drafts did not have that. And when that inspiration hit, that really kind of solidified the story and its length.
Yeah. Okay. So when it was like 100 words, I mean, that had to have been a substantially different story, I feel like. Or
Yeah,
so
it's more descriptive for sure.
gotcha. So along the way, what were some of the things that helped you kind of learn about these characters? And, like you said, the brother's death kind of bubbled up on like your third rewrite. Is it just the act of rewriting it that helps you kind of learn about them and think more intensely through it?
A little bit, yeah. So initially, I love like the boardwalk, kind of ocean setting. And I imagine this girl who saw a ghost in the arcade, right? And then drafting it, it's like, well, why is the ghost revealing itself to her, right? Which is always a question in any ghost story. Like, why is the ghost revealing themselves now and to this
Right.
person? So that sort of started it. Also, why is Trish alone in this old arcade? Why is nobody else around? So those sorts of initial questions kind of seeded the mystery of it, which did not come to light until like the third revision. The very first draft was really just describing the moment, describing seeing the ghost, right? But there wasn't a lot more there. And that's why it kind of goes back to writing short stories. They can be really powerful exercises and keep you very focused, both as a reader and a writer.
Yeah, absolutely. So specifically when you're kind of writing through it, are there just points where you stop and you like think about something and you're like, okay, this is something I need to question and ask why? And kind of just asking why is what helps you kind of flesh it out a bit more in detail.
Yeah, it's almost like as a writer, you're a little bit of a detective of your own mind,
Right.
right? Like why did I write this character? Why does she seem so lonely and withdrawn? And in writing any length, right, that process is kind of the fun part of writing, to discover these characters and build them out. And yeah, it also, as far as description goes, really helps focus, like, what am I describing and why? And a lot of the descriptions, there's a contrast between like the rotting driftwood, the old games, right, her interior mindset versus the sunny outside, the people having fun. So I used that contrast as well to help mark her moment of clarity when she decides to try to move on from her grief.
That's great. Yeah. Have you written any longer fiction as well, or mostly short story? Yeah, you have done longer as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, for sure. I have 2 novels out, and they're weird westerns, so kind of supernatural western stories with monsters and monster hunting, kind of in the vein of Buffy or Supernatural. And those are full novels, but I've written dozens and dozens of short stories as well that have been in magazines, anthologies, podcasts, I do game writing as well, which is like shorter, kind of different creative writing. So I like all lengths, and they each have their own challenges. But I think as a writer, it's really helpful and creatively interesting to jump into those different lengths.
That's great. Well, Casey, thank you so much. We're running out of time here, but what's one really quick message that you would like to leave with all of our viewers today?
Yeah, I would say if you enjoy card games, I have a new card game coming out based on my Western series. It's called Monster Gunslingers, and it's a
Okay.
take on Texas Hold'em, and it features character art on the cards, and it's launching soon. So that's kind of new and exciting for me as a writer. And you can learn more on my website.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you so much, Casey.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Casey. That is awesome. I love cards, so I am definitely going to check that out. Up next, we have a veteran returning, someone who has been with us several times. I'm very excited to have him on yet again. I'm talking, of course, about Russell Little. Hey, Russ, how are you?
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Russell Little, of course, is a practicing attorney and the author of Murder for Me. He's joining us today to talk about developing sinister villains in his psycho murder thrillers using characters he's created as specific examples. Really excited to get to talk with you again. Russ, tell us about some of your characters that you've created.
Well, in the next book, Murder by Storm, that has been out, the antagonist in the book is Marilyn. And Marilyn has been with me in my mind for more than a decade now. In fact, when I first started writing the first draft of this book, I had her name some other name. And actually, she came to me. I know this sounds weird. She actually came to me in my sleep and grabbed me by the throat and said, "That's not my name. My name is Marilyn." So when I woke up the next morning, I told my wife, Marilyn came to me in my dream. And she's like, "Who the hell's Marilyn? Why are you dreaming about some other woman?" And I was like, no, 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 no. That's the character in my book. That's the one that can never be caught. I got to tell you, though, what I've learned in writing is a couple of things about writing about one of these characters. And that is, if you're going to really make the reader enjoy the book, they have to identify with the evil. They have to understand and have understand Marilyn and what she's doing and why she's doing it, and be able to say, "Okay, I get it. I get why she's doing it." That really ramps up the tension. And it also helps to put it in the middle of a hurricane.
So how do you get to know these characters, or kind of get to understand the reason that they're acting the way that they are?
Well, and that's what I did in Murder by Storm, okay? Because that was one of the things that readers from the first book wanted to know. Well, why does she do what she does, and how does she do it? And I had to write from a woman's perspective. I had to write from Marilyn's perspective, so you could see the life she had and why she had it, so you could understand it. And by the end, I think that you do. You get it, right?
Yeah. So do you kind of like research, if you're specifically talking about like sinister villains, do you research people that have kind of been sinister villains in history?
No, this
or
is my life. I've lived in this dark world for the last 40 years practicing law. I've known people. You go through life and you have come across characters in your life that are completely different than everybody else. And you don't forget those people. And when I don't forget those people, I write about those people. And a
Gotcha.
few of those people have been these people that I fictionalized and wrote about. So I've gotten these characters from the life I've lived, from the trials that I've been hired to try before juries.
Hmm.
And uh, I actually remember the first time I met one of these people was in a federal prison, and they brought me in. It was a secret prison uh, in downtown Houston. And while I was waiting on them, they told me they had to go get the person out of yoga because they were in a yoga class.
Hmm.
And we were meeting at the same time as someone that caused a very famous person that caused much, much more harm than my client was in the next room with all 10 of their lawyers.
Mm.
So that's the world that I've practiced law in the last 40 years. And that's where I've gotten the ideas for the characters.
Yeah. So what law specifically were you practicing? Was it I'm guessing criminal in
It
some
was
way?
criminal and it was family law because when you're uh, uh, when you're in federal prison or you have federal charges, you have a lot of family issues too. So sometimes I was hired as the criminal lawyer in the case. Sometimes I was hired as because there would be child custody battles in the
Mm.
middle of those because separated partners would come back and try to get the children and off they'd go too. So there's
Hmm.
always battles.
Yeah. So kind of talk us through one of your characters and kind of the evolution that you went through in creating them.
Okay, this is great. So I'm going to talk about the detective uh, in the Detective Sims in the case. I
Hmm.
got this idea from someone as far as the character. They gave me the idea by their existence. And whenever you create a lot of tension in a book, you have to also create humor so the reader can relax a little bit.
Hmm.
Uh, so I create, as I wrote about this character, there's certain things, bizarre things that I would put into the character that both defines who he is and tells more story than the words. Like uh, Sims has a mustache that doesn't move with the rest of his face. It's the strangest thing. It's like an independent caterpillar. His
Uh-huh.
mouth is moving, his face is moving. The mustache moves differently. I've actually seen this before. When you meet someone with a mustache like this, you can't get your eyes off of it. It's weird. Sims has
Yeah.
this. And I've,
Yeah.
I've had so many readers talk about that. Or the fact that he wears black cowboy boots all the time. That's actually a
Mhm.
thing in Houston. There's a whole uh, subset of men that wear cowboy boots all the time. You don't see that anywhere else. When I moved to
Yeah.
Georgia, I had to put my cowboy boots up because it's a
Well,
strange thing.
I lived in Nashville, and you see it a lot, but only with the tourists, not with the people that
Only
actually
with
live
the bachelorettes, and they're all white, that white
Yeah.
plastic cowboy boots. They're not real
Yeah.
cowboy boots, they're
Yeah.
fake. They drove me crazy. White cowboy boots everywhere in Nashville. It's crazy, isn't
Mhm.
it? You
Yeah.
must be a musician if you lived in Nashville.
Oh no, I was born without rhythm.
Uh,
So I
as I
can't actually
was.
do it. Yeah. Um, so this detective is based on somebody from your past, or
Right. In fact, he's one of my best friends, but he's so memorable. You got to include him. Like he's a
Mm.
know-it-all, and he's mostly right about everything. Or and the fact is, in this my books, he's always a step behind Marilyn. She's always
Mm.
ahead of him because that's the way psychopaths are until they're not.
Mhm.
Here's another thing. Here's kind of a comical secret from my books that I
Mm.
don't really talk about, but it's true. And that's Sims all gets shot in every book. That's a thing.
Mhm.
Somehow he gets shot in every book. And it gets to be comical after a while. You're like, how can it be comical that you get shot? Well, that's something you write about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, how did you? Well, actually, here's the question I want to ask because we're running up on time, and I'm really curious. Have you had anybody that you've based a character on that's reached out to you after one of your books and been like, "Hey, man, come on, what?"
Yes.
Yeah.
I've had several people think that I've written about them and that none of them like it. You know, those stupid t shirts that you see advertised to authors, and probably you, because you're a podcaster on Facebook, saying, I'm an author, don't make me mad or I'll write about you. Well, everybody thinks that you do that, but I don't write about people I'm mad at. I write about people that are fascinating or have interesting characteristics that I want to write about, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have actually had people reach out angry at what I've written. I've also had lawyers and other people complain about the people I kill in my books. They don't like it. Why do you have to kill a lawyer? Why do you have to kill I kill a lot of people in my books. That's kind of what the books are about. Is
Yeah.
is the chessboard of trying to catch a killer.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking us through your process a little bit on that, Russell. We're running up on time, but is there a last thought that you want to leave with everyone that's watching today?
I know this is weird because of what we've talked about, but you know, uh, Halloween is a holiday. Go spend it with some people you love.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Russell. Have a good one.
Have a great day.
All right. Another great conversation. I always love having Russell on. I think that was maybe the third time that I've gotten to have a conversation with him on air. So that was cool. Okay, moving right along though. Up next, we've got Deborah. Deborah Eckering is an award-winning podcaster and author of 52 Secrets for Goal Setting and Goal Getting. She is going to give us tips for making goals less scary, along with secrets for networking and productivity for writers. How are you, Deborah?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, aside from having trouble getting your title right on the book there.
It might be the knife through your head.
It's probably that. Yeah, it's probably that. So, Deb, I want to talk about your book. I'm really excited about your topic. When we mentioned that it was going to be around Halloween, you brought up the idea of making goals less scary, and I thought that was so good. So, yeah, take us through some of your tips.
Well, but that is the thing. People think of goal as a 4-letter word. And it is a 4-letter word, but it's the good kind, right? I feel like goals, they have power. When you know who you are, what you're working towards, it's almost like having the best secret, especially when let's say you don't love your job, but you're a writer and you love what you're working on. Your writer goals, that is the energy that's going to get you through the icky other things that maybe you love less. So embracing goals, embracing creating the life you want, that is like the opposite of scary. It's like scary good, right? So I feel, and so I created the DEB method, which is my system for goal setting simplified. And it's all about setting the foundation for your goals. So DEB stands for determine your mission, because you can't get what you want unless you know what that is. Explore your options. That's the research phase when you're thinking, okay, I want this life. What do I need to do to get there? And then brainstorm your path is putting everything out there, personal goals, professional goals, long-term, short-term, writing everything out, dividing, conquering, and making a plan. And I'm all about goal setting simplified, because changing your life is challenging enough. I made the instructions really, really easy.
I love that. Okay, so can you give us a couple of those instructions, a little taste of, or wait, I think that you had mentioned.
Oh, we're going to do my parlor trick. It's trick or treat season. So, so my book that came out in January 2020 is Your Goal Guide, a roadmap for setting, planning, and achieving your goals. Was the yellow one. Say hello, award-winning book. So 6 weeks before the world had changed by circumstance, out came my book to help people embrace change by choice or by circumstance. And your goal guide, the first half goes through the DEB method, and then the second half is strategies for success. And one of the things that came out of the pandemic was goal chat. So I was doing a Twitter chat at the time. I sunsetted that a couple years ago, but my publisher said, have you thought about doing a live show? So this is March 2020, when we're all trying to figure out ways to connect. And so I started doing goal chat, which was I just think it's funny because the first 2 episodes were me just talking. They last like 15 minutes and then 12 minutes. And then I started doing interviews, and it eventually evolved into a panel show. So what I do now is every week I bring together 3 guests, and unless it's on purpose, they don't know each other. So I love the whole idea of bringing together people from your community on a topic. So 52 Secrets for Goal Setting and Goal Getting is basically that in book form. Some of the people know each other, some of them don't. I actually know all the people who I interviewed for the book. And even though it's 52 Secrets, there's 60 people, achievers who I interviewed in business, technology, food, entertainment, creative fields. Of course, there are authors in here. And what I have found is when someone picks up a book, they're buying a book, or I hand them a book, I say, turn to a page in the book and see what message the book has for you. And it is eerie. See what I did there? How accurate this is. And the other thing, before we play this game with you, James, so the book is divided so I did these interviews, and the book is divided into 7 sections. So we start with focus, well-being, action, networking, communication, productivity, and leadership and teamwork. And I interviewed, like I said, I know all the people. They were either people who I've interviewed, people I was friends with, or people who said, oh, you need to interview this person for your book. I want to know how they do that. So it's fun. But the bottom line is the secret to success is there is no one secret. But what you can do is see what other people do and pick and choose your own adventure and find what works for you.
Yeah, I love that. All right, let's do it.
Okay, so I'm going to thumb through it and you just say stop.
Stop.
You are going to love this. Okay, it's commit to conversations. And
Oh,
what
that's
are we
perfect.
doing here? Is having a conversation.
That's awesome.
And for this tip, I interviewed Larry Levine, and he wrote a book called Selling from the Heart. And he's got the Selling from the Heart podcast. And he's actually the reason I have Guy Kawasaki as the afterword in the book. It was just in my mind that he would be perfect for the afterword. And he had just interviewed Guy Kawasaki, and I had met him through another friend. Brent Tillman said, oh, you need to interview Larry Levine. And Larry, I see you just interviewed Guy Kawasaki. And he did an intro, and Guy responded within the day. And we got him into the book. But what Larry says is, you want to expand your network, you need to be talking to people constantly, which is something I say all the time. You can't reach your goals on your own. You need your people. And so in his methodology, he talks about the 3 different conversations you have every day. Someone you know, we want to get this. I want to get it right. I don't want to misquote him. Every day I strive to...
Let me go ahead and spotlight you, and you can do a little reading from it.
Okay, well, emphasize the word little. Every day I strive to make 1 new connection, drive 1 new conversation, and I have 1 conversation with someone inside my customer base. So maybe someone you don't know as well, but is someone who's already, part of, like, in an ancillary part of your tribe. But the point is, set goals for networking. Put in your calendar. And so my modification of this is have 5 even if you've got 1 conversation every day, so 5 a week. I know he says you should be doing 15, so do anywhere between 5 and 15. But the idea is maybe Monday you get all your conversations out of the way, or you do it over a couple of days of the week. Apparently there are people who don't love networking. I am not one of those people. One of the things that I say is every week, try to schedule 3 different opportunities for networking. So do 1 mixer type situation, one education, and then one one-on-one with someone who you met somewhere else. And it could be on the phone, it could be on Zoom. But the idea is because we've got this wonderful technology that, one of the blessings of the pandemic is that it's natural for everybody to connect with other people, right? Via technology. You don't have, it's great to go places in person, but you can easily do 3 networking events without leaving the comfort of your home. And everybody can do 3 a week. And here's the cheat. If you don't love networking, do it 3 weeks in a row and then reward yourself by taking a week off. So they're always what you have to figure out. And that's true with goals as well. Figure out what works for you, do more of that, and stop doing the things that don't work.
Yeah, no, I love that. I'm a pretty introverted guy. So I love the idea of being like, I'm gonna have a day where I have conversations. And then that's the only day that I have my conversations, and I'll have all of them then. But no, I think that that's a really good tip. I've never really enjoyed networking per se. So I feel like I like the idea of sort of goalifying it and making it more that way.
You want to hear something really funny? I'm the opposite. So I do Zoom Free Friday every week, and it's not always on Friday, but I pick one day a week not to talk to people.
Oh, okay. I love that. Yeah. Deb, we're running out of time here. Is there a final message that you would like to leave with all of our listeners and watchers today?
I would say goals are your friend. I know that sounds really hokey, but optimist.
No, I love that. Yeah.
It's a very on-brand thing for me to say. Think of goals as it's a gift you give to yourself. And what I am going to challenge everybody who's tuning into is don't think of it as a goal. Think of what win do you want to be celebrating by the end of the year. You've got a little over 2 months now. I start the new year in December. That's a whole nother conversation. But you've got more than 2 months left in the calendar year. Choose one win, one thing that you are going to be celebrating by the end of the year. And then you use that energy to set and that motivation to set goals and help you move forward on your path.
Amazing. I love that. Thank you so much, Deb, and have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Goals are your friend. I love that. I need to get better at making goals. So that was a good talk. Good reminder. All right, we are moving along here. Up next, we've got Kim Watson. Let me go ahead and bring you on stage, Kim. Kim is an award-winning author and filmmaker and author of the book Trespass, who's going to read excerpts and intimate experiences of documenting the unhoused in Los Angeles and going to talk about the role of art as a catalyst for change. So excited to get to talk with you, Kim. This is, I think we've already connected about this, but this is an issue that's also very close to my heart. So yeah, you had a reading that you wanted to start us off with today?
Yes, and thank you for having me. I'm honored.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is called Liana, and the book is filled with stories and my photographs and my stories about the people I encountered. And Liana was one of those special people. So here I go. With her curved spine bent over the shopping cart, Liana spoke of stray cats, assaults, and her appearance in a Robert Downey Jr. film 30 years earlier. Her distant past feels like yesterday, and today is no guarantee for tomorrow. So Liana lives day to day, memory to memory. I eased alongside her and fell into step, syncing my pace to hers. I guess Liana must be 70 to 75 years old, but somehow at 4'8", with a hunchback and bad feet, she managed to push a cart 4 times her weight. Where does she get the strength? I love cats, she confessed. I take care of them and feed them, she said. In her words, I recognized a generosity that I do not know if I would possess if I were in her shoes. But then again, I've been given someone's last slice of pizza when they had no idea where their next meal was coming from. I've been offered the coat off someone's back when they thought I might be cold. I've witnessed those who have nothing offer their last. And I understood Liana's joy in caring for a dozen feral cats who relied on her. Don't we all want to feel useful? Yeah, Liana danced from one topic to the next, leaving little room for me to respond. But that was all right with me. My silence was all that she needed.
Love that. I love anytime someone can paint an honest portrait of unhoused life that's not just like shame and just kind of like, glorifying poverty in a sense with some of it too. I think that's such a true story. I've done some work with Nashville's population of unhoused people, and I always tell people one of the things that's so remarkable is like it takes an incredible amount of ingenuity, like just to be able to survive. Like I always say, like if I lost everything tomorrow, I wouldn't survive. Like it's incredibly like hard to even be able to do that. And then the other thing is, like you said, like people will give the shirt off their back if they think that you need it more. And they don't even ask for proof or reasoning. They just, if you tell them you need it more, they'll give it to you.
There's so much generosity. There are so many big brains and creative people. And folks, the full title of the book is Trespass: Portraits of Unhoused Life, Love, and Understanding. And that kind of shows you what my approach was with this. I wanted to present the people I know and had come to know over 5 years and even longer, in a way that's loving, in a way that's respectful and dignified. And I've been told that was accomplished. I hope that's true.
I mean, just judging from that excerpt, I'm sure that it was. No, that was a really great story. I love that. And whenever you're able to honestly approach somebody who's in that kind of living situation where they are so severely marginalized from society, and whenever you're able to approach them with an open mind and open heart and just want to hear their story, I've just met so many people that are just so thrilled to like talk to me because I'm genuinely interested in what they have to say.
You look them in the eye, you acknowledge them, and they can feel the love.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of people kind of try to avert their gaze a lot of times from the unhoused, and so they're always so thankful and respectful when someone doesn't. I feel like
a simple hello, just being seen and letting yourself see them. That is one of the big goals of the book, is to instill in us this concept of doing the small things. Everybody's not going to write a book. The documentary is coming out next year. Everybody's not going to do that. And that doesn't need to be done by everyone. But we can all do something small, a little bit of something. And as a community, as a national community, a world community, we can have great impact.
Absolutely. Tell us about the creation of this project and some of the logistics of what you went through just to find subjects for the book and for the film and gain that trust, get that foot in the door.
We've, out of my house, we've served over 3,000 meals.
Oh, okay.
The last couple of years, just out of our kitchen.
Yeah.
And I'll load up the car and drive through the neighborhood with my wife and my son or by myself. And when the pandemic hit, I decided that, as a filmmaker, at the time I was consulting with PBS, but I decided I'm going to go pick up my camera again, hit the streets, start the writing, and with no intention of a book or a film. It was really to inform our friends and neighbors and community about what's happening on the street. And many of these folks I knew before, and many, many more I came to know. And so 4 or 5 times a week, I would go out with food and relationships began, and I got to know folk. And maybe it's because I'm from New York, but I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah.
So I just opened my heart up, and they opened their hearts up, and we got to know each other. And only once, because I had everyone's permission, only once did someone say, no, thank you. So I have hundreds and hundreds of interviews with people, and many of these relationships continue to this day.
Yeah. No, I love that because you demonstrated your heart for the situation before taking on the project. So it wasn't like, hey, I'm trying to do this thing, like, trust me. You had documented proof that you were fighting for making things better. And I think that that's really cool that you got to kind of take another step in that with this project. Like I old friend and mentor of mine who sadly has passed, she used to tell me, she would tell me two things that always really stuck with me. The first was anybody that's on the streets has between 3 to 5 people that they will never screw over no matter what. And it's her job to be one of them. And I always really loved that. She would like let people sit in her car and stuff like that while she wasn't around, and like leave her phone on the, she didn't care. Because the other thing she would say is nobody feels the need to steal from an open hand.
Yes.
Like, they're helping. They don't feel the need to take from you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love that. Just kind of getting to be a part of the solution instead of just being upset about the problem, basically.
Well, I feel that I got much more out of this than they did.
Yeah.
I mean, the love that I received from them, and the caring and the relationship itself just means so much to me. And I just am honored that they let me in.
Yeah.
And continue to do so.
You said the documentary is coming out next year?
Yeah. Yes.
Where's it going to be? Do you know yet?
My producers have deals with the streamers, so we're wrapping up all the post-production. I scored it with my musical collaborator, and so that was wonderful to do.
Yeah.
I started as a musician and then segued into film, and so that was a wonderful return to my roots. And so we're looking at next year. We're very
That's
confident.
Awesome.
We premiere in November at the Teaneck International Film Festival, and it's one of their featured films. So honored about that.
Awesome. Well, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for it. We're coming up on time. Is there a final message that you would like to leave with our listeners and viewers?
Yeah. Speaking of all the little things we can do, if it's 90 degrees out, like it is here in LA right now, take a couple bottles of water, throw them in the freezer. And then when you're driving around, hand one off. Say hello. Give a bottle of water to somebody sitting in the street, and watch the love you receive. And you'll want to do it over and over.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate that. That was a great message to leave us with. And just,
my pleasure.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
You too. Oh, amazing. All right. Great talk. Appreciate Kim, and definitely looking forward to that documentary coming out. Also, just as a reminder, before we go on to our next guest, we do have giveaways going on. So feel free, please go and join those giveaways. We've got a lot of books and other goodies to give you. So make sure that you don't forget about that. All right. And up next, we've got Elwyn Autumn. Hello, Elwyn. I love the background.
Thank you.
Off the jump.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Elwyn Autumn is the award-winning author of the Kamila Chung series. She's here to discuss how children's books offer a doorway into new worlds and how book bans attempt to erase that progress in history. Thank you so much for joining us, Elwyn. And I just really appreciate I really appreciate you coming on to talk about this. Just tell us a little bit more about where your head's at with that.
Well, I know that this was a Halloween themed recording, so DEI is very important to me because I taught for close to 25 years, and I taught a broad range of children. And when I found out that I was coming on, I wrote a poem that would hopefully be a good segue. It's about Halloween and diversity, and it's only going to be about a minute or so.
Yeah,
So it's
let me go ahead
called,
and spotlight you.
okay, it's called Halloween Costumes. What if we all wore the same costume? How boring would that be? The same old spooky fashion as far as the eye can see. What if we all dressed as a ghost, a vampire, a monster, or bat? Could we really be considered special? A unique, super cool cat? How would our parents find us in a sea where we're all the same? How would we get our candy if we all had the same costume name? The colors would blend together, morph into a monotony of clones. We'd all be so confused, a mass of disorderly drones. Sorry, the page is stuck. Okay. Halloween would lose the excitement. They'd create a flair that makes it fun. We would all look exactly alike and be lost one by one. Halloween costumes express freedom to be exactly who we are, a person who thinks and feels, a bright and shining star. The end.
I love that.
Thank you.
So this is your poem, right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I don't
okay.
know why I didn't know that already. So yeah, tell us a bit more about this poem. First of all, I love the line about how if we all had the same costume, we couldn't all get candy, because it's like a play on the change your costume to get candy twice thing.
Right. Yeah. Right.
So I love that. But yeah, just tell us a little bit more about its creation and what your goal was when you were making it.
Well, because this conversation is about diversity in children's books, and it's very important to me, I'm a part of a catalog called the Catalog of Diverse Children's Books. Tom Tracy Jr. put it together. When we were putting it together, it really came to me that I need to come up with something that just ties everything together. So when I reached out to you guys and you agreed to have me on, and like I said, the Halloween theme, I thought, well, diversity, Halloween is a perfect example of diversity, because when we dress up in costume, we all want to look different. We don't all want to look the same.
Yeah.
So I thought a great message for kids is this will show how our differences make us unique, and how Halloween is inclusive. So it's kind of bringing everything together. So that's where my head was when I wrote the poem.
Yeah. No, I love that. So
thank you.
Are you currently teaching still?
No, I'm retired now.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm very excited for you, because I know it's gotten very difficult to teach with everything going on. So how long ago did you retire?
2 years.
2 years ago? Okay, gotcha. So yeah, you know very well.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. So how did you kind of make that transition to writing after teaching, or were you writing while teaching as well?
Oh, I was writing and teaching for a long time. I started creating stories when I was in second grade. So writing's just always been a part of me.
Yeah. And has diversity been a big theme in them in your stories for a while?
That actually didn't start. I didn't become aware of it until I started teaching in Philadelphia. We were always asked to have a different range of books in our classroom libraries. And I noticed that there wasn't a lot of biracial representation. So that's why I came up with the Kamila Chung series. I actually got the name Kamila from one of the kindergarten children that I taught. I asked her, can I use your first name in my book? And so, yes, but of course, the last name is different, but that
Yeah.
was really fun being able
No, that's
to
really
use
cool.
one of my students. Yeah.
I bet that she was like thrilled
She
to
was,
have
and yeah,
that.
and unfortunately, I was able to get it all finished before she left me in
Yeah.
kindergarten. So I got to read it to her and give her a copy
Oh,
of
that's cool.
the book. Yeah, it was a
Oh,
nice feeling.
yeah. So the Kamila Chung series, how many books are in that one?
There's 2 storybooks, and there's also a kindergarten activity book. Because Kamila is a kindergarten student, I thought I should make a kindergarten activity book to go along with the series. There is a 3rd story written. It's just, getting the illustrator, I have to save a little bit of money before I can get the 3rd
I
book
hear.
into print.
Yeah. That's cool. So, talk us through Kamila Chung a bit and sort of the lessons that you get to visit through her eyes.
Well, in Kamila Chung and the Creepy Crawlies, it focuses on her fear of the dark. And so it's about children advocating for themselves, problem solving, because at the beginning, she sees shadows on her wall. And her teacher reads a book and talks about how rabbit's feet bring good luck. So she sleeps that night with her fluffy bunny, and the shadows don't go away. So then her parents hire an exterminator to get rid of the creepy crawly. So the exterminator comes and really includes Kamila in the problem solving process. And in the end, they figure out where the shadows are coming from. And then at the end, of course, Kamila addresses another fear that she has, a monster under her bed. I try to end each of those books with a question so that can keep the reader maybe at the end just being like, oh yeah, okay, so how would you get rid of a monster? And then Kamila Chung and the Classroom Bully is kind of a heavy topic. It actually was inspired by 2 children that I taught. So it addresses bullying, but it also gets to the one source of how bullying can occur, which one of the other characters in the book is suffering from abuse. So that's how that story came about. I also have talking points as a companion, so that if parents or educators wanted to read the book, the questions and the resources in the companion make reading the book a little easier.
I love that. No, that's great. And I love that you're kind of just making it as accessible as possible. Like even having like the kindergarten workbook along with it, like trying to make it open and available to kids as young as you can get them, basically. Which I think is so important because, like you said, there's very little representation of characters that aren't white in children's literature. And thankfully, we're starting to see a lot more options for that. But I know that it's still got a ways to go to catch up. So yeah.
And with the book banning that's going on,
Yeah.
a lot of that progress that was made is sort of going backward, which is
Yeah.
a little heartbreaking because children need to see themselves in books. It helps develop self-confidence, and not just for the children of color. White children need to see children of color and disabled people in books because it helps them understand that there are these people in the world and we're all in this world together. So we need to normalize. Like I have a book called Gingerbread Kids Hide and Seek, and in it I have every culture that I could include in the book. And it doesn't even address that in the book. It doesn't say, oh, there's a Jewish child, there's a Muslim child. It just says, oh, this is a classroom of kids and they have to solve a mystery. So it's just to normalize, like we're all
Yeah.
here.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that. That's a great point, and I appreciate you coming on and talking more about that. We're
Oh,
bumping
thank
up
you.
on time here, but tell us do you have a final message that you'd like to leave with our viewers?
If you are as passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion in books as I am, just go out and purchase them. It's as simple as
Yeah.
that. Or you can go to the library and check out books, because the more books that are in circulation, the more funding they get for what they can order. And if you really want to help self-published authors who are trying to get the message out about diversity in children's books, there's like I mentioned earlier, the catalog of diverse books by Tom Tracy. So you could just go to elwinautumn.com, and on my website you can just click on the author resource tab, and underneath you'll find the diversity of children's books, and you'll find a link to a free PDF, and we can all work together to promote diversity in children's books.
Absolutely. Thank you, Elwin. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
All right, Elwin, thank you for that important conversation. Book bans are obviously such an important topic, and that's why the BookFest thankfully partners with Unite Against Book Bans. Definitely a huge part of focus for us, and should be, honestly, for anyone that's interested in the world of authors. We're going to go ahead and keep this party rolling. Up next, we are going to be talking with Maria. Let me go ahead and bring you on stage. Now, Maria DeYoung. Hi there. Maria DeYoung is the author of Somewhere to Hide. She's going to discuss the importance of taking on interesting and challenging conversations with her children through her writing, including her book on lockdown drills. How are you doing today, Maria?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. Yeah, thanks so much for having a conversation with us today. Tell us a little bit about how writing helps you process these kinds of difficult and tough conversations that you have to have.
Yeah. Well, I think in order for you to be able to understand how I did this, I want to be able to make sure that people understand how I started it. One of the things that helped me start everything was my first book, which is Come With Me, Papa. And it was all because my father ended up getting Lewy body's dementia, and which is a Parkinson's and dementia put together. And so I was trying to be able to explain that to my children. And there was no books that I would find that would actually come out and just talk about Alzheimer's and dementia. So, and be able to explain it in a way that children could actually understand. So I decided to go ahead and start writing these books, and so that my children could be able to understand what was going on in the day-to-day lives that nobody was talking about. And so I started with Come With Me, Papa, which was about Alzheimer's and dementia. And then my children went off to kindergarten, and we got an email saying that we needed to do a lockdown drill and everything. And so me and my husband, we thought that we were going to be perfectly fine. And, we had this in the bag. We've read about it. We were older parents, so we didn't really know the process of it all, but we got the idea. So our kids went ahead. They went to school. They had their lockdown drill. They come home, and we sat down. We asked them how it went, and we were perfectly fine, answering any questions that they had, and we were ready for it. And it was crickets, and nobody asked anything, and my kids just brushed it off like it was a normal thing, and everybody was okay. And I'm like, okay, well, this was anticlimactic. So we went ahead and decided that we would just go ahead and let them process everything, and we'll take a look at them later. And it wasn't until about 2 days later that my son came home, and he asked if he can go shopping. And I said, for what? And he goes, well, I need to go get camouflage in case the bad guys come in to the school.
Oh,
and
that's so sad.
And at that point I said, okay, I need to do a lockdown drill book so that parents can understand how the process works, and also how, the typical questions that come up every day for those kids. And And so I decided to go ahead and do that. And I worked with teachers and principals across the nation to be able to understand exactly how their processes work and what are they doing and how are they explaining it. And it took me about a year to really get everything down. And
Wow.
I wanted to make sure that all the illustrations and everything was set up so that the kids could understand it and they wouldn't also be afraid to go to school, because that was a big thing for me as well, was being able to balance that. So not only the information, but also that the kid is not afraid of anything going on.
Yeah, no, I think that's wonderful. So along that route, like obviously your kids helped you kind of come up with the inspiration for what you were going to write about, but did you involve them in the creation of it as well at all? Or like were there turning points where you're like, hey, what do you think about this or whatever?
Yeah, so every book that I've ever written, I do not release to anybody until I've had my kids read it. And I'm a firm believer that children are going to understand what's going on around them. And so regardless as parents, if we want to have this conversation or not, they're going to hear about it regardless. So what I've always done is when we're doing our normal reading time, I sit down and I say, hey, mommy wrote a new book. And I show them the books and I explain to them what they are. And I get my feelers out to see, okay, is this too scary? Is this not too scary? Is this resonating with them? Is this something that's understandable, or the picture is okay? So there's all these little details that I had to put into consideration while reading the book to them. And then once they're done reading it and they give me their advice, which is amazing, by the way, because I've done a lot of little tweaks and things based off of my children's input. Then I go to a group of friends who have their children that are all the similar age. I read my books to them, and then they kind of give me another gauge, and then I figure it out, and then I move forward from there. But yes, my children are 100% involved in my process.
Yeah, they're your focus group, right?
For sure.
Yeah. No, I love that. So are these the only 2 books that you've written along those lines where it's about kind of having these conversations?
No, I'm actually also releasing this book. Sorry, I'm kind of messing up my system here. This book, which is called Conversations Start with Color, and it's a coloring book that also has key things that you can ask your children and start a conversation with them, like, what do you think of yourself? Or if you were to start a business, what would it be and how would you build it? Did you do anything brave or kind today? And so what I've done here is I have a hard page, an easy page to color, and then also a conversation starter in between. I have handed that out to many of teachers that love using it because it starts that difficult conversation with them, or it allows them to be able to have a conversation with the kid who is struggling, or that is shy, or is being able to not open up a lot more with the people that they have around them. So I've also noticed that I actually sell that book a lot to people who have been married forever. A lot of older generations, because they want to be able to start little conversations like that again with their spouses, which has been amazing. So I try to pride myself that even though I'm writing children's picture books, people of any age can really enjoy them and understand them and be able to find good information from them.
I love that. So is this something like when you were growing up, do you feel like your parents had like creative ways of having these kinds of conversations for you? Or is this like a light bulb moment where you were like, you know what, I think I can tackle this a little bit differently?
To be perfectly honest, I think I come from the age group of avoid. don't have this conversation. I don't really want to talk to you about this. It's a scary conversation for me. So because of that, I'm just going to avoid it and just let you figure it out by yourself. But we are now, as parents, in a new age, and we need to be able to give our children the facts and the information that we know is true, because there's a lot of information out there that they could just pick up from any particular place that that could be unfactual. And so because of that, we need to be able to have those conversations. And no, I did not have certain conversations with my parents, nor would it ever have come up. I'm very close to my parents, but that was something that we didn't really talk about, those technical issue type of things.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's great though, because it's like saying, let's, instead of avoiding these things, let's wrestle with it actively for a long period of time, a year in your case for the lockdown drills book. Like that's a long time to wrestle with that kind of conversation instead of avoiding it. So I think that's awesome, and I appreciate you doing that and coming on here to share that with us. What is we're running out of time here, but what's kind of one last message you might like to leave with the people who are watching today?
Yeah, I would say just be open and honest with your kids. They'll understand. And as long as you put things into perspective for them in a way that they can understand it, then you're doing a great job as a parent, and just keep strong. You know, I write my books to be able to help people, and I hope that it does help you. And there's more to come, I promise.
I love that. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Maria. I appreciate you coming.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. We'll see you around.
Bye.
All right. That is so cool. I love that. Creating those kids' books for those difficult conversations. That is a really awesome task. All right. We're going to go ahead and keep things moving. Up next, we've got Shika. Pull you up here, Shika. Hi, Shika. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Shika Bajaj. Did I pronounce that correctly?
You did.
Okay. Author of the award-winning Own Your Color book will share how to unlock your boldest self and break fear's curse in 6 magical minutes with the Mentor formula, not program. I'm so excited to find out about the Mentor formula, because I am almost never my boldest self. So yeah, tell me a little bit more about the Mentor formula.
I sure will. But before that, when I say the word own your color, what do you think it is about?
Maybe about how like we're like each person's kind of like a different color in terms of like their personality, and kind of learning how to like own whatever color you are instead of trying to like match into somebody else's. Am I close?
You're 100% right. It's basically
yes. I'm so happy I got that right.
you got 10 on 10. So basically,
Yeah.
your color is knowing who you are, embracing it fully, and then using it to light the way for others. And it's not about the color of your skin or your race or your hair. It's just who you are, all of you. And the reason I ask that is because it's linked to Mentor. So I believe that if you have habits, they help you become the best version of yourself. And Mentor framework is nothing but a promise to yourself that you will own your color fully, unapologetically, authentically every day. So the way it works is give yourself 6 minutes. Mentor stands for M for meditate, E for exercise, N for notate, which is journal, T for thankfulness, the act of thankfulness, O, own, and R, read. And what that really means is, so as you said, the book has won a lot of awards, and BookFest is extremely special to me because I won 3 awards right after the book was launched. And BookFest paved the way for it to win another dozen awards in a year. And the reason is and the reason is because Own Your Color is my way of owning who I am, which is doing something to allow others to be their whole self. I spent a lot of my life trying to fit in, moving from New Delhi to New York, just to blend in, not to be seen. And only when I decided that I'm going to do what makes sense to me, I feel like the world took notice. And the way I did that was following mentor framework. So the way it works is give yourself time every day, commit to the mentor framework every day at any point in time. It can be morning, it can be night, but just do it. And the magic about that is if you commit to it, just 6 minutes. If you can take 60, like you'll be unstoppable. Even with 6, you will be unstoppable because it will help you connect with what is it that your definition of success is, not what the noise is around us. And once you know that, you will be able to figure out how to get rid of your limiting beliefs, know what you value, and then have the courage to dream big. So once you have the clarity, you get the courage, and then you commit to actually making your goals true using the mentor framework, the world takes notice. So since that happened to me, this is my way of giving back, enabling everyone else to do that.
No, I love that. I think that's great. I think no, that's really interesting because I've done the what's the personality test that the colors are based on?
So this one actually is unique. It's
Oh,
actually
really? Okay.
yes,
'Cause I've
it's
done one that was colors before, but it must have been something else.
it must be oh, but you know what? I let you complete your thought. I have something very exciting to share, but complete your thought.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say that it's really interesting. If nothing else, it's just a great starting place for thinking deeper about yourself and kind of like, what meshes with you. Like I feel like in a lot of those personality tests, like none of them are going to be 100% correct for anyone. And a lot of the time it's just a way to start thinking about like, oh, maybe I do that in like, why did I have like a negative reaction to reading that? Maybe I should work on not doing that as much or work on like owning that or
Yep.
whatever. So I think that's great. Tell me, or well, sorry, because you said that you
I
had
was
something
just
you
going to
wanted to
say,
share.
I have an exciting news to share, and it's
Yeah.
interesting. I was going to leave it for the last, but there must be a reason it's happening now. So I have come up with a quiz which will actually tell you what color you are. And
Oh, awesome.
And what's different about it is it's based off my 25 plus years of working in multiple countries, leading large teams, solving complex problems in the era of like for Fortune 500 companies, different team dynamics, organizational culture. And how it's different is if you've heard of Strengths Finder, it's based on the similar philosophy that focus on your strengths, and it takes less than a minute. It takes 60 seconds to find your color. There are six personality, 6 different colors. I'm just going to share one of these. It's called Trailblazer. So the whole philosophy of Own Your Color is the moment you take the quiz, it's all about you be bold, you be brilliant, and be uniquely you. But how do I know who I am? So the book I wrote actually had a lot of inspiration and activation around how to actually know who you are, right? Like dig deep in, get rid of limiting beliefs, find values, etc., etc. And with all the awards and all the workshops I've been running, a lot of people gave feedback saying, we want it quick. I don't have time to actually read the whole book and then get what I need. Is there any way that you can dumb it down? And my gift is take the quiz. Don't think too hard. Whatever color you are, I'm coming up with this unique power kit. It's a journal, which actually, along with these affirmation cards have different colors based on your personality. So spend time every day, just 6 minutes, pick an affirmation card, pick your journal, and then just commit to the mentor framework saying, did I actually meditate today? Did I notate? What am I really thankful for? And what is my goal just for the day? Just own your day, one day at a time. And if you do that, there is no way on earth you will not get in touch with who you really are and what success means to you. Because I'll say one last thing. Success means different things to different people. So I'm sure you've heard of this 5F, right? Like faith, family, fitness, fun, finances. So maybe success means being a millionaire to me, but to you, it may just mean having 10 friends who are always in your corner, right? And both of us are right. But if my goals are finance-centric and your goals are fun-centric, and then later on you realize that, well, we've been too single-threaded and there needs to be some balance, then that's where Own Your Color and Mentor Framework helps you get in touch with it much quicker than losing a lot of time or months or years.
I love that. Yeah. No, I feel like the common thing I always kind of repeat to myself is that I'm the only thing standing in my way. And I feel like a lot of this stuff is really just pointing out ways that you can get out of your own way. Like
Totally.
meditation, especially, like even just the act of being silent for 5 minutes and like seeing what your mind does, like instead of just having the TV constantly drowning out like every kind of leisurely minute you have, it just helps kind of get yourself out of the way a little bit and open you up to new things. So I think that's great. What would you say? Well, first of all, can you actually just take us through your color? What's a little bit about you that makes you kind of unique in this test?
So it's interesting, and that's what made me actually come up with this. The reality is all of us have a primary color, but we're not just one color. And the more you do own your color, the more you realize that you may actually end up being a trailblazer day 1 and then change to being a dreamer day 2 and maybe an anchor day 3. That doesn't mean the quiz is wrong or that like what happened. What that means is, depending on what's going on in your life and how you're evolving, your colors may also change, and it's all good. So short answer to your question is, I think I'm a rainbow. because I feel like I'm becoming something, I'm evolving, and I'm on this journey of, for 40 plus years of my life, I was all focused on achievement. And only in pandemic, I had this eureka moment that I have lost who I was in this race to prove to the external world how, I can be whatever. So the more I tried to do that, the more I lost myself. And that's why I'm now becoming. And as I'm becoming, I'm a spectrum of colors and not just one color.
I love that. That's great. Well, we're coming up on time here. Is there a final message that you would like to leave with all of our viewers today? Watchers is a weird term, but
yeah, all I would say is there's only one unique you, and the world needs that. So don't try to fit in, don't try to blend in, just own your whole self. And one last thing, mentor framework has been proven to really change your life, your family's life, people where you work, and everything, right? So boldness is built one habit at a time. So just commit to it, and you will see that, your sparkle is unmissable and you'll become unstoppable. And I wish you all the luck, all of you.
I love that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Shika. I really appreciate you coming on today.
It was my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Oh, that was wonderful. It's another reminder that I need to get back into actually meditating. I like to talk about how beneficial it has been to me, but I haven't been able to actually bring myself to do it in a while. That's my confession for today. All right, so up next, we are going to be talking with Kay Sparling. Let me go ahead and bring you on stage. Kay, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Kay is the author of the Cold War feminist spy thriller, Mission Thaw, and I understand that you are here to host a short spy quiz show today, correct?
I am, James. I've already assigned you an agent number and everything.
Oh,
so
goodness. Cool.
I'm going to take you through some things that the first year spy would be do, like for training purposes. Okay. Yeah, what makes my spy book a little different is, well, first of all, it's based all on true facts. Changed all the names, obviously, to protect people. But the main protagonist is recruited in 1987. She's an American opera apprentice. And she goes to, she gets a Fulbright. She goes over there, and then everything just changes. The CIA approaches her and says, "We've been vetting you for 2 years, and we want to recruit you for a mission." The mission involves CIA, MI6, and it's a human trafficking thing from all the refugees that have been let go by the USSR. All those countries are fleeing into the West, and then East Germany is setting up a trafficking cartel to bring them in and put them in camps and use them because they're on their last legs economically. If the CIA and MI6 are successful, they'll bring down the Berlin Wall. So this was a really important mission, and the main topic is human trafficking and what happens to those refugees. And we'll talk about that a bit later. Right now,
Just real quick to clarify, though, you said this is based on a true story. This is a civilian was actually approached and said, "We've been vetting you, and we want you to come and join this mission." 'Cause that's
absolutely.
wild. That's wild.
It happens all the time. James,
Yeah.
usually they look at graduate students in whatever area they may be studying.
That makes sense.
And in Caitlin's situation, that was opera. There was a reason. They needed a very successful young opera singer that'd be willing to go to Europe. And you find that out in the book. But yes, everyone thinks that you just sign up for, like apply to Langley and, that's how you get into CIA. Well, for certain people, that's true. But for people that are actually field agents, they come to you.
Gotcha. That
And
makes
that's part
sense.
of that's part of the security system. Yeah. They vet you, and without you knowing, maybe 1 year, 2 years, then they give you a reason to be out of the country. Wham, that's when they're going to come to you.
Yeah. Gotcha.
It's
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
you were
take us
going-
through this quiz.
Yeah, you're going to be Agent 118.
118.
James,
Okay.
that's your
All right.
that's your number. Yeah, Agent number 118. So I'm going to ask you something. Now, this is all multiple choice for you. I won't put you on the spot completely. What is the term for a secret, prearranged location used by agents to exchange intel or items without meeting face to face? A, safe house. B, cutout. C, dead drop. D, cash site.
Ooh, they're face
So
to
this-
face.
No, we're without being face to face. So they're
okay.
dropping off an item or information, intel, but the two agents on the same side are not meeting. It's a place. What is it called? Safe
I
house.
believe
cutout,
it's.
dead drop.
I think it's dead drop. Is it dead drop?
It is dead drop. Yay!
Okay.
All
That
right.
was,
So now,
thanks to The Wire for teaching me that one. That was where I got that. It's from HBO's
that's
The
where
Wire.
most people get their stuff, is watching shows. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you your dead drop scenario, Agent 118. Okay. You are in Vienna in 1987 during the Cold War. You have been instructed to go to an ad pillar at the intersection of Ringstrasse and Wiense. You will look for an ad for the Amadeus Festival and discreetly take a piece of chalk and write the Roman numeral 12 next to the ad. You get there, you find the pillar, but there is no ad for the Amadeus Festival on that pillar. What do you do? I'm going to give you some scenarios. A, you figured that you were in the right spot at the right pillar, so you quickly make your mark and you walk away. B, you go into the nearest cafe and ask if there is a pillar with the Amadeus Festival nearby. You are looking for more information on the festival. And C, you check the pillar once more for the ad, pan your surroundings, walk away, and take a different route home, watching if you are being tailed.
I'm gonna go with C on that one because I think if there's no poster, it should be a sign that the mission is off.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right.
Because
That would be
if the mission,
apparently.
if the opposing has figured out something, they probably taken down that ad. And so you could be in grave danger if you don't get yourself out of there and you don't go straight home. We're going to talk about that next. Okay. Here's another scenario. So you Agent 118, are walking in a busy downtown section of Vienna. You are being followed. You feel it. What should you do as an effective counter surveillance technique to confirm you are really being tailed? All right, so you think someone is, now you're going to do something about it. A, confront the individual directly and ask if they are following you. B, enter a crowded cafe and immediately order a coffee to blend into the crowd. And C, make a sudden change of direction and take a taxi or public transportation and watch for the tailor to do the same. Which one do you think is the safest thing to do?
I think it's C again on this one.
It is. You were doing so good.
All right. Yeah.
You're going to be recruited, boy. Okay, so
Yeah.
when spies do that, when they suddenly take a direction, when they get back to headquarters, they're going to say, oh, it was a dry cleaning run. And that just means, I had to abort, I had a feeling I was being tailed. So we call them dry cleaning runs or taking the long way home. That's another way to put
That's funny. Yeah.
And I mean, if you live on the 19th district of Vienna, you're going to go the total opposite way, right? You're going to take a long time going home. And sooner or later, they're going to give up because they're like, well, this isn't giving us anything. But you certainly don't want to go to headquarters, and you certainly don't want to go where you're staying. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, next one. What is the purpose of a safe house? To provide a hidden location for long-term storage of weapons and supplies, to serve as a secure, neutral location for meetings between opposing intelligence agencies, or C, to be a temporary secure hideout or residence for agents conducting clandestine operations.
It's either A or C. I think I'm going to go with C on this one again.
You got it. Yeah, this has nothing really to do with weapons or anything like that. It is simply field agents on assignment. They've got a cover. Very distinct background, total lies, of course. And this is a place within a very insecure location that supposedly is safe for you. And if need be, you can hide there. Okay. So here's your scenario. You, Agent 118, have been instructed to lay low in a safe house. You are told it is being hosted by a Frau Gruber. And they give you a total description of Frau Gruber, right? Show you a picture and all. When you arrive at the safe house, a male answers the door to greet you. What do? A, go ahead and give the password and walk in. B, smile and ask if this is the residence of Frau Gruber. C, look puzzled and say, I'm sorry, I think I'm at the wrong address. Turn and walk away. Or D, ask if he is Herr Gruber.
Ooh. Was this one C? Walk away?
Yeah, look puzzled and say, oh, I'm sorry, I must be at the wrong address. Because who answered the door is, so you got it correct. If he answered the door, it's not who you're supposed to have at all, right? And so therefore, who knows? I mean, poor old Frau Gruber would be tied up or, something bad happened to her in the back, and that's the enemy. And if you walk in that house, boom, it always has to line up. Everything, the description, the password, everything. And one last one, when an agent uses an alternative identity, including a whole fabricated background, literally like a novel, and history, what is the identity called? A, disguise, B, a cover, C, a persona, or D, an alias?
I'm going to go with cover.
Absolutely. You got 100%, man. Yeah, it's a cover.
Pretty good about
an alias is something different. So the cover is always what you want to protect if you're a spy. So you did great.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you coming and giving us that quiz and showing us some of your knowledge. We are running out of time, so do you have a final message you want to leave with our viewers today?
I sure do. The message for today is that the International Labor Organization estimates that 21 million people are being human trafficked today. So please be aware and do whatever you can to help. And my book will show you what these refugees go through once they're trafficked. So that's the message I have. I really
I
want people to
appreciate
be
that.
aware of
Yeah.
human trafficking. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate you coming on today, and I hope you have a good one.
Thank you. Maybe you should be a spy.
One of these days. All right, have a
Thank
good
you.
one.
You too.
Thank you so much, Kay, for that. That was such a fun talk. I'm so happy I got to find out that I am a great spy. All right, so we are going to keep things moving. Up next, we've got Patrick Sanjamino. How's it going today, Pat?
I am doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So Patrick Sanjamino is the author of Dogs Chase Cars. He's here today to reminisce about his days covering the NFL and what's getting too close to the end zone and the Raiders' notorious black hole. Yeah, tell us a little bit about the good old days and what it was like.
Well, you've had some pretty heavy topics on today, so this is kind of the covering sports. We were always called the toy store of the newsroom, so this will be kind of fun for you, I hope.
Palate cleanser.
Yes, exactly. So, covering the NFL was a lot of fun. It was a lot of work too, far more work than you would expect, and the topic that we were talking about, I was looking for a Halloween theme, and you've got a knife through your head, so I can't even come close to topping that. So, but I was thinking, what is the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in an NFL game? And it's the black hole in Oakland, Los Angeles, now Las Vegas. And these people you're a sports fan, so you know who these people are, correct?
I actually am pretty sports ignorant, I would say. So I think I need a little bit more context on what the black hole is.
So these people sit in the end zone, and it is like the bar scene from Star Wars almost. They're very apocalyptical in the way they dress. There's a guy dressed as Darth Vader. There's a guy in a gorilla suit. They all wear this silver and black. That's the theme. Black is the theme. So it's kind of scary when you go down there. Well, I remember a game I covered back in the 90s when they were still playing in LA, and the LA Coliseum had been ravaged by the North Ridge earthquake. So it was kind of the game was played there, but the press box was out in the middle of the crowd, and it was kind of weird. And then we had to walk through the crowd onto the field to get to the locker rooms. And so they shepherded us down in the final minutes, and we were down in the end zone right in front of the black hole for the last 5 or 6 minutes of the game. And it was Christmas Eve, which made it even more interesting because there was this just juxtaposition of this, everybody's merry and bright, except for these people who you're looking at, and they're just, they look scary. It looks like Halloween. So I remember walking up to one of the guys and that got close, and I just wanted to, I was curious. So I asked him a question, and it turned out he was dressed in all black, and he looked like something out of a Hell's Angels movie. And he was actually an accountant. And the guy next to him, he was a real estate agent. So I just realized that everybody loves Halloween, and some people get to do it, 10 times a year at NFL games. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, no, that sounds awesome. So how long were you doing that kind of work?
I was I covered the NFL for 8 years, and I became a columnist. And I was in the newsroom for various newsrooms for about 40 years. And the book that I've written is basically about the downturn in the newspaper industry, and it's through the eyes of a longtime sports columnist who's driving to work, expecting to be the latest casualty in a mass layoff. So this it's a very real theme with a lot of good sports stories in it, but more importantly, it's a story of relationships and the people who helped you get to where you are, the people who the book takes place over a single day, but flashes back to those seminal moments in a career, but also to those people who helped you get to where you were. And at the end of the day, it's a cautionary tale of, well, I believe it's a cautionary tale of needing to strike a balance between a home life and a work life, because he bet everything he had on a career. And at the end of the day, the career kind of let him down, and he was all alone because all of those relationships he'd allowed to just go away. So
yeah. So what was it like? Well, so first of all, what years were you working as a sports reporter?
I started in the 80s, and I went all the way into the mid 2000s, and then moved over into the news side, and started writing big boy news, maybe just about other things. By the time I finished, I was writing about, basically I would find a topic I wanted to write about, and would go out and dig in. I did a story on the history of the Reuben sandwich and where it was founded. I wrote, 3,000 words on something silly like that, but it was one of the most fun stories.
Yeah, that's a lot of words for that story.
Yeah, exactly. But it was amazing, tracking where this sandwich, because there are so many cities that claim its originality. So
yeah. What do you have any like stories from over the years that, like, when you think back, it's like the one that pops into your head as being exceptionally important or meaningful or impactful?
In the book, we transport to a lot of those stories, but it's more so how they juxtapose with where we are in society, like the O.J. Simpson Bronco chase, and where I was and what I was covering that night is just fascinating, and how the athletes were just as into it as America. And, they played a baseball game that night in less than 2 hours, which is unbelievably quick. But they wouldn't talk to us until OJ was out of the Bronco. And, there was some finality to that moment that night. But
you felt like the baseball teams were like rushing through the game to get
Oh,
back
absolutely.
To the
That game
that
got
is
played
wild.
that game got played so quickly, and I don't think there was any a coincidence to that. I think that game got played, and everybody got inside and ran to the TV. And it was funny because walking into a clubhouse, everybody was gathered around that TV, and they were watching, and they wanted us to fill them in on what they missed while they were playing baseball. And it was fun. It was actually it was a snapshot of society at that point.
Yeah, no, I love that. That's really wild to kind of think about. So when you transition from sports into writing, I think you called it big boy news. What
is a Reuben sandwich really big boy news? Other than your waistline.
Yeah. When you did that, do you feel like you had did you miss the sports reporting side of things, or?
I did, but there comes a time in life when you realize that sports take place at night and on weekends. And if you want some semblance of a real life, being a sports reporter is probably not the one you should choose, because you're kind of imprisoned by when the games take place.
Yeah, no, I hear that fully. That makes sense. Well, Pat, we're coming up on time here, but I wanted to make sure to ask you, as well as the others, what's one message that you would like to make sure that we leave with all of our viewers today?
I think this is a book about relationships and the people around you, and making sure that they understand what they mean to you, and not to take those things for granted. There's a great storyline with the sports writer and his father, and he never really got a chance to tell him what he meant to him until it was too late. His dad had died, and so it becomes this prevailing theme of loving the people around you and letting them know how much you love them.
All right. Yeah, I love that. Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I appreciate you coming on in general. I hope you have a great day, and thanks
I've
for a great
enjoyed this
talk.
as well. I've enjoyed this a great deal, and I hope you take care of that knife in your head real soon.
I think it'll be gone tomorrow. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, good.
All right. Have a good one, Pat.
Take care.
All right, that was fun. Okay, cool. So we're gonna move right on. Before I do, just as a reminder, we do have some book giveaways going on right now. So make sure that you sign up. We are still going to be doing that for a couple of minutes. So get in there while you can and try to claim your free bundle of books. But for now, we are going to move on to Preethi. I'm going to go ahead and bring you on stage. Hi, Preethi. How are you?
I am well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Preethi Srinivas, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Preethi Srinivas, author of VJ Visits a Farm, is here to highlight the emerging trend of mission-driven storytelling and how authors can align their creativity with the causes that they care about. And I am so excited to hear more about this. Can you start off by just talking about how you've done this and some of the causes that you're working for?
Sure. Yeah. So I can talk about the nonprofit that I founded and how that kind of led me to actually getting onto this journey of being an author. So outside of my day job, I manage a nonprofit called Befriend Cows, and we are on a mission to inspire families to be more close to animal sanctuaries and rescued animals for a more kinder planet. Interestingly, my journey into becoming an author was inspired by, my experiences in watching children in these facilities like farmed animal sanctuaries. It's interesting to see that children by nature, they are born with a deep, deep empathy. It's just that a lot of times they need that space and context to be able to express that. Especially towards animals that is viewed in a different way by the society. Right. And what I really started to find fascinating was how children would immediately understand that animals have personalities, they have an agency, they have feelings when they are given that opportunity to get closer to them. So that became my cause eventually. Of course, again, it's kind of related to the nonprofit I started, right? And I wanted to write about that. And this is where I think it got more, interesting for me, because I wanted to tie the cause that I was passionate about to the stories that I was telling, right? And that kind of did this double duty of not only helping me share great stories, but also help make a difference in the world. And what I mean by that is, one, of course, the story has these characters that the readers get emotionally attached to, and they actually feel invested in what happens to the characters. And eventually, after reading, if they are emotionally moved, they want to do something. And a lot of times, the books that I publish have some form of partnership with the sanctuary, and so immediately people are like, okay, I want to go look up what this sanctuary does. I want to go support them. So it becomes more like an ecosystem of like, I'm a reader reads, that leads to caring leads to some form of action. And support is not always just offering financial funds, right? Which is, of course, great. It makes a difference. But it's also that people start to think and they start to recognize or question, what is my role in this planet? And who am I as a consumer of different products on this planet? And can I be a more conscious consumer? And that kind of leads to behavior change. I think that's where it started to get really exciting for me, especially with one of my books here, Vijay Visits a Farm. So interestingly, the lead character in this book, his Vijay, he would rather stay at home and play video games. But then his mother sort of takes him to an animal sanctuary, and then he meets a girl named Lily. And then she sort of is this person who has knowledge and compassion, and she sort of leads him to understanding or recognizing that animals, such as a cow, as shown in this picture, that they have agency, feelings, and personalities. And then, eventually Vijay wants to visit again, and he wants to bring his friends to visit.
Yeah.
What was really cool as I started working on this project was it was almost like a ripple effect, I guess. I started to see an interesting pattern because I was doing a little bit of research outside of my lived experiences as well. So I came across animal cognition and behavior research that animals have a lot of agency. Cows, for instance, they have a very complex social relationship. They exist in herds, they have friendships, they hold grudges, and so on. And when children recognize this, they start to see them as beings, sentient beings, right? And what was even more interesting was, interestingly, there is a pattern in terms of how animals as characters become gendered in stories. Too often in children's literature, we would see animals are automatically gendered, are skewed towards being male. Whereas, in some cases, if the animal happens to be gentle or has gentle attributes, they are more gendered towards the female. And like deer, rabbits, for instance, are more female. Whereas, if you think about bold animals like lions and bears, they're more kind of skewing towards the male. So even in well-meaning authors, it kind of happens subconsciously. And, it's what's even more interesting is a lot of times in children's literature, I started to see that animals were represented as it, which kind of like sort of objectifies them, and that kind of leads children to believe that okay, they are objects or commodities to consume. So I started to see all of these patterns, and I started to feel like, okay, can I, in addition to storytelling, try to break away from the stereotypes, and can I make intentional choices about how I'm positioning animal and human characters. And that's why one of the things you would see in the book is the cow is curious. She leads some of the interactions with the human, and the characters, human characters, for instance, Lily, she is female, but she still has knowledge and compassion, which can come from any person, right? And when children read, when they associate with these kind of characters and personalities, they are able to feel like, okay, this is what I see in real world, this is what I'm reading in the book, and it becomes so much easier for them to understand who they are.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I had a realization not that long ago that like a big problem in just like the lived experience of all of us right now is that we're completely detached from all of the production of our food, for the most part. And like, and this is myself as well, like when I buy a burger at the store, like that could have basically just been made by magic as far as I know. Like I know so little about the entire process, let alone like the raising of cattle, treating cattle well, and all these kind of other things that I should know about in order to like ethically consume my food, right? And so I think that it's great that you're kind of taking like a step in that direction with the youth, and introducing them to this idea early on, because that was literally an epiphany I had like a year ago. And so yeah, but in terms of like our viewers, what kind of advice would you have for anyone who's trying to take a cause that they're really passionate about and build their own career off it?
Sure, yeah. If for authors thinking about this approach, my suggestion would be is pick something that you genuinely care about, right? Like you cannot fake passion, right? So because otherwise readers are going to know you're just strapping something to the story, right? But if you pick something that you genuinely care about, that mission will really drive what you're trying to achieve, and that's where magic really happens. If you think about it, it's pretty exciting that a book could help you share a great story, but can also help make the world a little better, right? So and I think that's a win-win, not only for the author, for the cast, but also for the reader, which is most important, right? Because we are trying to think about like a cost-centered but also a reader-centered story.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that that's really important. Like, I think a lot of times people try to start with like what's the most popular thing for me to care about, instead of just like what's the thing I really care about the most. And there's like no shame in the fact that like things that are really important don't necessarily like hit your heart as much as it hits other people's. Like you can't possibly care about everything. That'd be way too many things. So I think that's a great piece of advice. Like just start by asking like, what do I actually care about? And because you have to build a whole thing off of that, right? You can't just like build it from scratch. So yeah, no, I think that's really important. Do you have any other kind of books that you've been able to write along this topic that you care
Yeah,
about?
yeah. So this book specifically, I just have a physical copy of this one. This one became a fundraiser for a couple of sanctuaries in the US.
Oh,
It raised
cool.
funds to help feed rescued animals at a few places in the US. I have another young adult/adult novel that ended up being a bestseller.
Wow,
And
awesome. Yeah.
that has a more deeper tiered kind of story that has comedy, drama, and the story is set in India. I'm originally from India, so I
Mhm.
kind of I have actually witnessed the situation of bovine or cattle, and in cattle is actually, I wouldn't use that word because it's kind of something that already gives the impression that cows are meant to be consumed as products.
Yeah.
But bovine
Objects.
animals
Yeah.
in general, they have a very different, complex setup in India from different perspectives: culture, faith, economics, politics, all of it put together. And it's a fiction novel, but the central character is the 11-year-old boy, and how he befriends a cow in his neighborhood. And I think the best part about either of the books is what the readers do after they have put down the book, right? So once they have
Mhm.
finished reading, it's really exciting to see that people now care. They want to go visit an animal sanctuary. It's not that they are just going there to pet these animals, right? That's not it anymore. It's like they are watching for personalities. They want to hear the life stories of these animals, and they want to see them as complex beings that they truly are. And I
Yeah.
think that's where it makes a huge difference for me as an author, that it's, yeah, the fundraising is great. It's definitely important. But beyond that, people get curious and they want to do something and they want to make a difference in this world. And that could be either them helping an organization or them actually internally reflecting and bringing about a behavior change in terms of how they are as consumers on this planet.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I think that's amazing, and I'm really excited that you're working on that. That's a really great cause to be aligned with. We are out of time, but do you have a real quick message you might like to leave with our viewers?
I think in terms of like writing to support a mission, like I said earlier, pick one that you genuinely care about. And that will help you sort of frame the story that you want to say or share with the world. In terms of animal welfare, do check out my website and my books, I guess, and do reach out. I hope
Yeah, awesome.
everybody, has a great time as you sort of on board this journey.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Preeti. I really appreciate you coming on and sharing that with us.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good one. All right, and that concludes another great edition of the Author Chats during the Book Fest. Thank you to everyone who joined us. We had 10 amazing authors, 10 amazing topics, and 10 great conversations. So really appreciate everyone who came on today. And then for those of you looking for your virtual gift bag, that will happen at the conclusion of tomorrow. So make sure you show up tomorrow. We got another great day of programming for the BookFest Day 2. So make sure you show up and see what we got to offer. My name's Jay Gordon Curtis again, and we'll see you next time. I appreciate you joining us this time.